welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready?
It's up to Trix now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. It's gonna be all Trix all day!
You won!
Lots to look forward to in phase 2.
Every match is a do or die scenario.
Spoit walks in, Wolves can easily line him up.
I don't lose, Oregon, never. And what's with the fish? That should be my first question.
Who will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware? A second impact!
Huge by JV92.
This is semi-final Saturday.
Lowe's now can work around. One player picked up. Globin.
And they're starting. Flicks onto Virtue. The knife comes out!
Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose! It's W7M!
Two teams from Brazil in the grand final. This is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget.
Loban with one kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. Philippe Hawks and cameraman in a 1v1. Cameraman gets it done!
One more round is all those need to push us to overtime. JV finds one. Maya against the Worlds, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil. The region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal. A promise made in Copenhagen. History made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
11 days and 37 games have brought us to our final day of Stage 2. And we're ending our final day of Stage 2 playoffs on a high. We're sending one more team to the Major, and we're crowning the winners of Stage 2 in our grand final. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me, as always, we have our wonderful analyst, Fresh and Alfama. And guys, it was a long day yesterday. Have we recovered?
I don't know if I've recovered, honestly. I was alone against the world fighting for Wolves to make it against BDS. Nobody believed in me. In the end, you guys were all right. But come on, 8-7 on the last map, Jack.
That feels like a little bit of an apology, Leo, but...
Oh, come on, it was the last map, one round away.
But yeah, no. Recovered? Yeah, I suppose. There was a lot of siege. I feel like the channel never went offline. There was obviously last time after we finished. Oast today, and then we're straight back into it, and one more team to the Major.
That's the thing as well, right? Not just us ending our playdays, but a lot of different regions have already ended their playoffs or have already sent some teams to the Major. So we have a graphic to show you what teams have qualified and what we're seeing from all these different regions.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see all of the 8 teams currently qualified to the Major. Not 8, that's 10. I can't do maths. MENA is up there in yellow because they're qualified to Phase 1. All of the other teams are qualified to Phase 2 directly. So if we look at Brazil, who's the bigger mission there? Well, we've got Team Liquid, W7M and FaZe.
Where is Furia,
Where is Furia, our current world champions? And we've got some clips to show from the Brazil, from the final. But again, it was, I suppose it's curious, Leo. No Furia, apart from that, it's very much the regular suspects.
Yeah, everyone, especially W7M, after EWC, I expected them to make it, right? It was just a battle of Liquid, FaZe. You expect them to make it as well. Furia missing it is the big storyline for me here. And I think they've really suffered from the ADS nerf, from playing maybe too much around the gunfights, not enough around the strategy, and the initiator meta everywhere, abusing shields, abusing crowd control operators really hurt them in the long run.
Yeah, from a I suppose a personal point of view, seeing my boy Lobin qualify with W7M, I was very, very happy to see that. Of course, finalists at EWC. Furia will have to play through the LCQs now, and then turn our attention to Liquid and FaZe. FaZe came out victors 2-0 in the final. Of course they did, because that's Liquid loaded into another final, right? And we all know that they can't get over the line in the late rounds of these tournaments, but I don't think they'll mind too much because, of course, they make the Major.
Yeah, I'm happily surprised to see Liquid finally making it back to Montreal. I was one of the believers in Manchester that maybe it was just the right tournament. It's always the same story with Liquid. Yeah. Who knows, maybe Montreal will be the one.
Then moving through to NA, we saw Space Station Gaming, Sonics and Dark Zero qualify. Who's the one that's missing there, Leo? Who won the Manchester Major?
Beast Coast. Cloud9 Beast Coast now is missing it, and it goes and reinforces my statement that I think it was maybe, just maybe, a Cinderella run, a fluke, because they did not qualify to EWC, they did not make it to Phase 2 of Montreal Major, so at this point, they're stuck in the LCQ with everyone else.
And they actually lost the seeding game 0-2 to Wildcard yesterday as well, that was played off stream. But if we turn our attention to the teams that did qualify, Space Station got it done against M80, and then what you're seeing the highlight of here is Sonics against Dark Zero, the final of NAL that had an allotted rounds of 45 rounds if necessary. They used every single round. 8-7 to Dark Zero on Cafe, 8-7 to Sonics on Chalet, and 8-7 to Sonics on Body. You can see the very final round coming out here. Absolutely incredible games. One of the North American games of all time. Ambi's obviously happy, and they will take their place as the first seed from the NAL.
I think for everyone watching that one, everyone just wanted to be a 5 of that game. It was just crazy. And for the storyline as well, for Canadian to leave DZ, rebuild an entire team with SQ, make it that far, and eventually beat Dark Zero, that was a crazy story.
Yep.
It would be good to have it as a rematch on the major, for example, but I think that graphic with the qualified teams tells us so many stories. We're looking at D+, who qualified. They didn't make the previous major. We're looking at Furia, who have to go through the LCQ, and if they don't make it to the major, it ends their streak of making it to every single international event for the last 2.5 years. So there's still so much left to unfold, but it seems like so many leagues are also running ahead of us, so we have some catching up to do. We have the schedule of our final playday of Stage 2. As we said, we got 2 important games today. Our first is a major qualification game between Virtus.pro and Wolves. One of these 2 teams can make it to the major. The other one has to go through LCQ. And then our grand final, we saved the very best for the very last between BDS and Secret. It's about 5 more side points, an extra $10,000, and the bragging rights.
Yeah, and a little bit of seeding into the major as well, of course, coming out to be EU's #1 seed. As we see the bracket, of course, these are the games that we played last Tuesday and yesterday that will get us to this point. Obviously, Secret and BDS qualified for the major. They will now contest the EU finals to be the champion of Europe. BDS, of course, already hold that after Stage 1 when they beat ITB in this same scenario. And then Virtus.pro against Wolves. They'll play a straight shootout, best of 3. Winner qualifies to the Montreal Major.
I'm still baffled that we see Virtus.pro here. When you look at the stage, it's still crazy to see them here. But they deserve it, to be honest. Like, they did play well when it mattered. And that's what made the difference. Now, I want to say the EU finals, BDS versus Secret, that really gets me hyped. It's the only time that we actually saw BDS lose a map was against Secret. So I'm really hyped to maybe finally see BDS lose and have a big wake-up call before Montreal.
Potentially, we could also see a repeat of Stage 1 where BDS also took the victory in the grand final. But you have to wait a little bit before that game. I think our first game also deserves a lot of hype because we qualify a team to the Montreal Major. So seeing the 2 teams behind us here on the screens. And I think the great storyline for this is that neither of these teams actually made it to the Manchester Major, so they want to make it here. They want to get those SI points to at least make sure that they can qualify to SI.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you know, the major is at stake, but also SI is at stake. Any team that didn't make Manchester is going to have a very deep run, but it starts by giving yourself the best opportunity. And for both of these teams behind me, Wolves and Virtus.pro, they have to give themselves the best opportunity by winning this best of 3.
And at the same time, they've had very different history of having this deep run. When you look at Wolves, they've had consistently the issue of, yes, we qualify consistently to events, but at the same time, we struggle to reach a certain moment. They never get to quarterfinals or semifinals. They never have a deep run. For Virtus.pro, it's the opposite. They struggle online, they struggle to qualify to events, but when that happens, they eventually usually make it all the way through, like it happened in SI when they arrived to top 3. So they've had experience at playing really well when it comes to LAN events.
They do. We're talking about their opponents first, though. Wolves, you just saw the roster on the screen, and they finally won a map against BDS in the best of 3 series. Unfortunately for them, it was just only 1 map. It was a very close series, though, to lose out on a major ticket with a 7-8. That one's got to sting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got to sting.
Yeah, if you think about the fact that they were almost, they had 5 rounds to close out the first map, and then they won the second one. So technically, you could say they were 5 rounds away to 2-0ing BDS after losing 14 times in a row against these guys. That was absolutely crazy.
It was. And their opponents, we kind of praised them yesterday for their great result against G2. We're talking about Virtus.pro, but they had a really tough game against Secret. 0-7 to lose out on the major certainly is no easy pill to swallow.
Yeah, we highlighted their issue with map pool. That's not going to change, you know, within the space of a day. It will still be present today, but Secret absolutely abused that issue, picking into that Nighthaven Labs, and yeah, 0-7.
The biggest problem was them not closing that first map, really. Because, you know, with their map pool right now, you know that you're going to have to let through a map that you don't want to play, exactly what happened with Labs. But that losing control it, and the way they did it as well, on every single level, Virtus.pro was better. Secret was better in the intel gathering, in isolating the gunfights, and in abusing the initiator meta as well. That's just the perfect counter to Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I think that's the big problem with Virtus.pro now is there's a template on how to beat them, and they don't have the map pool to support a best of 3, even as much as Dan maybe said that they did in his interview. And that's the big worrying thing for Virtus.pro. They've not looked hot throughout the stage. They limited to playoffs. Big result against G2. I think, you know, we've got to give them the credit for that result against G2, but there's still some weaknesses that are there to be exploited.
Yeah, we talked about the weaknesses and the struggles that these 2 teams had yesterday, but we also have a video to give you a quick recap of what happened. It is a beautiful day to send some European teams to the Montreal Major.
Wild haven't brought any impact in any of the rounds we've seen. Taking absolute liberties. Here they go. 3 kills out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, this is over. There's nothing you can do about it. Try and fight Doki all you want. And the game is done and dusted. Easy as you like for G2.
It's not about the Major. It's about the fact that it's Pengu's birthday, and I've lit some candles for him, and I've got confetti.
Oh, wow. Now he goes in, shield on the back as he gets the pistol. Looks for the ability. Shepard is sticking. Shepard can't get it. Dan has had an incredibly challenging stage. Oh, God, what is that? Always just gets 180 by a bloody blitz. Secret are destroying Virtus Pro.
You'd be stupid not to predict BDS.
I think there is actually more potential right now for Wolves to take.
Where the game crumbles and falls away from you. Maybe they've stuck it there, get something. Lasmo's gone down as well. Deadshot with an ult to 2. He's given nothing. He's down to turning 2 down for BDS. It's an absolute disaster at this point. Make it 3. Wolves, by the looks of it, might just hold on and send us through to another map. Yes, they will. Ending it in style as well with a flawless round to close out this second map. Both players now on the downstairs. Surely you spray through. Surely you find your man. You know which one's not moving. He gets the down as well. 3 seconds to play onto. And Ace is about to clutch up. Yuzu's going in for the plant, but he won't be able to make it work. Acer has played that spectacularly. A Wolves crumbling before our very eyes. A 4v2 breaking out. Someone's got to make something happen, but it simply is not to be. P4's have one hell of a series. Will find one more for himself, but Leaky Fack hits the shot, sends BDS to the Major.
We also like to look at the positives here in Europe League. So we have, or both these teams have, some keys to potentially winning out this matchup. We got Fresh and Alfama over at the Telestrator to show you what these keys are. Yeah, the keys to victory. For us, it's very clear that there are some things that need to change for these guys to actually make it. Both of them, we have 3 points to highlight. The first ones for Virtus Pro is to take more risk, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen these guys play the safe, logical, methodical siege across the years. When we've seen them take some more risks across the UL, Leo, it has worked, but they stay within that really risk-adverse. They don't like to take them, but when they do, it seems to pay off.
Yeah, when they're a little bit more pacey, and well, also when they surprise people by having mid-round adaptations. Now, if we want to have a look at a perfect example here from Consulate, they were playing against Secret, they were clearing admin, and you see here, Jack, they're clearing that guy 4v1 on that player here in Coffin that gets injured. But at this point, look at what's happening here. Shepard is actually clearing and going for the plant here directly into CEO by surprising everyone. And that, for me, is something that we didn't used to see from VP, them having these mid-round adaptations, and Secret was just not ready for it.
Yeah, on the graphic, we said take more risks, and then the second point was mid-round adaptations. That's both of the things that VP did yesterday, but only inside of 1 round, Leo. Again, I suppose the big consistent is consistently take more risks, consistently have more mid-round adaptations, and then we will see them succeed. And the third point, Leo, is going to be good late-round information. How many times have we seen Virtus Pro get all the way to the late round and then screw it up?
This last 20 seconds, the amount of clutches that happen against them, that's been a consistent issue. And the main issue for that is they don't have intel on the last remaining anchors. They need to be more pacey, and they need to know their surroundings whenever they execute. Now, if we move onto into Wolves, rather, what do they need to do here, Jack? First point, reuse the counter VP playbook.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen them do it inside of the regular stage, and we saw them do it again. Oh, we saw Team Secret do it against Virtus Pro yesterday. This is the template for how you beat Virtus Pro. You play shields, you play fast, you play aggressive, you take them to maps that they don't want to be on, and you can see how well it does. We've seen the Blitz be used to devastating effect yesterday by Team Secret, Leo.
They used it to roam clear, they used it to backstab here, they also used it to go and punish any movement here onto the bomb site, abusing the shields. Even if Virtus Pro is banning the Monty, Team Secret banned the Legion. That's something that Wolves can be used in the next matchup. And then finally, if we move to the 2 last remaining points for Wolves, I think the second one is to isolate these picks. That's something that's been consistent. They have in defense Virtus Pro many roamers that run around. That's easy picks for Wolves. And at the last time, be disruptive. We have had example of Wolves being disruptive many times yesterday. If we want to take a look at this, for example, the bandit play on karaoke.
Yeah, this was the one that you illustrated so well. It's obviously P4. He goes and he rats and he forces BDS to play properly. But when he's doing that, he's being disruptive when they don't. And I think Virtus Pro, as we know, we've seen lots of teams say they're scripted. You know when they're going to drone, you know when they're going to enter, you know which side of the map they're going to enter from. And Wolves' best chance of success on the defense is to be disruptive to Virtus Pro. We saw the Kavira play, for example, as well. Be disruptive to Virtus Pro. If you get a pick, if you get some drones, if you get some utility, waste some time, and then fall back to site and really force their low time executes.
And even the Scopos there, like they abused so many cheesy plays. Even if I remember Wolves doing that on Bank in ATM, abusing the Scopos to have a spawn kill.
Yeah.
That's the cheesy plays that we will be looking for to be disruptive to Virtus Pro. But the real story here for me, Jack, is one thing that you cannot change when you're Virtus Pro shoes right now is the map pool. You cannot change your map pool, so the map veto will decide what's happening. So we should be taking a look at the maps right now.
Yes, we will. Thank you so much. What we want from Virtus Pro is to take some risks, maybe in the map veto as well, even though I think we all saw how that went down yesterday, unfortunately for them. This match happened all the way at the very second playday of groups. It resulted in a 7-3 for Wolves on Clubhouse, and that map is still up for grabs.
Yeah, so what we're seeing right now is the ban is Skyscraper, the second ban is Lair, so that leaves open Labs, by the way.
Labs, yep.
So we are not seeing the Wolves pick right now, but I can just assume, I assume right now that it should be that one. Now, Virtus Pro, just to put...
Yeah, of course, there it is.
Of course. And then assuming here, we have Virtus Pro pick Clubhouse. Now, I want to say, and we stated yesterday, it used to be a good Virtus Pro map. That's not the case anymore. They've been struggling a lot lately, and Wolves, they're pretty good on it as well.
And like Anne just said, 7-3 inside of the stage 2 Wolves on Clubhouse as well. Virtus Pro picking into a map they've lost to the team they're picking it into inside of the stage in a meta that's shield meta. And Wolves will just play whichever one's available, by the way, Blitz or Monty. So I don't like that map pick from Virtus Pro, but I don't see where else they could go because Cafe and Bank will always be banned out, and they're seemingly the two good maps for Virtus Pro. Like you say, Labs, Virtus Pro got 7-0'd on, that makes obvious sense. And then we're going to see Consulate as a decider. Bit surprised by this one, actually, in a way. Wolves on Border feels like their playstyle would work better against Virtus Pro. But then also, they've seen Virtus Pro on Consulate yesterday. They're not going to change that much. They didn't perform great. And like we said, Secret set that template to beat them on that map as well. Yeah,
and Border Chalet were the third, fourth most preferred map for Virtus Pro, which eventually leads them to go for that fifth preference map that would be Consulate. Like you said, they didn't look that good on it. Wolves has a really good playbook that they can pick from Secret's game yesterday on that map. All in all, again, the map veto is favoring the team opposing Virtus Pro, but that's nothing new.
Does that mean that Virtus Pro are once again like sort of taking risks, I guess, with this map veto?
Oh, they're not the risks we want them to take, though. Yeah, we want them to take risks inside of the server, not inside of the map veto. I think they don't really get a choice how the map veto goes because the way we're seeing this, Virtus Pro only have 2 maps, realistically, that we would expect them to beat most teams on. The other 7 is a real issue for them, and they've ended up on 3 maps that we would expect Wolves to be better than them on.
It's the worst possible expectations when you look at their map pool, and once again, they're on the back foot here.
It is a best of 3 that separates these teams from making it to the major. We know the map, so we got to find out who our casters are for today as well. We'll bring in Ace and Des. Good afternoon and good evening, guys. How are we feeling today?
Very good, thank you, Anne. How are you doing?
Good, wonderful. I'm excited to send a team to the major.
Yeah, it's always a nice thing to be able to do, isn't it, Tim?
Yeah, it's a big night tonight. It's always... I love those do-or-die games. It was a lot of fun yesterday, but when you know teams have got another chance, there's a little bit less jeopardy tonight. You do it or you go home, and I love that.
It is going to be a very good game, and neither of these teams made it to the Manchester Major, so we'll find out who's going to make it to Montreal right here and right now.
Thank you very much, Anne. Indeed, Tim, we've got a couple of good series to run through today, which I'm excited for. The last ones as well, and the stage is over. It feels like it only just started, but here we are at the end.
Yeah, it's always the case, isn't it? The blink of an eye, we have all this unbelievable competition over the space of about 8 weeks, and then it's done, and we have a major to look forward to, so it's not the end of the world, and we've got LCQs as well, so plenty of seeds left to come, but the regular season, Des, like you say, we'll have some answers by the end of the day.
Well, I'm really keen to see if, at least going into Clubhouse here, if anything has changed, because as Rose mentioned, these two played each other about a month ago on this map. Wolves won 7-3. They won every single attack, was probably the scariest part that we people have to face off against here. So whether or not they've found themselves growing and developing throughout the stage, many would say they've struggled at points throughout the stage. Equally, Wolves, I think, after yesterday, long, tiring series against BDS, didn't finish until really late. Equally for themselves, there might be some question marks there as to whether or not they're going to be at their finest today. Bans already coming on through, though. As you can see, Wolves taking out the Hibana here. As an interesting ban, really, the Hibana, I think, when it looks at how teams often will play it, mainly for all things like hatches. But I think knowing that Pasha is, I would call him a one-trick on Hibana, but it's his go-to operator. It does feel a little bit targeted.
Definitely does. We'll have a defender bands coming in as well. Tubarão will be the first. Just going to help get those walls open. Tubarão, of course, very useful, particularly for those external breaches. Also keeping the hatches delayed as well. And then we're going to have a Zame to round things out. Absolutely no surprises there. Might just give a little bit more freedom for the attackers when trying to attack onto places like CCTV cache. It's going to open up the catwalk for them, for example. And of course, you can't build that little Azami fort in the corner of Arsenal downstairs on the basement side. So a couple of very strong positions that may be missing there with the Azami gone. But some interesting parallels, Des, coming into this one, to stage one. This was, of course, the point that Wolves failed to qualify from last time. Hopefully for their fans at least, and for the players, that won't be an ill omen this time. But it was the exact same match. It was that it was Team Secret last time rather than Virtus Pro that they lost to. And then also in the LCQs, in the last chance qualifiers, which of course is where the loser of this game will be heading. They lost to Wolves. They didn't lose to themselves, they lost to ENDS, as did Virtus Pro. They both were beaten by the same team in the LCQs, so quite a few parallels to be drawn today.
There are, and I think that heartbreak of being so close again and failing at this final step would be such a kicker for Wolves. The line that I've always used about them internationally, and there's always a little joke that I have with Luna about, when are you going to start backing us? And I always say, when you start winning things, because they're always on the stage, but it very rarely feels like they're ever going to get that spotlight. There's always just something missing, whether it's a ceiling that the teams see above themselves or what, I'm not sure. That game yesterday against BDS, they certainly looked pretty messy, and there'll be a lot of questions about, can they show a slower style of play here that could benefit them against Virtus Pro? You probably want to go quite fast. So we'll see how they look to approach things here. I'm already eyeing up at their exact setup when they've got a couple of shields on side. They've got the Ying on side. They're like, you want to bond the Monty way against us? Guess what? There's still two shields that we can bring along.
Yeah, that just absolutely screams. It was something that Fresh said on the desk. They need to take what Secret did. That's a good formula for beating Virtus Pro. And you can see that Wolves have seen that game yesterday and thought, yeah, we're going to have a piece of that action. Fuse Shield, Blitz Shield is going to prove to be a bit of a nightmare. I think this could be a bit of a 3-2-1. We're going to see the Candelas going in. Shepard, however, does pick up Deadshot. That's one shield gone. As I said, there comes the drop. But Dan is ready and waiting. Virtus Pro maybe looking a little bit more prepared today than they were yesterday for that aggression, Des, as kill after kill comes in and only one of them goes in the direction of Wolves. Virtus Pro, in a matter of heartbeats, take round one.
You'll forgive me for already feeling a little bit nervous. That had some remnants of the game against BDS last night as well in it, I think, in that first round for Wolves. Namely, they just largely going in blind. Not really sure what to expect. They were hoping to catch the other side off guard, but as you remarked, Virtus Pro, they've done their homework here. They look pretty ready in that first round. And the real test for Wolves comes in where they looked best yesterday in certain rounds was they try a rush, they try and be aggressive, they try and be fast, and then they were able to slow things down. And that is when they were able to slowly grind through BDS in a number of rounds. And I'm just a little bit nervous that if we see that same playstyle carrying on, Virtus Pro are going to shut you out of basically every single round in this game, so they've got to be so careful. But we go now to Cash and CC. Joystick onto the Scott boss that we spoke about a few times. Keen to see what use case he's got in mind for it.
Yeah, the hope for Wolves at the minute is has to be that they've got a plan B, which I'm sure they have. I'm sure they haven't just watched that game yesterday and thought, right, we just bring shields every round. That's the answer. We just run right at Virtus Pro and we beat them. But, they've got to have something else prepped because it clearly hasn't worked in round one. Virtus Pro more than ready for it. Get it shut down. And like you say, if they've locked in, ready for that type of play style, then you may well find that it's actually very difficult to grind them down. For all the criticisms that we make of Virtus Pro sometimes about being this rigid, structured team that, needs to take more risks, as they've quite rightly said on the analyst desk. They are also, let's not forget, a team that are very good at doing what they do sometimes. And if they've got it in their mind that they've dug their heels in and that's it, they're going to hold on to these areas, it could be tough to break them down. So we'll see Wolves try again. It looks like it's going to be a little bit more of a conventional approach. The mirror window has been played on the external breach. We've just heard that glass popped to prevent the breach coming in as well. So again, Virtus.pro playing some good stalling tactics here in round 2.
They are super dug in. I believe they're also using the second Skopos shell. In fact, no, they're not. I wonder where it had been set up, but I thought it was on red stairs, but no. Obviously, the main actual Skopos player of Joystick is sat here on towards Catwalk itself. A little bit of support forwards coming in from behind. It's very much turtle defense coming out from Virtus.pro. And Wolves have got to find a way to crack it open. At least starting good here as well. They've got themselves to the main breach at the very least. Now it's about where else the pressure starts to come from. You're looking here out towards construction side. Please tell me you're not going to Hail Mary it all in through the breach. That would feel like suicide.
Especially with the breach that they've opened up, it's very limited. Because of that mirror window being placed there, we saw an extra Selma charge having to go on there. You know, they've now got a walk through, but I'll tell you what, I wouldn't like to be the one walking through there because it's not a super clean breach. And so I think, yeah, you just want to be using that to hold your cross. You get somebody on the rappel. They just watch down towards CCTV and cash door and just make sure nobody can move between the two and nobody can move out a red corridor. And then you can start pushing in from Garage Catwalk. So for me, next job for Wolves now has to be getting that Catwalk
They're
sorted.
going for it. Smoke from the Capitals coming out. They're going to go for it at this point. Basically ignore Catwalk by smoking it off and just again Hail Mary it through the breach, which makes me very, very nervous. Here we go. Utility coming out, fire in hand as well. The blitz is in. Laszlo already down. And this is the problem. They're making it look too easy to deal with this aggression. Now, Deadshot might at least get a kill on his way forward, but it's been traded out in the process. Pasha's found a 3K sat at the top of red, barely moving a foot. And it feels like Wolves are already going to bleed down to nothing here. The second round in a row. They've tried to make this all in very, dare I call it simplistic push work out, and they've been punished for it. Acer, incredible game that he had yesterday. But he's got 2 players to bring down. Finds one to the floor. That was magic. Joystick, though. Can he hold on here? 30 seconds to go.
It was a great kill from Acer downstairs, but it's, a little bit frustrating from a Virtus.pro perspective because you feel like maybe Always has just given himself away a bit too easily there. We're going to see Joystick just looking to change his position, uses that secondary Skopos shell to come in from the catwalk, and he's now got to find Acer. He's got to look to make this challenge. The Claymore goes down again, can be a very tricky position. Acer goes for the challenge, gets the kill, and Wolves, they've grabbed a round that really, they shouldn't have been allowed to win there, Des. Acer gets a fairly easy kill down underneath him. You're exposing yourself unnecessarily there, Always. Underneath, looking up through. I know it's one of those, you get the kill, you win the round, it's job done, but just keep yourself out of there. You're 2v1. You've got Joystick on catwalk. You can just work those angles, maybe even come back up red stairs. Try and get on either side of the attacker. Make it so that there's a no-win situation for him. As it was, standing underneath the lines of sight you've made there, look at it. You've just given him the opportunity. You're just like a sitting duck underneath there, and you've allowed him to get it back to a 1v1. Tough round there from Virtus.pro. They really, for me, should have been winning that one.
Completely agree. A round that, again, on the cards, I think with the way it was shaping up for Virtus.pro, they knew where the attack was coming from, they knew where players were pushing from. The only real thing they had to work with was main breach itself and the west window inside of CC. But still not enough to be able to stem the tide. Wolves pull things up to 1 apiece. Now, we have got this extended hold coming out here, out towards that east side. So, not quite the same as the full hold that we had out towards here in the previous round, but you see the same sort of gameplay coming on through. The attackers want to get it open. They want to push their way forward, clear out top red, send everyone cascading back from this east side of the map out towards the west, and then look to use that ground for their own attack. Saying that, yesterday we did see Marisha Doric's attacking towards Jacuzzi Wall, ignored the extension altogether. I believe it was G2 against Wild. Just said, forget about that. We are going direct to site. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. And it works out wonderfully for them.
Gonna have Deadshot opening up those windows to kick things off in round 3. Virtus.pro have decided to move across the top floor to gym and bedroom this time for their next defensive site. They are holding on quite heavily though out in cash and CCTV. They've got the presence with the Kaid, should be easily dealt with. He's going to take his electrical with him. Might be able to find an alternative use. We might just see it getting put on that cash wall just to again prevent that breach coming through. That's exactly where it goes, and that's again just going to buy Always a little bit more time here. I want to see him play this round a little bit bit smarter. Don't be taking those peaks he doesn't need to. Don't be getting overly aggressive. Keep yourself alive and burn time. That's what you're there to do.
They had to burn 2 AMPs, Tim, just to get the external wall. They've got one left. They've got no micro AMPs in the back pocket of the Dokkaebi, for example. I think at this point, Virtus Pro have played it very, very well. It's only still early doors in the round overall, but the amount of utility they're having to bait out here, there'll be nothing left to actually open up Jacuzzi Wall, for example. I wouldn't be shocked if Deadshot's feeling a little bit nervous about their prospects of rotating over and getting that open, so they might not even bother with Jacuzzi Wall at all.
Potentially not. I mean, they're going to need CCTV if they want to Jacuzzi Wall, because like you say, they're going to have to play on Gym Window to get that angle down. But with the Kaid there, it makes it very difficult. Could always just nip underneath and chuck it on from the showers, just the bathroom, sorry, just to make it difficult for them to be able to shoot it out. And then they're reliant on that single Thatcher. So, yeah, definitely some juggling that Virtus Pro can do here for a potential trick, potential to keep that wall shut. And really, it could be a big win for them in the round.
Well, they are angling up for it. I was going to say player on South Window is a big one for them, but they've got ready for that. The mirror being taken away. Wall should get opened up now. No one can trick it, of course, because you've got this player on the south side of things, so good stuff. And Shepard being removed should take away a little bit of the teeth coming out of this Virtus Pro side, at least for this round. So not bad for Wolves. Got done what they need to. Now it's about actually thinking about the execute, though. You saw there was joystick off towards bottom main stairs, bulletproof cams scattered around. Lots of things still impede them here if they're not careful.
Joystick's just going to head back up the main stairs, which kind of nullifies that roam that he was on, keeping himself out of things for the time being. But he's going to have to head back in as the kills come in, and it's Dan and Pasha who fall, all going Wolves' way at the minute. Deadshot with a big start, and it continues. The diffuser goes down. The space was bought by those kills. Final one to Mowgli. That's going to be a flawless round for Wolves, and that looked like their best attacking round yet, without a doubt.
Even with them being impeded as well. And this is what I said at the very start of the series. I thought the rounds yesterday against BDS, where Wolves looked the best, weren't these quick rushes that had a number of mistakes being made in terms of information that you held, utility being removed, multiple points that you could enter the site from. The ones where they looked best is where they took things slow and didn't feel the need to rush their way through. I think the stat that I pulled out on Skyscraper was across all the entries that we had, every single one, bar one in the second half, saw a Wolves player dying inside 40 seconds. They did not know how to chill out and slow down, anticipate spawn peaks, all that kind of stuff, and they paid the price for it. That round, though, being the best, it's no coincidence that it's one where they slowed things down a little bit. Yeah, for a couple of moments, like maybe Virtus Pro were going to hold them at bay, but they played the game out perfectly well there. So really well played. That's 2 attacks out of the 3 so far as well. Great start for Wolves.
And if you remember at the beginning of things, I said, off what we saw in round 1 particularly, Wolves were going to need a plan B. They were going to need something else, because just brute forcing it and being aggressive in behind shields wasn't necessarily going to do the job. They actually tried it again in round 2, did get it done, but not on the back of the playstyle. But I like to see there in round 3 that they've had a different plan. They've had something else. They've brought a little bit of something different to the table, and it's got the job done for them. Not only has it got it done for them, it's actually got it done better than any of the rounds that they've won so far, any of the rounds that we've seen them even compete in. So much better from Wolves there. I'm interested now to see what comes out for this round 4 attack onto basement with no shields, which, to be honest, I'm glad to see. Yeah, it worked the other day, but just make sure that you're not being a one trick here. You're getting in there, you're showing your diversity, your ability to change things up, and Wolves doing that now with a slightly different layout. They've got the book coming along, so there's going to be some verticality opened up. Initially, they're going to use it to get into the top floor, make sure that's clear, and it's going to be, I would imagine, a more standard take onto the basement.
You'd hope so, but at least doing it by the book. Oh, lovely little shot straight down as well to find Joystick hanging out on the main stairs. Wasn't expecting that one clearly, and has found himself punished for it. For the first 2 rounds, I was a bit worried that Wolves were going into this kind of losing entries trend again. Yesterday, across the whole series, I think they had, in the end, it was 17 entries out of, something ridiculous played. I think 42 rounds overall. It was not pretty for them. And it was starting out the same way here. They lost the first 2. Across the last 2 rounds, they started pretty well. They've got the first 2. And unfortunately, it's been Joystick and Shepard that have fell foul of that. That's C4.
Dan's going to take a beauty with that C4. I was a little bit worried for Dan to begin with. After Joystick died, we saw him creeping back up the main stairs, and I thought he might, come to the same sticky end as Joystick had, but no, takes himself back downstairs. It was a smart decision. Keep that utility on the board. The Nitro comes out, finds its mark, takes down Mowgli. Not just Mowgli, though, Des. It takes down the Ying, and the Ying, as we've spoken about, is going to be the tip of the spear. It's going to be that operator that says, now it's go time. The Candelas go in, and your execute is going to be based around that. Now they're going to have to do it based on the Capitao and the Grim. There are still options there, but the Ying is a big loss.
Yeah, and obviously you can see Wolves in their lineup happy to play this 6 in this case. 6 of those breaching charges being brought along. 1, 2 in the back pocket of the Yinga now has gone down, as we know, but more because they know that with the Habana band away, they've got to make that extra commitment in secondary utility. So no real smokes to play behind from the Ying, but that is covered off with the Capitao. So still a lot of options being shown. And from the series yesterday and so far today, Capitao, one of the go-to wheelhouse operators for Wolves so far. Absolutely love playing this operator.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Plasma just holding his angle onto dirt there. You can see that out comes the Capitao gadget. That's going to likely, I would imagine, it could be smoke, could be fire. It could be either way, really, just to keep Shepard from potentially pushing back in. As it is, we see it's one of the asphyxiation arrows. So it's just going to prevent Shepard's movement back inside. But what are they doing with it here, Wolves? They've got to go now. The gadget is working, but it won't work forever. They've got to get in while they've got the opportunity. And I fear they might not have been quick enough always. Manages to get one. Acer is there for a trade. 3 versus 3, and they're just going to have to try and throw this diffuser down. P4, he's going to have to stick it, and there is not a chance as Dan picks up a double. And I feel like without the Ying on side, Wolves were maybe just a little bit disjointed there, Des. The Capitao bolts went in, but then there was this 5 seconds of a pause of like nothing really happening. They didn't take any ground with it. It didn't matter that Shepard was stuck in dirt for that time. And so Wolves, I think maybe just having to adapt there, just having to try and come up with a new focus to get that execute down, and it didn't really come together.
No, and this is the big thing that we speak about so often with attacking teams and their love for, 5-man executes. Best thing you can do as defenders is get out there and try and trip them up. Don't give them a chance to execute with 5. Wolves are one of these teams, and we've seen it on this map countless times. When you give them all 5 players alive and they've got a surround on site, they are excellent at all going at the same time and absolutely crushing the opposition that stands before them. If you can get out in the map early on and remove a player or 2, in that case the Ying, the most critical one to get rid of, so much of that firepower, so much of that venom is taken out of their sting, and they become actually, I wouldn't say easy to beat, but it's a far more comfortable time to do so. As a Virtus Pro, more of that early aggression I think can only benefit them. Last time we were on this site, they were very, very dug in. I'd like to see them try and, if they can, at least get a little more aggressive in places. It's hard if Wolves go for the same approach as sending everyone in through the main breach, but if they play out towards construction side, for example, there's absolutely a case there for you to try and be a little bit disruptive in the early to mid round for VP.
How would you like a little Capitao fun fact in between the rounds, Des?
Is it inside the tool, mate? Oh, I bet it is. Go on, then give me the fun fact.
It's a belter, though, isn't it?
They are made of glass. They break on impact, so I'll give it to you. Didn't know that one.
The bolts are made of glass, apparently, for his crossbow, and that is why they break on impact. There we go. That's the
How did you find that one? You were digging it up.
Ah, don't you worry about it, Des. I like to come with all the knowledge that's needed.
Tim, shut up. You found it on the internet.
I'm not sure how needed that knowledge is, to be fair, but still fascinating nonetheless.
I love how you've got 2 of the things that you want to go and find out as well. Like, we can dig into all those at another time, I'm sure. But yes, again, just a really popular operator for Wolves. We've played a lot over the last couple of days. Oh, this is interesting as well. Using the mirror to try and cut it off and doing just that. Lovely stuff. And it's been a big part of Virtus Pro's game is how much the utility can they draw away from Wolves, and that one's a good one.
It's not something, actually, the mirror trick that we see too often, historically have seen too often in competitive play, but that's actually the second time I've seen it in the last, I think, week in competitive play, so certainly, becoming a little bit more popular to be used. It works. It's, does the same job as a bandit trick. It will take that exothermic charge off the wall. We can see that they're going to work around it now. They're going to get the job done. They had the additional breaching, so it's not, in terms of utility, a big problem for Wolves, but it is in terms of time. It burns another 15-20 seconds whilst the ace maneuvers, whilst they get the Selma charges on. And the breach, in all honesty, I discussed it last time as well, then they attacked onto this site. The breach just isn't as good. It's not as usable. And look what happened when they tried to push in with a shield last time through that breach. They died, and they might have won the round, but it was only through a 1v2 clutch at the end. The initial push didn't work. Joystick getting caught out again. There's 3rd time now, I think, on the roam. Needs to be a little bit more careful.
Not quite in the same fashion as well, but a very similar position for Deadshot as well, being upstairs here, dugging him Mowgli, as you see, and catching him out towards main stairs. That's a case where a minute and 45 into the round, you'd still be lurking around and main bar looking to cause a bit of bother. You're probably going to get yourself sniffed out. Like, they've done a good job of chewing through all this intel game coming out from Wolves. They've got 3 drones still to their name, but it's at the cost of you losing out your Valkyrie. Not the end of the world, but you're still down a man here, and you've got 5 Wolves who are hungry for this round win, about to pounce.
Yeah, Wolves are looking good at the minute. You could see it there with the movement. You've got Virtus.pro having to take risks like running across breach, for example, running across that main breach. Everybody just kind of circling around the top of red stairs. They've been pushed back to a point where there's very little space for them to play. However, always tries to do something about it. Wants a little peek out of there, but there's nobody to be found at the minute on the main breach. 24 seconds left to go, and Wolves need to continue this disruption. They need to get VP moving because they've got the angles covered. We can see P4 manages to find Shepard, always is there for the trade, but 2v3 as kills just start to rain on either side. However, VP might just hang on here, Des. It comes to a 1v1. Mowgli over the top rope with the big elbow drop, takes out the last man on red stairs, and Wolves in the nick of time get it done on that site again.
In absolute chaos it feels as well. You saw Pasha throughout basically the entirety of that end of round execute. Finds himself, what, another 3k there, I want to say? Thought he'd done enough. He'd smoked off the breach. He got himself a couple of kills. A wonderful spin onto the player pushing him from bottom red as well. He was just so ready and aware of everything going on, but no one quite realises when you've got Mowgli pulling off his best SEO Auditory impression that there's not really much you can do about that one. Like you say, over the top rope, it just finds his man and nothing really to be gained back from the other side. Yeah, Pasha goes big, Mowgli goes bigger. Unlucky.
Yeah, big round when Wolves needed it. 3-2, they found themselves, and let's be honest, 2 of them rounds reasonably fortunate. Both CCTV and Cash, both coming down to 1v2s and needing to be rescued, essentially, by Wolves. But they managed to get it done. So, you know, there is an argument here for a very different scoreline, potentially, for Virtus.pro. So Wolves need to make sure that they're careful here and that they're not giving anything easy away. But I think the fact that they've got 3 attacking rounds is great for them. I expect Virtus.pro to have a tougher time on the attacking half. We talk about this rigid, structured team who doesn't take enough risks. It's attack particularly where that hurts you, when you're not going to maybe push in aggressively and take space, when you're going to leave it too late in the round to push for your execute, when you're maybe going to have to try a plan B, plan C, because you're not getting rid of that player, you're not taking the risk to claim that space that you need for your plan A. So yeah, for me, I think Wolves, they're looking pretty good at the minute with a 3-2. If they can make it a 4-2, it'll be, I won't say their wildest dreams, but it'll certainly be job done on the attack.
Absolutely. I mean, they had 4 attacking rounds last time they played against VP. That was all it took. The game was over at that point after getting themselves a 3-3 split back in the first half. It was done and dusted, but here we go. Fast push coming in. They found a man inside a secret, but nothing can be done. Immediately the Goyo being burnt out there, and Pasha helps secure that kill. Shepard with the closing kill, or the closing shot, sorry, to see that one done. That's really Wolves' like trump card play that they've gone for the Dokkan call. They've had the Blitz go rushing in. They've been cut down at every single turn, so it feels, at least for now, like BP should be able to hold on. Another kill coming out for Pasha. He started so strong in this game, Tim. P4 gets at least one back, but it's a 4v2. Still, though, about 2 minutes of the round to play.
Yeah, you could be forgiven for thinking that we were in the final 10 seconds or so. Wolves have been able to win a couple of rounds from similar positions. They managed to get 1 kill back. P4 and Deadshot both still on the board, which is a big positive for them at least, but things just got a lot more difficult as Pasha manages to take down Deadshot. P4 super low health, 14 HP, taken down. Pasha finds the final kill. Virtus.pro, they lock it out 3-3, and it's a disappointing attack from Wolves there, Des. I don't know whether the intel isn't up to scratch or whether they've just ignored what they've seen, but you've got a Goyo on side against you on the defense. Virtus.pro aren't stupid. When a Dokkaebi call comes in, when a hatch gets bust open, the call is made immediately to just start popping Goyo canisters, because of course there's a rush coming. It's, you know, it's telegraphed. You can't help it as an attacker. When you throw all that utility in at once, it signals what you're gonna do. Virtus.pro make the only decision they can, and the correct decision: start popping those canisters. So immediately everybody of Wolves who's dived into site is in trouble. And Virtus Pro are then guns up looking for fights. And it was just really well defended from them. It was, you know, 2v3, maybe a little closer than it needed to be for them in the final 30 seconds of the round. But other than that, locked down by Virtus Pro. They knew exactly what was coming.
It's the thing that gets me on Wolves is it feels like they miss one of the critical steps that pretty much every team employs, which is sort of the utility clear step of a round, right?
Yeah.
It's when you see things like Twitch getting brought along. You have Gone Sixes, you have Ash to deal with mirrors, whatever it might be. They're kind of saying, forget all that, we're going to go for it. And there's a reason why this utility is so powerful and why these defenders are picked. It's to stop things like that happening. I mean this in the... Nah, I mean it in an offensive way. They remind me of old school Japanese teams who just didn't really seem to have much rhyme or reason to their games, where it was like, let's go crazy, jump in, scream in, go as many frags as we can. Yeah, that region's come on a long way, of course. Now you look at Scars, the Cyclops out there, very different conversation about those teams and their capability to function at a higher level. But 4 or 5 years ago, those are the crazy batshit teams that no one knew how to deal with because they played so erratically. I feel like Wolves are trying to make that style of gameplay work, and VP are a team who just ain't going to stand for that shit. The thing is, they have got 3 rounds, so you can't bolt it the whole way through. But again, we put a lot of praise on them when they had these slow played rounds, and that's when things look really good for Wolves. I don't like this heavy rush style they've played the last couple of days. I feel like it cost them.
I was just going to say exactly the same thing. The rounds that we've seen them win haven't been on the back of those plays, realistically. You know, 2 of the rounds have been on 1v2s, essentially. So, yeah, they definitely need to think about that. The thing is with the rush, it doesn't have to come at the beginning of the round. It can just be a rush into side.
Yeah.
You can look to catch people off guard with 30 seconds left to go. Like you say, you've got to take that time if there's something like Goyo canisters to make sure they're cleared out. And Lasmo, he's just caught in no man's land there. Shepard, easiest kill that he's probably going to get of the day. Joystick managed to pick one up as well. He returned the favour onto Mowgli. It was, I think, Deadshot picked him up in the same position a couple of rounds previous, just on main stairs. Joystick just drifts in. Bang, there you go. Yep, I'll have that free kill, thank you. And back off he goes to do his work in kitchen and the rest of it. Joystick now does get taken out by Acer on the shotgun close angle, but with 1 minute 15 left to go, the map is theirs. Virtus Pro can start working towards basement. Now then, do we see that team who slows down, who doesn't problem solve quick enough to get themselves into sight?
So Lasmo might be on for a very dismal couple of days of Siege. He was 14-32 yesterday in terms of KD, and he started this series just as rough. Acer equally was 39-26. He's starting well, 6-4, finding himself back at this point. So a continuation of what we saw yesterday from Wolves at the very least. Can't complain all that much. Maybe they've been asleep to. Maybe they've just stayed up this whole time. Just try and retain some of that form they showed, because although they did lose yesterday, it did come down to the very final round of the 3rd map, and it took us 42 rounds to get through that series.
Oh, it was a fantastic game, you know, with great performances on both sides. And like you said, there's a lot that Wolves can take away from that. And, you know, we need to we don't want to be too critical over, you know, the rush play style, for example. But I think it's about recognising when it's not working and making sure you change it up. Shepard manages to catch out P4 there, who just strays into long. Deadshot taken down as well. It's a double for Pasha. He continues in the second half as he started in the first. And Virtus Pro, they managed to get their first attacking round. I voiced concerns coming in. I said I thought 3-3 would be a good half for Wolves on the attack and they'd be able to lock it down on the defense, but again looked a little bit sloppy there. Mowgli gets caught out by Joystick on main stairs. I can't remember who it was, but Lasmo gets picked up in the middle of garage by Shepard. They've given 2 kills away there essentially by just being in sort of weak positions, and then it allows Virtus Pro to use that man advantage to get a successful attack onto a site that really they should be winning.
There's always a point in a round where you look at it and say, okay then guys, like here's an offer, right? You can be 5 versus 3 with 45 seconds to play, but you don't have loads of map control. Would you take it? Some teams might prefer to wind it back a little bit, have more time to play with, get themselves set up a little bit stronger. The problem with Wolves, I think, is they're losing members. As I said yesterday for BDS, they lose players so early in the round, so consistently, that when a round starts going from bad to worse, it just completely crashes and burns. They had 2 players dead there with 90 seconds still to play. I don't care how slow, how systematic Virtus Pro are as a team. Pretty much every team will be able to get something like that over the line. So you can't give them these opportunities early in the round. And look, Virtus Pro aren't slouches. You know, equally they found those kills, they played it well, they've been in the right place, the right time, all that good stuff. Wolves have just got to be so careful they don't keep on giving away freebies, because that's the thing that hurts them. And I know full well that if we go to a major and they're playing like this, they will get chewed up and spat out by so many teams around the world.
second attacking round for Virtus Pro coming along then. Just going to be caught out with the mute jammer there. That's just going to prevent the drone going in and feeding any information, but construction wall at least is going to be opened. So that's, I would expect, going to move the defenders along. It's now leaving them with a real choice as to whether they stay in cash and CCTV or not. If they do choose to stay there, it's going to mean that they are playing their life pretty much. The time to move away for Lasmo, Deadshot, P4 all over that side is now if they want to move back through construction. Alternatively, they have to take themselves down red stairs, through bar and up the main stairs. It's a longer rotation and it could leave them a little bit short-handed inside a side.
The C4 well positioned and ready as well, so one step too far towards this breach. All they need is the call that someone has done just that. You can see Mowgli's hovering himself around, at least on the black eye camera. That one more looking on the downstairs right now, but I think they have one inside of here that would have fed this information for the C4 to come over. For now, Deadshot is going to play it patiently, and Virtus Pro are the ones who have got to find the next way through. Over it comes, nothing to come of that. So that, at least that threat is taken offline.
I love the pre-rip of the C4 from Deadshot, something that you can take away for your own games. It's not always too, you know, it's not always going to be too successful at a pro level because they're just expecting a C4 at some point. But yeah, certainly at the rank level, if it doesn't get heard getting ripped, it quite often has some more success. Mowgli, Acer, they managed to pick up one apiece. Dan does find the trade in the midst of it all, but it does give Wolves a good advantage here. And what it does is it starts breaking down that attack that's trying to come across from CCTV and Cash. Wolves can now potentially think about either leaving somebody out there a bit longer. They can maybe send somebody underneath on a flank. It just gives them a little bit of flexibility for the rest of the round.
Do you think Virtus Pro, for the most part, stalled out? You know, but Wolves had two players still sat inside a Cash who didn't really need to move and were just like, well, they aren't pressuring us. Why would we move? I think at this point, they've obviously dug themselves back in. Here you can see all these four players now gathered together, sort of followed Virtus Pro across the map and realizing, actually, our retreat path might not be as safe as we'd like. So we move towards this last stage here where you've got 30 seconds to make this one work. Everyone, really, for the most part, is playing out on the south balcony. This could be a real stinger if they get this wrong.
And this is how Wolves are going to beat Virtus Pro if they're going to. It's about frustrating them. It's about making them stall out. It's about putting problems in front of them that they can't solve. And right now, they're struggling to get themselves on into sight. We see the utility raining in, but it doesn't really have any success. Lasmo manages to find Pasha. The diffuser does start to be planted, but it's never going to get anywhere near. A nice nitro comes in. Final kill picked up by Wolves as well. And that's going to be the round for them. And they've just learnt there exactly what they need to do. The first round that they lose, they give 2 kills away quickly. Mowgli on main stairs, Lasmo in garage. The 3 versus 5, and Virtus Pro don't stall out after that point because Wolves can't disrupt them. They can't prevent them doing anything. Whereas this time, they didn't give away those bodies early, and they just fell back when the pressure was too much. They didn't give up, you know, easy deaths, and then that left Virtus Pro in a position of like, right, okay, well, we've kind of pushed them back to site, but how do we get into sight? Because all the angles are being watched by Wolves, and they didn't really have an answer to that. So I think Wolves, yeah, definitely seen the way that they're going to pick up rounds here, and that is just frustrate Virtus Pro for as long as possible in rounds.
And it could well be the way to do it. Again, I thought for a moment that Virtus Pro were going to leave a little bit out towards Cash and CC and give Wolves the extension and kind of force them to have to fight their way back in, but as you saw at the end, everyone did look back towards that Logi side, and it was Virtus Pro trying to force their way in through the balcony that ultimately came back to bite them. And this is where Virtus Pro have been tripped up by teams, not throughout the stage, but throughout the whole year, really, is if they do slow things down a bit too much, if they do find themselves getting stalled out, it can really come back to bite them. And I think it might be a similar story with this round. I mean, look at the lineup coming out from Wolves. You've got the Goyo on side, you've got the Bandit for Denial, you've got the Yokais on side. If there's anything that's going to punish a slow team, it's going to be operators like the Goyo and the Echo. So keep a close eye out here on how long it takes Virtus Pro to work through the map.
Lasmo just getting the Bandit batteries down for the time being. Vendetta can, of course, be used to open up those hatches. We'll do the logistics hatch from range. And again, it's just going to apply that little bit of pressure to the roamers. A lot of utility has been expended upstairs from Wolves here. And this is kind of what I like. But now the key factor for me for Wolves on this defense is how aggressively do you hold it in terms of people up there. You've got a lot of utility. You've caused some problems. Virtus Pro are now going to have to take a lot of time. They're going to be droning. They're going to be checking everything. They're going to be very cautious about going in because you've obviously, you know, you've put a lot of utility up there to keep yourself safe. I'd like to see Wolves, actually, I think it was Lasmo and Mowgli that were out there, get themselves back to site safely. Don't play this so hard on the roam that you're giving away 2 bodies to Virtus Pro. Just get yourself rotated back, get to safety, and just let them just sort of, you know, throw their heads against the wall upstairs, taking time to get themselves in a position to do something about sight.
A bit of a kerfuffle there between Pasha and Acer, who's now dipped himself away back towards site, I imagine. But again, it's this time game that really starts to make me feel a bit nervous here. Right spot to be in, it is Lasmo. Can he win out this gunfight here? No, of course he can't. Joystick takes that one for free. He's having a rough couple of days, man. What can I say?
Easy headshot there. I'm glad to see that Mowgli got back to site. I said I'd like to see them both get back down there. I don't think it's the end of the world to leave Lasmo if you think there's an opportunity to get a kill. There's 1 minute 5 left on the clock, so only time will tell whether Virtus Pro have been sort of stumped, whether they've been frustrated for long enough. We'll see when we get towards the end of the round, because that's when we'll see them start to stall out if they don't have enough time to get all that work done. And, you know, we're going to see as that comes over the next 30 seconds or so whether it's the case. We've got a hatch opened in blue as well. So, Wolves, it's time to just hold your angles now. They're going to have to give up the one in Moto. That much is for sure.
Yes. Now the control's being taken. My main worry is they're down to only about 30 seconds here. I speak a lot about this last second execute, this last gasp at an attempt to get the round over the line. Means you haven't got real much room to correct any mistakes that you make. They found Dan out here as well, so Deimos going offline is far from the end of the world, but they need to step in and start finding kills. But always there has charged straight forward into his own flash and could do nothing off the back of it. Absolute shutout for Wolves, it appears. Joystick has got all of about 5 seconds. It ain't going to happen. Virtus Pro get the shutout.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think Wolves have played that much better, like I said, than they did last time. They've just caused more problems for Virtus Pro. They've wasted more time. It was like a minute 15, a minute 10 before Virtus Pro were even thinking about hatches this time. You know, whereas previous, they were at the minute 30, minute 40 mark. You know, they had an extra maybe 30 seconds on the attack. This time, they just had to kind of full send it a little bit. And like you say, you start seeing those mistakes creeping in. Then you know, you have VP players flashing themselves. You have all sorts of stuff going on. So I think, you know, right idea from Wolves. Whether they can continue it or not, we'll see.
I mean, what I will give, I think Wolves have definitely found their way into this on the defensive side. They look far more comfortable here than on the attack. We spoke about that a lot back in the first half, right? And overall, the commentary from the second half, the main thing you're observing is that they just look a bit more composed. I think, yeah, sure, like, you know, Lasmo being stuck up on the top floor a minute and a half into the round. There's a piece there around falling back. I get what you're trying to do. You want to kind of be out there lurking into the late round and do a little bit of bother. Is Bandit always going to be the best operator for that? Probably not. And is Lasmo also the best player to be doing that? But it's been mainly Mowgli and Acer playing on the entry. Also no. So a couple of decisions that look a bit questionable, but it's enough here, I think, to get this one done and over the line. They look like the better team, I think, in the second half. And Virtus Pro just lacking a little bit of edge, I think, on the attack that they really need to find if they want to see this one through.
Worth noting, of course, that this is Virtus Pro's map pick as well.
Yep.
And it's not a guarantee that it's going to be a win for Wolves at this point, but it's one that they will certainly want to pick up, that much is for sure. You know, if we have a look at yesterday's result, Nighthaven Labs, of course, not the best result, it's fair to say, for Virtus Pro. Team Secret getting the 7-0 on there. So, you know, is that likely to happen again? Probably not. But from Virtus Pro's perspective, still a big mental blow, surely, to be going straight back into that map again on the next day. And it's no surprise to see Wolves pick it at all. So, not going to be an easy follow-up if they don't get the win here on Clubhouse. As it is, they're working now to try and get that main breach open. Even with the mirror window that had been played on there, they used the smokes to get that done with the thermites. So they've got a nice, clean, big breach this time, rather than the way that Wolves were struggling with that a little bit.
And call use the smokes as well from the Capitale, just to make it less obvious exactly which side of the wall was being opened up on here. No one could get a little cheeky angle and find the thermite, for example. You're always afraid of just spraying freely in case you get a fire return back onto you. If they see those bullet lines coming through the smoke, they know roughly where you're on the other side. They'll just pre-fire you and you could end up dying from that. So it reduces a lot of the risk of getting that wall opened up. Less risk of melee from things like impacts, and all the impacts have been used, just denying out the first opening of the mirror window itself. So I think overall, well played by the attackers. They've done pretty good to get it open, but it did cost both sides a lot. And now it's starting to cost lives as well. Virtus Pro up to a 4 versus 3, and Deadshot equaling things back down to a 3.
Yeah, P4 and Deadshot have done great work there. Deadshot was off in gym, P4 was underneath in lounge, and what they've done is from multiple angles, they've completely challenged onto that lower garage breach to prevent Virtus.pro going in, but it might be too little. It's not going to be enough. Deadshot does manage to find another kill, but he's now 1 versus 2. It will be 1 versus 3 that he will have to successfully complete, having found that first kill, but for the time being, he's just going to get himself a little bit deeper into sight, and I like this. I think make Virtus.pro play this, make them come out and win it.
I was going to say, I don't know, you can never count Deadshot off. Okay, maybe you can, never mind. Right idea with the C4 coming out to go for the default, but immediately then exposing yourself to the same angle you were just trying to challenge. Maybe not quite the best course of action. For Virtus.pro, it's around over the line. Things now find themselves being tied up quite nicely. It feels like we could be overtime abound. So we've had a couple of long series this week, and do you get the sense this could yet be another?
It wouldn't surprise me at all. I think, you know, both of these teams have made mistakes at times. Both of them have had, you know, really nice rounds where they've been well on top. So I think they're actually very evenly matched at the minute. It's easy to say that, of course, when it's tied on the scoreboard. But genuinely, in terms of performance, I think they're actually, you know, very close. And it's been a fascinating matchup so far in terms of the rest of the game. Like I say, I look towards that second map. I'm not just writing Virtus.pro off because of yesterday's result, but obviously Labs is going to be a tough one for them to go to, especially if Wolves have picked into it and they're confident that they can go there and get a win. So I kind of look at this for Virtus.pro and I think, you know, do you need to be getting this map, or are you know, is it sort of, you know, do or die? If you don't get this map, you're going to lose in 2, and I'm sure that it's not the case, but mentally the pressure is certainly going to be there. Now, interestingly, Wolves have brought along a clash, Des. P4 just going to try and maybe shore things up a little bit. I don't know if they're just trying to muscle this one over the line, and the positioning of that Scorpos shell is an interesting one as well. It's been put inside of the shower, which doesn't leave it much use in terms of a camera and or deployable shield, which is sometimes what we see them being used as. So I would expect to see Mowgli out on the roam trying to cause a nuisance, and he's basically just given himself an easy option to get back into sight quickly by hiding that Scorpos shell in the shower. We'll see whether he can have any impact from down in the basement.
I quite like it when people are off-roaming when they're defending the basement here and you chuck one up in the shower, for example, because the chances of it getting droned out are stupidly low, and it's really hard to kill. You can't vault over if it's sat at the back of the shower as it is now, so no one can just step in and kill it off for free. That's basically a guaranteed, nigh on undestroyable camera that you've now got sat inside of here, that once this wall gets opened up, the one here looking out from the bathroom wall out towards the main breach, you just get free information at that point. There is nothing really that the other side can do about it. So I think it is really good smart position to have it in overall, but now it's about the impact that he can have away from the site itself. Otherwise, why pick up the Scorpos?
This is not going to get the trick done there, so that will see Jacuzzi Breach opened up. Virtus.pro not remaining on there too heavily at the minute. They're sending the drones in instead. I'm not sure if Mowgli's been picked up. He's still moving around fairly freely down there in the basement, and he was heading towards blue. So the players over on the cash side for Virtus.pro need to be careful here, because they might just find that Scorpos creeping their way up red stairs looking for a flank. You know, that's the sort of player that Mowgli's going to absolutely love, and he's on his way.
He's such an explosive player, Mowgli, as well. Like, it's always fun watching him play, especially when he's finding the right angles to make impact happen. Just like this, has come up behind, got one, and now dips himself off towards the left. The fear that's now going to put in Virtus.pro, that you might find yourself getting shot from out towards this window, is the big fear they're going to have to deal with. In fact, they've been forced to drop away. Shepard's down to 10 HP, so Mowgli there has basically single-handedly undone that entire attack. Wonderful to see.
Yeah, great play from him. And he can move through construction if he wants, if he's available to, which he can. If not, he can switch himself out into the other shell. As it is, always has managed to find his way into the shower here. He stood in front of that Scorpos shell, so if anybody checks the cams, they're going to be able to see that he's still in position here. So being dead at the minute will be able to feed that intel in. He moves away. He's trying to get something done. Oh, he smashed the glass. They'll still have the audio cue at least to know that Always is in and around this area. But for the time being, Wolves are kind of happy to just leave him sat there in the cold. P4 is maybe just going to aggress a little bit and have a look and see if he can just sort of pressure him a little bit. But at the minute, where does Virtus.pro plant? He's going to signal out that there's a potential plant that's going to go down on the wall. Surely they're not going to get away with sticking it. Shepard does, and that's going to leave us 3 versus 3 now, and Always not being dealt with sooner in this shower is going to cause a problem potentially. But Lasmo manages to back up P4. 2v2 now. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Just the one left standing as well. Yeah, Shepard's finished off and Dan's found one more. Lasmo, if you're going to go big, now's your time, and he hits the shot. A 3K in the round. Yeah, he's had a quiet couple of days, but that's the round where his team needed him most, and he's delivered exactly what was required. Wolves move up to map point.
A bit of a mess of a round there, really. You've got always stood inside of the shower for about a minute there. Wolves choose or can't really do too much about it and just kind of have to leave him there like a bit of a wasp in the room. You know, they're aware of his presence and they know that it's a concern, but there's just nothing they can immediately do about it. And then, to be fair, great cover for Shepard to get that plant down. I was surprised that he was able to do it. You had P4 on the Clash feeding the information out, but Wolves had just lost too much at that point to be able to do anything about it, and it, like I said, just turned into a little bit of a mess at the end. But a brilliant shot picked up from Lasmo on to Dan. You know, as we said, a little bit quiet over the last couple of days, but credit where it's due, hit an absolute banger there to close out the round, and Wolves, they get themselves the map point opportunity, and it could be a really big map point if they can take this one and then head into Labs 1-0.
Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing? And it feels like they're about to get there again. The last time these two teams played in this map was only about, what, 35 days ago or so? And as it ended up, it was Wolves that walked away. The very comfortable 7-3 win, winning 4 of those attacks, which they've already done here in this game. They carry on like this. Well, it'll be a wonderful start to the series and potentially a 2-0, as the devs were speaking about. The map ban did not seem to really be too favourable to the side of Virtus Pro, and they are paying the price a little bit. I do love Always here, by the way. He caused a lot of bother of being so close here in towards the Clash, you know. Well held off by P4 overall, but the man of the moment for me, absolutely Lasmo again, finding a 3.
You see this beautiful shot on the reverse angle there, Lasmo. Absolutely fantastic finish, as you say. Great round from him. Virtus Pro, a little bit unfortunate. I think they were very opportunistic. You know, we're talking about, Fresh has spoken about them taking risks in the round, and they did. They went into sight, they took ground when it was offered to them, and they just couldn't get it done. So 6-5 Wolves on their final, or what could be their final defense here, as they head over to CCTV and Cash.
Had to shut up a very noisy cat. I'm doing my best. Contain the beast as best you can.
She just wants scratches.
Well, the thing is, she doesn't. So I turn around to her, I'm like, come here, come sit on my lap. And she just sits there and she's like, meow, meow. I was like, come here. Like, what do you want from me? And then the thing is, instead of to try and pick her up, and she runs off down the corridor. And then 20 seconds later, she's back at my door again. I can't win.
That's 2 streams in a row with me that you've meowed now, Des.
Well, I'm appeasing the fans. I know Fresh especially is absolutely loving life right now.
Need the meow content.
Meow is on top.
Here we go then. We're going to have bandit tricking is attempted on the wall. We've got castle barricades to try and protect Lounge downstairs. They're going to be cleared out by Rotero drones. Main breach has been opened. So that's pretty quick work from Virtus Pro. That's good. Inside of 45 seconds, they managed to get that done. And they are moving pretty rapidly at the minute. We see a further, or here at least, a further hard breach charge going off. They've already, I think, dismantled a lot of the lounge hold that was going on from Wolves. P4, we can see, just having to move into mini steps of Garage there to keep himself in a position down there that he can hold on to. But they're looking pretty good at the minute of Virtus Pro. Good progress to begin with.
Not bad. Always that worry that they don't have eyes on Mowgli. That's what starts to concern me a little bit. They've obviously got most of their drones up here, so it's not the end of the world. And now they'll most definitely know that Mowgli is lurking out down here. This C4, if well placed, could find the man on the rappel. But he's got to place it super well. Goes for it. Not quite going to find his man. Shepard also just out of range. In a different timeline, that's a double kill.
Yeah, it doesn't actually take any damage at all. So, again, things maybe just falling in Virtus Pro's favour in round 12. We can see Dan on that position of the breach. It's always a really important one to get because you can start closing down Catwalk. Then it just provides a lot less freedom for Lasmo to move around. He's got to stay within a much smaller space or he's going to get picked up by Dan on the breach. He is on the dock, so as these flames come in, what he'll probably try to do, if the Capitao bolts explode around him, he'll just keep juicing himself up with health and he'll try to survive through them, and that's how they're going to try to hold on to this Catwalk position.
Interesting opening on this wall. Is it going to be enough by the looks of it? No, Wolves have just timed this to absolute perfection. And Virtus Pro a few seconds behind the curve. Pasha might get in to try and play damage control. And he's played well this game, but he'd have to find all 5. Of course, Wolves aren't going to let that one happen. They're going to take away Clubhouse. Maybe not the 7-3 from last time, Tim, but a win is a win, and they can go in with their heads held high into map 2.
Yeah, it was a really nice hold from Wolves in that last round. It wasn't easy for them. As I said, Virtus Pro worked quickly and they worked well. They got the breach open, they took the castles down, and they really forced Wolves to adapt throughout that round. But they were ready for what Virtus Pro had to throw at them, and it went really well. Great defense to lock it out, and a good result, taking Virtus Pro's map off them, Clubhouse, knowing you've got labs to go into after that 7-0 loss to Secret for Virtus Pro yesterday. It's great standing for Wolves.
We have such high expectations for Wolves, I think, which is why it's so frustrating when you see some of the attacks looking a little bit jarring. However, you can't deny that they can get the results when it really counts, as they've shown here. Map 2 awaits soon, but for now, let's go over to the desk and get their thoughts on Map 1.
Wolves find themselves 1-0 up in this best of 3 and are only one map away from making it to the major. They beat their opponent's map pick 7-5 on Clubhouse. And Fresh, I think that very first part of the game just came down to insane individual moments from
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see it here with the 1v3. And I think genuinely, I do just want to say this. This was Virtus Pro's map pick. I think Virtus Pro across 12 rounds were maybe the better team.
Yep.
There was 3 clutches. There was Asa with the 1v3. There was Mowgli in round 5. It's almost like this is perfectly timed. Mowgli in round 5. And then we saw Lasbu in round 11 on that gym defense. Get these clutches, get them sorted. Huge clutch here from Mowgli. Those 3 clutches don't happen. We're talking about Virtus Pro winning their map pick going into map 2. So first and foremost, I do want to say Virtus Pro were improved, but Wolves had enough to get it done. And when we're in these big playoff games, the moments that matter, it doesn't matter whether you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is the most important thing, and Wolves getting it over the line, that's what's important.
And we should still point out that Virtus Pro have played much better than maybe what we expected. They've looked better. They've almost looked like their old selves on Clubhouse. They were in control most of the time. Eventually, still that little bit of a problem that you see here in the late round. That's something that's quite consistent. But other than that, honestly, they were in control most of the time. And if you think about it, they lost 3 clutches. Yeah. The end result is 7-5 for Wolves. It should have been a clear victory for Virtus Pro if they were able to close these man advantage situations again and again and again. 43 clutches, plus that failed execute, that's 4 different rounds that they lose in the last seconds of the round.
I will say, I felt like I was maybe back in 2019, 2020, Leo. A very typical lineup for Virtus Pro on this map.
That's sure.
Thatcher, Thermite, Ace, Capitao, Zofia.
Yeah, they did try to innovate, and I found that was really good when they were attacking Church. They brought the demos, they brought the Ying as well on the green. That was great to see from them. But yeah, they reverted to some default. Pasha, nonetheless, very impressive, right?
Yeah, we saw it from him. I think it was showing on the player cams how much this means to these players. Saw Pasha smashing his desk out of anger as well, having an insane performance and still losing him out with how close it was. But even for the Wolves players as well, I saw some sighs of relief when they won out 1v1 moments, but it was just not that, because we spoke about the keys that these teams have prior to the game about how they can win. What were Wolves showing?
Well, they were trying to be disruptive. And what I love to see is, you know, initially when we said they needed to be disruptive with kills, well, Wolves were disruptive with utility. That basement example, yes, we said that VP failed to execute this. 25 seconds in the round, they had the man advantage, they lose it, they're still breaching here. Look at the utility in front of them. The Goyo shields, the Fenrir, the Warden, the Yokai drones, the wall denial. Everything here was made to stop the push last second. You can see them running into the Fenrir and the Goyo and the fire at the very last moment. And that's just one example, but here, let's take a look at the beginning of the round here. You can see Shepard scratching his head, looking at this breach and be like, oh no, they have me right window, they're gonna impact trick me. Look at the lineup on the side of Wolves here. They have the Scopos, they have the Wamai, so they can burn utility, and they have 4 impacts to deny the breaches from VP. And you can see VP right now investing into smoke grenades from the Capitao to try and breach that wall. That's a lot of utility invested. At 2 minutes 13 or 2 minutes 12, they're still trying to breach that wall, the main one, and eventually they breach it, right? But they've lost an entire minute. And what was the investment for Wolves? 1 mirror window, that doesn't matter on this bomb site, and 4 impact grenades. And here, last round here, again on Jim, a flank coming from the Scopos, and then a clash in defense to slow them down, and retake against the execute. VP state they hate the shield. Wolves play a shield even in defense. Everything is made to counter them in terms of strategy.
That was a mobile shield inside a bathroom that had 2 shields existing in it as well.
Yeah, there was a Scopus as well as a shield. So what I said was being disruptive, yes, but I want to praise Helby. I want to praise Lilun. These strategies, they're smart ways to be disruptive. I loved it.
One of those other keys was bring out the counter VP strat book, and that's what we're seeing again.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing. I don't think Clubhouse is the kind of map that really fits into playing that blitz a lot, for example, or like abusing the shields a lot if the Monty is banned.
Yeah.
I don't think many other operators like blitz or few shields really are good for that map.
And of course we saw it in the league where Virtus.pro banned the Blitz and Wolves played the Monty, so it wasn't a surprise to see that it was the Monty ban. Like you say, Blitz is a little bit less applicable, especially on the map of Clubhouse.
Now we're going to Labs, so it's a different story. We've seen what Blitz can do against VP on Labs yesterday. That's gonna be a tough one for VP. To lose that map, they really needed that one.
I was gonna say, you know, if you're a VP fan out there, take a deep breath, because our next map that'll be up after the break is Nighthaven Labs. We saw how it went for Virtus.pro yesterday. Can they change that around today? We'll find out after the break.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch.
Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big Nitro here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP.
The
free go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's no way! Resets to ace to 1v4!
Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane!
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2.
It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
In combat, every second counts. And time waits for no one. Unless you can slow things down.
So many players all around this attic position at the moment. Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Another one for Solotov. Information from the Bees. He goes deep. Shotgun.
3 kills for him to claim, but it's Hyper to grab shot. 2 remain for Astralis, but a shotgun at close range.
Iconic.
Let him go in. Iconic, be patient. Be patient. What are you gonna do? You know 2 are there, and he gets them both. There's only 1 remaining, and Astralis are in good shape. And JR and 4K from Iconic.
Batman shown up. Saved the day, saved the round.
I think what makes Wild the team we are is kind of in the name. We're like aiming to be a pretty unpredictable team with a lot of aggression. That's kind of what the main strengths of our players are. We have a lot of good shooters basically on the team. So when you have that, you need to take advantage of it. And we're hoping to go into the season basically and be able to struggle with our aggression and our playstyle. We think we have a pretty unpredictable way of playing the game, and it's gonna shake up a lot of teams for sure.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
Welcome back to the Europe League playoffs. We are in the middle of our major qualification game, and we're about to head into map number 2. Nighthaven Labs. Now, my main question is about this map, and we know how it went for Virtus.pro yesterday. Technically, they're taking a risk with bringing this one out, but do you feel like in general over this map, are they taking enough risk, though, the key for them to win this matchup?
It's not a risk that I want to see them take personally, but I don't know what else really they can do. They clearly don't play Lure, and they don't want to play Skyscraper as well, so Wolves will, of course, pick into Nighthaven Labs. Now, Virtus.pro have played Nighthaven Labs once in their existence. Nighthaven Labs has been out 1.5 years at this point, and they've never won a round on it.
That's kind of the
Because
crazy
they
story.
lost 7-0.
You could say that they haven't won a round since the map is in the competitive map pool, which is completely crazy, by the way. But if they're taking any risk in the gameplay, I don't think they have taken enough risk in the gameplay. To be fair, Clubhouse is the kind of map, the one that you played just before, that it really doesn't allow you to take many risks. But you saw Wolves do it. You saw them backstab with Scopus. You saw them trying to invest into heavy defense setups. We didn't see big innovations from Virtus.pro. They reversed to the default, and that just wasn't enough.
The most risky thing we saw from Virtus.pro on Clubhouse was Ying.
Yeah, and the Deimos.
And a bit of Deimos.
And the Grim. They tried, but only 2 rounds. Was it enough? Not really.
And this was the big point. We want to see them take more risks. We want to see them adapt in the mid-round. And we want to see that consistency. It shouldn't be by exception.
Now, the thing is, they tried to be risky yesterday on Labs. With their defensive setups, they extended and they had roamers. Problem is, the roamers kept getting chased by the Blitz, and then they just ran into cutoffs and they died. So if they want to be risky, they need to find another way to be doing it.
I do wonder, actually, if Wolves will just literally carbon copy the secret playbook, ban away the Legion. And then play whichever shield is going to be left open and use that to bully their way through the Virtus.pro defense.
Is there a bit of copium hopium that Virtus.pro can throw this around, or do we think Wolves is going to take this real quick?
It's tough. Honestly, it's tough. I don't see a scenario where a team that lost 7-0 on that map yesterday can make it.
I think the problem is I don't see a scenario. I think Virtus.pro, even to win in this best of 3, had to win out on Clubhouse, and they didn't. Their backs are up against the wall. That's all I can say. And if there is going to be a time for them to prove us wrong, it is right now.
That's true. I mean, Nighthaven is up next, and the question is if Virtus.pro can turn their performance on this map around in less than 24 hours, or if Wolves can take this into and qualify to the Montreal Major. We'll find out with Ace and Des.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. It feels like one of those maps, Tim, where it can only improve from here for Virtus Pro after yesterday's outcome. Surely, right?
I mean, it can't get worse. I'll tell you. I mean, well, yeah, 2 7-0s in a row, I guess, would be worse. But, you know, in terms of physical scoreline, it cannot get worse. That's one thing, you know, maybe they could take a positive. Look, if we take one round, it's at least got better than it was yesterday. But, look, let's not make no mistakes about this. Virtus Pro are going to be desperate to win this one. They need to keep themselves in things. They want to go to Montreal. They want their opportunity. And if they don't get this, it's done. It's over. They drop to LCQs and Wolves will be going to the major. So like Fresh and Leo have said on the desk, a huge gamble from Virtus Pro going to this map after yesterday's results with less than 24 hours to do anything about it. I feel like the only reason they come here is because they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that is because they want rid of the other maps more.
Yes. I think it's going to be real tough for them, but we'll see, of course, what it boils down to. There's only so many maps that you can ban away, as you say, and I think they do go to the one that ends up being the odd one left out, where they know they're going to have a bit of a rough time. Either way, we'll see what builds into this. They banned away the Monty, so that blitz that we saw Secret absolutely terrorised Virtus Pro with yesterday is taken away. They're banned and not banned away this time, so I'm sure that Pash will be happy when it comes around to some of these attacking rounds where he gets to play it. Tubarão going to be the final ban, though, coming out from Wolves.
Legion will stay on the board then. Of course, our analysts just picking up on the fact that maybe Wolves just copy what they saw yesterday from Secret, take away the Legion and then use the shields. We'll see in the second half whether Virtus Pro do lean into the use of that operator. But given that Wolves start on the defence, it's not too much of a surprise really either, because you look at it and you think, yeah, maybe there's advantage to be gained from that. But potentially they could be 5-1, 6-0 up by then, depending on how confident Wolves feel at the minute. So they might not really be looking too much towards the attacking half. They might be thinking, look, you know, we need to do what we need to do to get ourselves a 4-2, 5-1 half, and then we can go in, and it doesn't really matter too much whether we're able to abuse those shields, whether we're able to, you know, do something else as an alternative, because we're looking to get this one in the first half or as close as we can. So we'll see how we go. They're going to take us up to the top floor to begin. It's an interesting sight, one I've been watching closely over the last few months that we've had it, you know, going in competitive play, and that is there's less of an opportunity to roam here. So quite often the defenders will find it a little bit more difficult because time is on the side of the attackers a little bit, because they've got less work to do. They don't need to worry about, you know, clearing out 2 other floors. They can start looking straight towards site, that external breach in towards IT, that external breach in towards connector. They can really make it a very, very small piece of map that the defenders have to play in quite quickly.
Yes. IC always proves to be a big one. That's exactly where the focus is going to be. An EMP and Selma on one side, X-Thermic on the other. They want this to be guaranteed opened up. One at the very least is denied away, but they're not going to really be too bothered about that, I imagine. At least they've got their angle in, which is what they were looking for, meaning no one can play inside there. They can threaten in towards Catwalk if they want. It gives them options at the very least. Now I've got to worry about this second wall they're out towards connector side. So this one, another one that has been electrified off. Again, the Thatcher now needs to really rotate over and help out with this setup as well. So it's more about softening walls up to start. I like that for Virtus Pro, they're not feeling the need to rush in, do anything too crazy to start things off here. Just play used the way it's meant to be played, boys. I'm sure it can't go any worse than yesterday.
Throwing Selma, get ready for the breach.
Good early work from Virtus Pro. Plenty of breaching has gone on. As I suggested, we've seen the defenders of Wolves pretty much force back now. We've got Mowgli still present inside a connector, but I think his time here will be numbered. We can see the Thermite stacking up just outside. EMPs come in. Pasha's going to open that wall, and I would expect to see Mowgli dip away, and he's going to leave that up to Acer now to try and hold on to connector from that mirror window. But as you can see, you know, like I said, within 1 minute and 20 there, the defenders have been forced back to completely within that site now. It's just a turtle defense. They can extend a little bit with the clash of P4, but other than that, very, very difficult for them to go and play anywhere else. So Virtus Pro should not have any complaints about time here.
They shouldn't know. I mean, again, they've tried. It's a real good show being put up by Wolves as well. The amount of time that they're wasting, the denial that they're showing, they're making Virtus Pro fight for everything. Any wall they want to open, it's jammed off. It's electrified in some way. It's being protected out by the clash as well. Just again, really running that clock down. This is really good stuff from Wolves so far, making Virtus Pro sweat. They've got about 50 seconds here to make anything happen, and they're already down a man.
Yeah, and it just feels like Virtus Pro are stalling a little bit now. They've got the breaches that they're going to get. They've got themselves onto Catwalk, but they don't really feel like they want to push aggressively into site here. Mowgli manages to pick up Joystick. We can just see Dan being held back by the Toxic Babe canister as well there. 5 versus 3, and Wolves are sitting pretty at the minute. 30 seconds left to go. This is going to take a real hero effort from somebody on Virtus Pro. Somebody is going to have to step in and get a 2 or a 3K to turn this round on its head.
And is that really going to happen with 15 seconds to play? Something tells me the answer is a very firm no. Mowgli into another. This is almost a perfect defensive round for Virtus Pro. I don't just mean the fact that they haven't lost anyone yet and they play excellently around a shield. Even with all the work that we've seen Virtus Pro doing, I think they've just played that to absolute perfection. Walls are being opened up. They were opening up all these angles. They were stepping in and clearing out utility. Yet still, even come round end, there is a shield on Aqua which completely impedes the attackers. I don't think Wolves could have played that much better. Absolutely sublime stuff.
Yep, really good from them. It makes me a little bit concerned for Virtus Pro going forward as well, because that was a site where I said you don't really have any defensive roamers. You open RT wall, you open connector wall, and the defenders are all forced back to site. And that's exactly what happened. Wolves were ready for that. They played it very well. They got their kills. But from Virtus Pro's perspective, very few problems to be solved until you're at a point of trying to push into site. You know, they got those walls open nice and easy. They got the ground that they wanted, and they still couldn't get themselves on into site. Things are going to get more difficult now that they move on to round 2 because they're on a different site. So they're now going to have to clear those top floors realistically. They're now going to have to check them for roamers. They're now going to have to spend a lot more time going through that process before they can start pushing onto basement. They're going to have to potentially play into storage if they want to get basement wall open, for example. That could be a bit of an issue. We've got mute jammers on there. So it's just, you know, how exactly are they going to clear that off? I don't see any Thatcher coming along at the minute. We'll see whether there's no pocket EMPs on side. So there's, you know, they're definitely leaning in towards, I think, a little bit of vertical play. They do have the Maverick that can potentially help with that, but it's going to be a tough one for them.
It is, it is. It's not really a pace thing, though. I think that really gets it for me. It's more just about the frustration created by Wolves. Again, it was a really well played round by them, and it's one of those where it's like, unless they really get more decisive about the angles they want to attack here and not feel like they have to get everything opened up, yeah, I struggle to see how Virtus Pro get more done in that round, which is why, again, I'm really, really impressed with the way that things are played out. At least for here, though, on this downstairs, full site to clear as well. Again, more time to be wasted out. Did they go direct towards site? They at least started out with the Maverick looking in towards that wall, but I think it's more for pressure at this point, which means they need to get above. They need to get control of things like storage. Yeah, lots to worry about in this round for Virtus Pro, so they need to be careful not to lose too many members out on the road.
Yeah, just lots of problems to be solved, and Pulse underneath is going to, of course, be one of them. Better 9.5, 10 meter range on that scanner that's just going to pick up all of those positions up above him, and it's just going to be a case of feeding that information. P4 just telling his team exactly where the push is coming from. We can see that's not ideal. Asmo had a great end to Clubhouse. We thought his fortunes might be turning around, and then he takes down Mowgli on the Legion of all operators. They're going to lose a bunch of goo mines along with it as well. An unfortunate team kill from the Nitro.
I feel bad for Lasmo, right? Like, I know that he's like, yeah, he was on NYD before Make Your Destiny. He was with them for a good year and a half or so. He's quite new to the whole like top tier thing. But it's such a harsh judgment that you get coming in as a rookie player, as someone that's brand new to this tier. I tell you what, Acer though, put on some numbers, but Sun almost gets a second. But Dan does manage to at least stem the bleeding and get a trade back. Now he's looking for a plant to go down. Perhaps where this one's a little bit closer, it was P4 who looked a little bit out of sorts for a second there. Gets himself taken down by Shepard, and now Dan's in for the plant. Might be able to deny this one as well. A good little trade almost coming through here. But with that being down, it's all down to Deadshot. A 1v3. Shepard's had one hell of a round there from deep inside a tank. 3 kills for himself.
Yeah, better round from VP there. I like what they did. They got the Animus hatch, and there was just a second there where you just saw them say, this is it. This is the opportunity. We've got a little bit of space in tank. We're going to go in and take it, and they get the diffuser down. Really well played, and that's the kind of risk-taking that they need to be looking at. Just really opportunity spotting. You know, they've not necessarily gone and worried about every inch of the map. They've not, you know, been frustrated by all those problems they've got to solve. They've just gone straight in, said, look, there's an opportunity here. We can drop this hatch. We can get in. You see on the clock there, 1 minute 15 left to go. Ace is a little bit unlucky in that situation. If he gets himself 2, maybe it's different for Wolves. But overall, Virtus.pro roll the dice and they come out with a win.
Whew. All right, then. It does show that maybe it's not all total despair. You know, congratulations to Virtus.pro running what I believe is their first ever round on this map. Certainly not the worst outcome for them after just 2 rounds being played out. But yeah, things were looking a lot better there. Admittedly, Shepard again was the hero of them.
Lasmo just going to be applying those castle barricades, just try and funnel those attackers a little bit, just prevent them the access that they might be looking for. So in round 3, let's see if Virtus.pro can continue how they left off in round 2. It was a very solid attack from them. Like I say, good opportunity spotting to get themselves on in. This time they're going to be breaking down that utility. Not something that we've seen them struggle with. If we look back to the final round of Clubhouse, they did very well in the last couple of rounds to clear out utility and to get themselves access to the areas that they wanted. It's just that Wolves adapted well, played around it, dropped back, and still made life difficult. So let's see if they can continue to do that. For the time being, Wolves still want to hold on to this top floor. As it is, Virtus.pro going to continue trying to move across. And they're going to be looking for that top side. Just trying to get those breaches open, get those walls sorted. Okay, I think we've got a technical issue with Des there. I could see him talking. I wasn't sure if you were getting him on the stream or not. I didn't want to be talking over the top of him. So here we go. We're going to be into the final 1 minute 15 seconds. Virtus.pro got themselves a little bit of an advantage here in terms of man count. Lasmo trying to go for the flank, gets caught out, as does Ace, doubling down, hoping that he can pick his man up as he just headed up there. Maybe they wouldn't think there was a second coming, but they certainly were aware of him. They were ready to go. Got him shut down, and this has got to be another Virtus.pro round, looking like a different side than the one we saw yesterday.
Another dead shot stuck in a 1vx as well, same as at the end of the previous round, so not super ideal, but all the work to be done. C4 from underneath is at least one thing. Now he's got 3 more to go through. Pasha at least down on semi-low HP here as well, a couple of bullets being enough, but off towards the right, a yellow ping giving the assistance. It's just so hard in these situations to know where the gunshots are coming from and at what time. Pays the price. Virtus.pro up 2-1 on the attack, looking much better than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, it just goes to show with this game of ours, Des, you never know what to expect. You know, we come in here, I said, if Wolves can get Clubhouse, surely they have a good showing on Native and Labs. Virtus.pro struggled, got beaten up there yesterday, and then all of a sudden they come back. They've 2-1 out of the first 3 rounds. You know, they're looking much better. Don't get me wrong, Virtus.pro didn't get much of a chance to attack yesterday. That's what I will say. All 6 of the rounds that they lost were lost on defense. Team Secret got 6 consecutive attacks to kick things off. So Virtus.pro, maybe they're a little bit more capable on the attacking side of Labs. Maybe we see them struggle in the second half. But right now, they're showing a good understanding of the map. They're taking key areas. You know, they're finding gunfights and winning them. Good awareness from Pasha here for the second coming up Aqua Stairs. Good stuff all round from Virtus.pro.
All right, let's see if they can keep up building that now. That's cut quarter down, as you say. You've seen those 3 sites. You're probably now going to see the same rotation of 3 more again. I say that as they're now heading down in towards storage and control, it appears. 10 seconds to go. So Wolves feeling, okay, time for something a little bit different here. Shake things up and see if we can keep Virtus.pro guessing as to what's coming next. That first round, let's not forget, they were so good, Wolves. Like, they burnt down so much to the clock for Virtus.pro. They never really set a single step wrong. It was beautiful to watch. And they've really got to find that again. I feel the last 2 rounds, Virtus.pro, admittedly, I think in the round anymore, anything else looks very, very consistent and very, very solid. This is why I was speaking about trying to trip teams up. Wolves tried the previous round, lost 2 players early. Not ideal. Yeah, that's what you're really hoping to find more. But that was aggression coming out towards spawn, right? They were looking out of control window, for example. Really wanted to try and, cargo window. Really wanted to try and find anything. And maybe got a little bit too eager too early on. Nothing wrong with getting aggressive in the mid round. Just be careful about how aggressive you are in the early.
late reinforcements coming in there. Wolves deciding that it's time to... Yeah, Wolves deciding that it is now time to dig in, and it may be that Virtus.pro have got to rethink their plan a little bit. They had that wall, you know, potentially accessible there, but now they're going to have to go back. They're going to have to breach it again. Burns a little bit more time. Wolves maybe have an opportunity to work their way back down towards site, and still a lot of late prep going on here. I call it prep, really. It's sort of more of a mid-round adaptation at this point, opening up the rotations and just giving themselves the options. It shows that they're playing on the fly, but it also says to me, are Virtus.pro doing a good job of sort of, you know, being on their heels, really forcing Wolves to think here on the fly and forcing them back into areas that maybe they didn't expect to be taking that pressure?
Last thing you want is someone sat inside a fish just waiting for you to come walking on through. So leaving it closed up is not about, leaving it closed for the most part and then opening it later is not a bad shout. It gives you that exit path to be able to get away when these long angles start working against you. And you're seeing it here, for example, with the castle barricade being up. It was looking good, but always has found that long range kill, and the second comes through as well. They've committed 3 players towards holding out here, and they have paid the price, and I'll give it to them. When Wolves did this yesterday, they sent 3 players out to go and support P4, who was far out on the roam. They walked away with the lion's share of kills. Did very, very well, but this is the problem. Something looks like a bad idea if it doesn't work out. It looks like a genius one if it does work out. Unfortunately here for Wolves, it has not. VP have got a 4 versus 2 and tons of time to work with.
Yeah, going to be really tough from here on out. Defending storage, of course, and now you've got that verticality above you. What do you do? Deadshot, he knows he needs to take a risk. He knows he needs to go for that kill, but he thinks he's being pressured from both sides, and it allows Pasha the repeat to get the kill. Virtus.pro take the round, and they are looking so comfortable over these last few. 3-1 now on Nighthaven Labs. Who would have thought we would be seeing this? They are really putting a marker down and saying we might have lost map 1, but we want to go to Montreal.
And that's the big thing. Let's not forget that as well, right? This is what these two teams are playing for. That 3rd and final spot to qualify, it all comes down to the winner of this series. The loser, I don't want to be them. You have to now go and fight your way through LCQs where other teams are waiting that have been knocked down there. You know, G2, I think the greatest example of a shock like knockout by Virtus.pro at the very start of these playoffs. There's some teams down there that are hell-bent on making it, and I do not fancy being any team, tier 1 or otherwise, having to try and make a run through those LCQs. For Wolves, clearly this one's not quite going according to plan. That's why the tap timeout's in now. Try and get the head sorted and try and get this back to a more equitable half when we get to the end of it.
Yeah, Wolves definitely needing a turnaround and quickly here, because otherwise this one is potentially going to run away from them. Getting the attacks on Labs can be a difficult one at times. You know, we've seen Virtus.pro doing well so far, but, you know, when Virtus.pro get themselves onto the defense, could well start digging themselves in. If they can get a 5-1 half, for example, they only really need to win the basement. You know, get a few out on the road, make it difficult for Wolves to pressure onto site, and it could be a tough second half for them. So we will see how we go, but we're going to be heading back in just about now, and we will be back up to the top floor again. Wolves have got 2 opportunities to turn this around. I think if they could come away 3-3 here, it'd be an absolute snatch, really. They haven't looked good for a 3-3 half at the minute. This is all Virtus.pro. Wolves are really going to have to come back with an answer after that tactical timeout.
I mean, let's not forget, it was the defensive half where things were an absolute car crash for Virtus.pro yesterday. Their attacks are looking good, but it could be the exact opposite when we switch sides here and see Wolves come out with quite a bit of pace. That was the kind of stuff that Secret were abusing to really punish Virtus.pro yesterday, was, as the Des mentioned, get more out on the road. They were out on the road, for example, cutting them off with the blitz, getting them shut down from there, and then just being able to win through sheer numbers advantage. That's what I think I'm worried about for Virtus.pro in the second half, but we've got a couple more rounds until we get there. For now, we'll focus on the game that's put before us. Virtus.pro backing after that attack time out from Wolves, trying to look for a 4th here in round 5.
Again, quick progress from Virtus.pro. We saw this previously, getting those external walls opened up as an absolute priority. They will more than likely be aware that it's a cave this time rather than a bandit, so they're going to be reasonably confident that they're not going to be getting tricked, so they can just get on with that. We're seeing that they're not really using the Selma and exothermic at the same time. They're a lot less concerned about that. So connector wall has been opened, IT wall has been opened, all inside of 50 seconds for Virtus.pro Pro. Feels like they've really just got the bit between the teeth at the minute. They are just pushing forward. They're the ones taking the aggression, taking the fight to Wolves, and there's nothing going to slow them down at the minute, and that's what Wolves have got to find an answer to. How did they do that? They've got the clash. It was ineffectual previously, to be honest. There's no other trap operators really in there. They've got the smoke, I guess, but still, they start losing bodies. Down with a beautiful kill, and Virtus Pro are already going to be pressuring towards site soon.
I mean, this is the big thing for me. Again, Wolves largely sat back behind the mirror windows, behind their shields, and didn't feel the need to get aggressive. And I touched on this in round 3. It was the early round aggression looking outside the map that I think really cost them. Rather than letting Virtus Pro start to get a little bit set up and start making their moves and then look to make something happen, here they tried to get a little bit cheeky onto the E-box window, and Dan has caught out Mowgli for free there. Comes back to that old piece that we've often said about Mowgli sometimes. Gets a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too far forward, and does pay the price for it as a result. And even for Dan, he missed out on what could have been a freebie onto IT, pulled away with a classic siege timing moment. Looked like he had the lineup ready to catch someone out as they crossed, and then looked away. Was fortunate to find Mowgli on the other window. So not a bad start for Virtus Pro, but down to that last 60 seconds now. You've still got those smokes to contest with. You've still got 2 C4s to play behind. You've still got the clash. There is a lot here to keep Virtus Pro at bay.
Yeah, we need to see Wolves finding that value out of the clash. Of course, bringing along the shield is all
Surely
about
not.
time wasted. They know the presence down in storage. Can't quite find the kill down, but it doesn't matter. The diffuser goes down elsewhere. 5 versus 4, and all of a sudden Wolves are scrambling. Deadshot manages to find one, but Pasha onto Lasmo. Deadshot doing it all with the Nitro for the trade. 3v3 though, and one of those is a clash. Acer manages to pick up Dan. Now that they've got the man advantage, maybe Wolves can work something here, Des, to use that shield to create a little bit of space, a little bit of safety, to allow an attempt at disabling this diffuser. They forced one out of sight. Deadshot manages to get the kill onto Joystick. Shepard has to hold on, but he's been forced out. Surely he can't get there in time. Acer just needs to hold F. Deadshot gets the kill, and Wolves manage to lock down the top floor again.
Great retake coming back in as well. And for a moment there, I thought Virtus Pro have got away with a smash and grab. How the hell have they got every player still up? Yet they're in behind the main pillar in sight, getting a plant down. I couldn't believe it was going through. I thought surely there'd been a mistake, and sure enough, he comes off the plant once it's finished and turns around. There's a clash stood in front of his face, and imagine at that point, Wolves are kicking themselves that they let it happen, but it was a wonderful end of round play too. You know, great play from the clash around D-Box to block the player outside. Simply nothing that really could be done there. Strange round again, the plant even got to go down, but I think P4 especially, man of the moment for me.
Yeah, you know, as I said, they've got to get some value out of that clash. You're essentially sacrificing a gun to have that clash brought along. You've got to burn time, and you've got to, in that kind of situation, create space, which is what P4 did. Just force Shepard out of electrical window, created that time, created that space for them to be able to disable the diffuser. So, like you said, really well played from P4, and a vital round for Wolves to win, you feel. They were on the back of that tactical timeout. It now keeps them within 1 round. Had they not won that, they're 4-1 down and starting to face a real nightmare start here on Labs. You start mentally maybe thinking, this is backfiring. We chose this because they lost 7-0 yesterday. You know, are we that bad as well on this map? Or are they just playing better? It starts to become this mental game, and so Wolves getting that one important, gets them back into the swing of things, and now they can try for that level 3-3 half. If they can hold down this last site in the basement, get the 3-3 split, given what happened yesterday to Virtus Pro on the defense, Wolves surely find a little bit of confidence then that they can close it out in the second half.
I certainly hope so. But it all depends on them getting this round, as you say. But at least they've got themselves hold up. Yeah, I had a good chat with Pengu, who were casting about this yesterday. You hear me talk about it a lot as well, Tim. The architects that are set up when you've got the castle on side, you've got the mirror, of course, the army normally banned away. She was available yesterday. We had all 3 of those operators together in a round. And I was like, the site is going to feel practically unrecognizable. So keep a close eye on how much time that wastes as we get further through. It's going to require from Virtus Pro at least the ability to get those cleared away. So you start to hear maybe the Selma's having to be expended to try and clear away some of those castle barricades as they come out. Or the Ram, of course, able to do just as much. But think about what I said about that mid-round disruption from Wolves as well. Rather than trying to get too aggressive too early in the round, disruption as the round wears on, I think is a wonderful way to approach this. And this is probably the right sort of time when they want to start thinking about it. If Mowgli wants to get aggressive, he's already been found out once, but now is your time to go and try and be a little bit of a nuisance.
Just continue to see Joystick up above, doing the work with the book, the skeleton key, opening the angles again, just trying to move those defenders, force them into positions that certainly weren't their first pick. That's what it's all about for Virtus.pro at the minute. A minute and 10 left on the clock, dealing with some utility as well. That's going to be a big one. Bulletproof camera gone. We know how important intel is, but P4 is going to be downstairs still. We see that utility just being taken away from above with the Thatchers as well. I'm just wondering exactly where this push is going to come for Virtus.pro as they try to get themselves towards site, as they try to get themselves positioned somewhere they can find and execute. They've shown magic already in being able to get that diffuser down. Shepard manages to get 1 kill. Is that going to create the space that they need?
The Vertical's doing so much work, or at least so it turned to be, but obviously now Deadshot's managed to return the favor back onto Shepard. Vertical's so potent for this site itself, and it's been like a weird round, admittedly. And oh no, how did he not finish off the kill? Deadshot confirms at the very least, but this is the problem, right? They've got the Verticals on Verticals, and it's just completely upsetting what Virtus.pro are trying to do. And we spoke a lot about this disruption, Tim. Out in the mid-round, get out there, get busy. Joystick, he steps in. The thing is, let's not forget, Deadshot was up on the top floor. Can he get away with the plant here? Because all we're going to see from Deadshot is waste a little bit of time, make you drop at the right sort of time. If you can scare him off the plant, then even better. But now that he knows it's down to it, here's what it comes down to. A 1v1 and Joystick. He hits it back on him. Deadshot did so much work from that top floor, but Joystick is that little bit better when it counts most.
And that is the fine margins that it is all about. Deadshot tried his best to time that to perfection, but it had to be, because he was trying to find that window once the clock hits 0 where he can challenge Joystick almost for free, because if he comes off the plant, then the round is lost anyway for Virtus.pro. But somehow Joystick manages to find that half a second. He gets it down, comes off, and immediately guns up and wins the fight. Deadshot's got to be kicking himself after that.
It could be that difference maker. That one round you could look back at the end and just say, surely this is ours for the taking. Unfortunately not to be in this case. As mentioned, he did so much work on the vertical there, Deadshot. I'll give it to him 100%. I'm not even going to comment on the fact that it was last minute. I didn't even get a shot off against Joystick, but that's a conversation for another time. But again, huge round for Virtus.pro to get over the line. 4-2. Suddenly their hopes for this map start looking significantly better. Small concern, of course, again, being they didn't win a single defense in their game yesterday. That feels weird to say in any Meta of Siege on any map, not a single defense being won. It makes things sound like a real car crash. Let's see just how much pain Walls can apply to this Virtus.pro side.
You know what I think happened there? Coming around that corner, I thought Deadshot looks a bit casual here. He's coming around this corner. He knows he's got a challenge to make. But when I watched it back on the replay, I think he thought that Joystick was planting in the default spot, which would be just around the corner from where he was. So that's why he wasn't ADS coming around that corner. He still wanted to move quickly because he wants to catch Joystick coming off that plant, which he kind of did. He was just in an unexpected spot. He expected him to be sort of tucked in around that corner. So I don't know how purposeful that choice was from Joystick. I don't think there was probably so much thought that he was thinking, you know, right, if it comes down past 0 and I've got to make a chance. You know, it was probably fortunate on his side and just a bit of bad luck for Deadshot there. But great round from Joystick to close that out.
Alrighty, now let's see then how things fare with the sides switched over. I mentioned already about Virtus.pro not winning a single defense yesterday. That has to change in this game, else their dreams of qualifying to the major are over. Maybe not entirely, but at least qualifying through playoffs will be over. But has to go and fight it out in the LCQs, as we mentioned earlier on. A similar sort of setup, admittedly, to what we saw out of Walls. Very much dug in here. You know, a lot of very slow operators on side. No one looking to be too busy around the map. Just parking it nice and tight here and letting Walls be the one to try and challenge in. And of course, Mowgli, he loves the idea of a bit of a blind challenge on towards Pasha here. Is holding on towards the doorway. Not a bad start for them, but Walls... I think where we've had comments about their attacks before, if you're going to have players swinging into you for free, then it's no bother at all here. Deadshot also on the backside of this one as well. Really threw me then because of the outline colour, but here we stand. We're into a good position here to be able to get into spot, get control of Mez. Now looking for 3 more players that are all lining up, ready for a gunfight here. One puts Mowgli onto his backside, not quite out of the round just yet, may be able to get recovered here. And they've also got Deadshot on the far side here, ready for the cut, in case they do try and get a little bit cheeky.
Yeah, Mowgli just overcommitting, I think, to what was a very difficult angle from the door past the mirror window, and just almost pays the price. Does find himself down at 20 HP. 45 seconds left to go. Wolves a little bit one-sided here, as you can see, the three all pushing in from IT and Warehouse. No real pressure coming through Connector. No real pressure in towards Pillar, for example, at the minute. If they want anything else, it's going to have to be Aqua now, and that's where we're going to see Deadshot look to move up. The barbed wire might just give away his presence, though, and he's walking right in to the shotgun of always. But a beautiful double peek there from Acer and Deadshot to get that one done.
Second round where they get recovered. The second player that gets recovered in the round two. Far from the end of the world form. They lose one of them on the march on forward. It's Acer to fall. 3v3 here. Dan holds up pretty firm, though. A second falls as well, and Deadshot with it all to do. Finds almost a second, but no, 15 HP. He's not going to have the time. Wants to try and stick it out, and of course they're going to give him absolutely nothing there. You know what? Fair respect for trying to stick. You know there's basically zero chances getting away with that, but I respect it at the very least.
All things can happen. All things can happen, Des. We've seen it. Very rare, but we have seen it. I remember one down in Old Consulate, if you remember. I can't remember the teams now. But there was, I think they were down to just their gone 6 shot left and sort of ran in, and it was just...
Oh, that was that that was Kayak, I'm pretty sure, wasn't it?
I think it was, actually. That was the one that I can really remember where
you know Hill will know. I know that Jess has been watching this game. Jess, I know that you're in chat. If you're watching, you'll remember it. Was it Kayak with the Gone 6 to the finish off? It was Consulate Basement. I'm 90% sure it was. But that was one of those moments that you look at and just laugh.
Yeah, it was. All things can happen. This is my point with that. All things can happen. You never know. So no choice but to just try and hold on to that plan. Didn't work out. 5-2 now for Virtus Pro. They're looking good on the defense. They looked great on the attack. I don't know where this Night Haven was for them yesterday. It's looking less and less like a map problem and more like a shield problem, potentially. The way Secret played the map, the way they were able to bully Virtus Pro, and the way they didn't have an answer to what they brought certainly seems to have been what cost them that one yesterday in that 7-0 defeat. But right now, 5-2, they're on top of things, and we could well be going to that third map.
Woo! What a third map it would turn out to be as well. We had, again, a banger couple of series yesterday. Oh, we had 3 overall, but I'd say one of them was quite short-lived. The other 2 definitely proved to be incredibly entertaining. The last one especially, one of them involving Wolves. And then to give us the spectacle today, might be absolutely exhausting for the players, but very, very enjoyable if you're a Wolves fan. Hopefully, of course, the outcome for them being they make it, but Virtus Pro at least here in control on the second map. And a good turnaround to what expectations were, given when we saw the map veto come up. It looks immediately like it might be a Wolves 2-0. Either way, first 45 seconds into the round, the Dokkaebi on side here from Wolves. I always love seeing Dokkaebi, and it's one of those operators that, yeah, it forgives a lot of mistakes or a lot of weaknesses in your gameplay. If you're not best at checking every corner in a room, or you want to take more space quicker, this is where she's absolutely fantastic. As you're seeing now, it's forcing the Vigil to start moving back, and Wolves equally are taking over the ground that he's leaving in his wake very, very quickly. Yeah, excellent operator again for getting lots of map control very quickly.
Looking at that potential third map as well, of course, being Consulate. Virtus Pro and no slouches there. You could look at, you know, the fact that Wolves played well there. It's their top map preference, and you could really fancy them for it. But, you know, not necessarily a terrible place for Virtus Pro to go. They lost it yesterday, but 3-1 overall, you know, in recent results. So certainly could be a match on our hands, that much is for sure. For the time being, Virtus Pro have got to get us there. P4 walks on in, manages to find Pasha. That gives Wolves the entry and the advantage.
Whew, okay. It's that starting point again. You get that initial entry. For Wolves, this is a real challenge in their gameplay yesterday, was getting the opening kill and building on the advantage for there. Pasha being offline, he's been one of the more, I think it's pretty fairless to his name, one of the more passionate players on the side as well. You see him at round end every single time he's going absolutely nuts. It shows in his gameplay as well. He's put up a real score, a massive scoreline the last couple of days. Him being offline is certainly not going to be a bad thing for Wolves at all. Verticals now being opened up, the same pressure being applied downstairs. Can't imagine we're going to see anyone playing up above, are we? In fact, no, that's a lie. Always is above them, as you can see on his player card. He could cause a little bit of damage from upstairs if they're not too careful.
Yeah, the question's got to be asked whether they're aware of his position or not. We can see some verticals up there that he could use. It's not really going to matter, though, as it looks like Wolves are going quickly. They're going to drop on into sight. It's exactly what Virtus.pro did themselves. Shepard was ready with the Nitro, manages to take down Acer. He's going to see Mowgli recovering the diffuser. Deadshot picks up Always. This has got to be around for Wolves here. They've got everything they need. They're going for the plant, but Shepard somehow finds 1, 2, makes it a triple on the round 4. Can he pick up the Ace? 6 seconds left to go. That's the only question left to be answered in this round. Lasmo, Ego's running, searching, seeking, can't find him. Shepard will not get the Ace, but does get the 4K and wins the round single-handedly for Virtus.pro and puts them onto map point.
Wow. Just wow. Admittedly, a little bit of a sell in that round, I think, from the cover on the diffuser. You can't give too much cover when you can't see either doorway that someone can come swinging from. And the thing is, I completely forgive him there as well. It's hard. If you're being pre-fired at, you don't want to leave yourself exposed there because you're like, well, I've got to cover this guy, even if I die for it. Better to live and play for the trade than not live at all. But you've completely left your man there to suffer. Plant was going down, 0 cover, shut down, and everything completely collapses. And Shepard, who... yeah, days of old, Shepard was one of those players that everyone looked at and was like, wow, best support player in the world. And I think over the last few years, you're probably looking to say, okay, maybe not quite that guy anymore. Obviously, the changes between teams came through. We haven't quite seen him back to his best. This game, at the very least, 11-3, he finds himself at. Insane game that he's having. Really well played. Virtus.pro are up 6-2, Tim.
Just exactly when Virtus.pro needed it as well. You know, they needed that hero player. They needed that guy who was going to come out and was just going to get a hold of the game and drag them back into it. And that's exactly what's happened. So Wolves, you know, took a narrow victory, 7-5 on Clubhouse, took Virtus.pro's map away from them and felt good for it as well. You know, they looked good through at least a half of that map. You know, there was a couple of rush attacks that were maybe a little bit questionable, but other than that, pretty solid. And you just had feeling coming into Nighthaven that it was going to be maybe one-way traffic, but Virtus.pro showing us absolutely not the case and being led all the way through it by Shepard. Virtus.pro, one more defense is all they need, and now that they're 6-2 up, you got to say there's somewhere on this map they're going to be able to lock down.
I mean, 4 rounds always feels a bit too much of a mountain to climb for most teams. To say that, we did see a comeback from 6-1 down yesterday.
Yeah, BDS.
It just feels like a bit of a tall order because of how the last couple of rounds have gone. It's not like we've seen momentum building up for Wolves here. If nothing else, a bit flat as a pancake in this half at least. And it's all been the Virtus.pro story. So you'd expect them to take it away here, have things done and wrapped up. We head into then Consulate for that final decider map to determine who goes. And the thing is, Tim, I'm quite happy it does that. I would hate a 2-0 to determine the last team going to a major. I want a bit of drama. I want teams absolutely on fire and on the edges of their seat themselves to try and qualify. That deserves and demands a map 3.
Oh, yeah, let's have a map 3 overtime. Let's really take it, you know, have a bit of tension built up here. Let's have some excitement as much as we possibly can. As it stands, Virtus.pro, they're going to be forced away from the top floor fairly soon, I would imagine. We're starting to see the pressure really mounting now as the breaches get opened up. We're going to see P4 doing some real work on the Ace, showing why he's such a flexible operator. He can hard breach, he can soft breach, he can move through really, really self-sufficient with a great gun as well. And Virtus.pro need to start making decisions now. They're at the top of Aqua Stairs. Do they try and hold? Do they move themselves back to side?
Deimos down to just the 1. You know, Deadshot again been going well this game, but with 1 HP, just how much can he get done? Still 2 trackers in back pocket as well. Pasha falls, Shepard the next. Not looking bad for Wolves here. 60 seconds to play and a 4v2. Tons of time to make this work. No need to rush it, boys.
Not the end of the world for Virtus.pro, realistically. It is their 3rd choice site in storage, so you would expect Wolves to potentially come away with something, but that might not be the case. Joystick does get something going with a kill onto P4, but Lasmo out on Aqua. Acer picks up the final, and Wolves, they manage to at least stave themselves off from going to map 3 for at least one more round as they manage to lock that one down. The problem that they get now, though, is they're going into those first choice sites for VP. They can go back to top floor, then they can try basement again, and this is what I was saying about that 6-2 scoreline. It gives VP so much freedom about where they win this.
Fun little debate you mentioned there, actually. I was speaking to Nick yesterday when we were casting about Ace, because you mentioned that round, you know, really versatile operator. He was just like, anyone who plays him with Claymores is trolling, and I was like, what? And it turns out, he said to me during his pro career, he played Claymores once. And it's because Fabian literally begged him to play the Claymores. He played it, and to be fair, he did say that his Claymore did get a kill at the end of the round to win it. He's like, but immediately after that, he was back to never playing it. And I was like, why? And bearing in mind, this is back when you only had one Claymore, right? And it's just like, it's like just in organized, it's like in ranked, I get it if you're playing by yourself. It's like in organized play, you've got Nomad, you've got teammates to cover you. You don't need Claymores. And I wanted to be like, Nick, have you seen how many pro teams around the world run Claymores? Have you got to a stage where you realize that maybe you're the crazy one and everyone else isn't crazy? But he just weren't having none of it. He was having absolutely none of it. So if ever you see someone on Ace playing Claymores, no, and just like Ace here, Pengu's not a fan.
It's like I said though, as an operator, if you have that soft breach, particularly even with Claymores, the argument still stands. You know, you can basically cover your own runouts in that case, so you can play windows for yourself. Cover, you know, for example, think about a map like Bank. You can open Cantor wall, you can get onto the rappel, you can cover the lone office jump out, you can, you know, do it all yourself, or alternatively, you bring the soft breach and can do the same. So very, very versatile, and not often, you know, necessarily used as a primary hard breach option, quite often brought along as that secondary choice because of all the other value that can be gained, and because that just means one of your players can just go off and basically do kind of whatever they want. But doing whatever they want right now is going to be Wolves, as Pasha gets himself taken down. Could have been a big loss on the Warden, especially with that blitz in hand, and now only 20 HP. Not ideal, but Pasha says whatever, I'm just going to run headlong in and get a kill onto Mowgli. Takes down the Nomad, but with that shield still in play, it could be a big loss, and maybe the trade won't be worth it.
Very much deja vu playing out here. Mowgli marched down there and took out Pasha previously, and sure enough, the down comes through. Doesn't complete the kill. Pasha's up to get the kill, but guess who's behind him? It's Deadlock once again, pushing up onto these garage stairs and gets a kill back on the other side. So we're almost in exactly the same stakes that we had last time around, with this very like low southern side line from Virtus Pro, trying to stave off Wolves who've got a big push coming in through garage and normally in through IT breach. But don't forget, they rotated 3 players over towards Aqua side. Deadshot came up from below. 2 players came in through Aqua, just like we're maybe seeing come through now. Always has got to be careful. He doesn't have that underside flank come in though and pinch him out.
4 versus 3 then. Wolves still plenty of time on the clock here, and it's down to Virtus Pro really to try and dig in at this point. You can see that's what the 3 of them are doing. They've just got themselves into defensive positions now inside a site. There will be no more roaming, there will be no flanks, there will be no attempts to get out of there. Virtus Pro, they're just going to basically hope for the best for the next 30 seconds. They want Wolves to waste as much time as possible, maybe pick up that first kill. They know there's a bit of pressure coming from Aqua. The problem here is that it's going to be a blitz that's running right up into the face of Always.
I love kind of what they've done here, though. Backed away, Virtus Pro, and they're sitting together. The problem now being, of course, you've left the other side exposed. There is no one able to contest it. There's a single C4 in the back pocket, a Shepherd that can do some work. And despite P4 getting into Aqua, VP have kind of flanked the flank here. I love it. They've read the previous roundabout, the Aqua take later, and then a center player underneath. Beautiful read on the game so far. Shepherd into a second, and this looks like they might be able to hold on. Another smoke goes down. Lasmo has got to work some magic here. He is the real driver for them. Why the hell is Lasmo on the blitz, being the one to cover a plan? It's what it all comes down to. Coming out for the round, finding his man, finds nothing, but no, finally Deadshot comes up and finds his man. A 1v1. Dan versus Lasmo. Lasmo's on 4 HP though. The flash comes on through. Can't quite find his man. Does he want to look towards IT side here or get his man up? Might be able to get a big revive off, unless we see some magic. The push coming on through, sees the booty, shield in his face, can find one, but not the other. Wolves hold on, but it's bitterly close at the end.
Absolute chaos at the close there. We've got the blitz on 4 HP. Like you said, covering the plant, giving the opportunity to VP. But then the pickup, the resurrection, gets him back on his feet. And it was only that won the round. One dies, the other one secures the kill. They just peek either side of the pillar. It was perfectly played by Wolves. But boy, was it close to them getting there. They hold on for another round. Virtus Pro need to be careful that they don't crumble. I like the flank. I suggested there wouldn't be a flank, that all 3 would sit inside a site. But Dan decided that he wanted to get mobile, and it almost won the round for them. It was a big play up Aqua stairs, but it just wasn't enough. And what a finish. We're going to see it again.
I mean, again, look at the HP on Lasmo here. He gets like even a tickle.
That's a huge call to go for that.
No, honestly, full respect for it. Massive risk. And And the fact that so quickly they come off that and take a different side of the pillar each and take the swing at the exact same time. Yes, one goes down, but they secure the kill. Beautiful bit of team play. But that round overall for me was amazing because, again, I think Virtus Pro really read into what Wolves did the previous time around. That flank from Dan underneath, knowing that they got flanked that way last time around themselves, was a wonderful like counter adaptation to the adaptation. And yes, they get a player in the back. Yes, they start to retake site, but as we all saw exactly what happened, Wolves just find a way to persevere. They were down 6-2. They're halfway up the mountain now to where they need to get to send this into overtime. Do we get there, Tim?
The question for me at the minute really is how do Virtus Pro keep yesterday's match out of their head? It's difficult not to mention it, given the result for Secret and given the fact that Virtus Pro struggled on the defense. Secret won 6 attacks back-to-back. Wolves have now won 2. If they win a third, how much does that start to play into the mind of Virtus Pro, where you start thinking, not again, not this, you know, terrible defensive performance, not this difficulty locking sights down, not like this. And how much of an impact will that start having, or will they be able to just keep a clear head? Like I said, at 6-2, you look at it and think, yeah, we can try every site on the map. It's not a problem. You know, we'll get one of them surely on the defense. But Wolves right now, they've woken up on Labs and they certainly seem to be, albeit closely sometimes, winning out the gunfights that they need to.
Always curious to see if we have the Boss G running around. You and I have seen some ridiculous Boss G plays over the last few weeks. Pretty magical 3K, I believe, on Skyscraper. I forget which player it was. I want to say it was Fantasy over in Brazil. Just
it was
horrible. I'm glad that it's not, to be fair, we see both guns being used by Vigil players, to be fair, quite evenly, I'd say, a good 50-50 split in terms of what gets brought along. Boss G always feels a little bit cheesy. We grow in rage as a round progresses as the kills begin to rack up. But here it's a little bit more balanced out. A little shot coming down here from up towards Cargo. 2 players immediately trying to descend on towards Dan here, who gets out of danger, gets back in towards sight. He's had his fun, got a few shots down, tried to do something. Deadshot finds Pasha. Our Wall's really starting to mount this comeback, Tim, because it's starting to feel a little bit magic.
Yeah, it's certainly starting to look that way. I was just going to compliment Dan on his play there. You know, he takes some damage off Deadshot, he backs away, but then you've got to say maybe you've got to keep the aggression on because Deadshot goes back and gets the opening kill. Shepard does manage to find P4. That's going to be the Dockerby taken down. How about this? Always, he's trying to get on the flank. He knows that he's going to be challenged on those warehouse stairs. Is he able to find his angle? Yes, Joystick finds one elsewhere. This looks like it might be done and dusted. It's all up to Acer. He's on the thermite and finds himself in a 1v4. He's got 35 seconds to avoid a map 3.
And he's got players above him as well. I don't think it matters what he does here. Unless he can clear out the 2 players that hang on site and then manage to take the challenge on the vertical, he'll get away with nothing. Cargo side off towards his left. Sure enough, the step comes through. And against what feels like all odds, Virtus Pro take Nighthaven Labs. You wouldn't tell looking at Shepard's face. He looks as nonchalant as always. But they take map 2, and that means Consulate will be the deciding map for who gets to go to Montreal.
Yeah, I think it's the fairest way for this one to be decided, to be honest. You know, like you say, 2-0 is no fun for us, at least, for anybody qualifying for the major. I'm sure Wolves would have loved it, but, you know, for our entertainment purposes, at least, this one's going to be a cracking finish.
Well, bring me map 3. The players will be getting ready. So for now, let's go to the desk and get their thoughts on how Nighthaven played out.
Thank you very much, guys. And we saw a 1-1 in map score. Here it is not decided yet which of these 2 teams is going to make it to the Montreal Major. But I'm just glad that Virtus Pro were finally able to win some rounds on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, we need to hold our hands up.
Yep.
Are you holding your hands up, Leo? Yeah,
we
do need to apologise to Virtus Pro. That was an excellent Nighthaven Labs.
Yep.
Maybe you do play it after all, and maybe yesterday was just a little bit of a mistake. Key difference, Leo, they started out on their attack. We only saw them attack 1 round yesterday up against Secret. They obviously lost that. They got 6 today, and they got a 4-2 split off the back.
And remember what we said yesterday about VP's style. VP is very methodical. They open walls, then they move on to step 2, step 3, step 4. And Nighthaven is just a kind of map where you can do this very efficiently. You open IT, then you open connector, and then you take the areas that you need, and then eventually you execute. That's exactly what VP has done so far, and that's why they were so efficient in attack. And it's great to see them being at this level on a map that we did not expect them to play well. And like I said, it was so unexpected to see them go from a 7-0 to eventually winning that map overnight. But I think what Jack mentioned with the point that them starting in attack, we didn't see anything from them in attack yesterday. And I think it really set them for success to be able to develop their full playstyle, their philosophy that really fits the map.
It's crazy, the Virtus Pro playstyle, because, you know, we say inside of this meta, maybe it's not the best, yada yada. We also say that Nighthaven's a really defender-sided map. However, we feel that the map fits the Virtus Pro playstyle, and they will actually look better on attack than they do on defense on the map, and that's exactly what we saw inside of this game.
And I'm sorry, but the operator veto from Wolves was not impactful. Banning Ying and Tubarão, Thatcher was open. Opening the walls was really easy. Nothing was made to slow them down.
And no Legion ban either. I think maybe Virtus Pro were happy once they were on their defense that there weren't as many shields coming out from Wolves as we saw from Secret. But one thing we do like to commend Virtus Pro for is their consistency.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that's the big thing for me, and I will always say it, is that where teams, and Wolves were not at the best with their team play, we'll get into that, but where teams are not at the best with their team play, Virtus Pro will always provide a level of consistency in their performance in their own team play that can punish teams. They're one of the best in the world at punishing teams when they leave the opportunity to be punished, and that's exactly what Virtus Pro did.
Yeah, you can basically not take away that synergy that they have. It really showed today. Whenever anything happened, even when they're in the man disadvantage, they managed to bring it back consistently, and that was due to them playing together, and to be fair, playing more together than Wolves did.
Yeah, and that's something we saw from Wolves as well, right? There was a consistency somewhat in a way as well with throwing away man advantages.
Yeah, that was something that was so surprising to me. There were so many occasions when they had the opening kill and somehow they still throw that away. In some occasions, that round, for example, they managed to play well together. That's because their win condition is the clash. So 3v3, Plant is there, and everybody plays surrounding the clash to isolate gunfights and then somehow make it happen. So they remove Dan all the way isolated in the backside, isolate Shepard here, by the way, super lucky that his shield connects and is extended there. And eventually, now that he's spotted, they go for joystick, and then finally Shepard is stuck. That was really well played from Wolves. What do we recognize here, Jack? They isolated each player, and they played together.
And that was the team play that we've come to know and love from Wolves. When we get onto this round, though, Leo, it's exactly the opposite.
Absolutely. So now, 4v4, 4v3 even. They can go for the plant. They have the advantage despite the timing. But look at P4's cover here. Completely lacking. He's completely baited his teammate. To be fair to P4 here, he was playing a long angle towards the player all the way up backside, and I don't think he anticipated a defender swinging close. But still, I'd rather have him show his body, even die there. He has the man advantage, but play towards the win condition. That was what surprised me. The level of cohesion that we see from Wolves the entire stage, they dropped the ball here. They didn't play as a team.
That's the thing, we like Wolves, we like the cohesion that's been going on across the stage, we like the team play, and we think that's one of their biggest strengths, is how well they play as a unit. It didn't happen consistently inside of Nighthaven. And yeah, that end round that we just showed, it really wasn't good. P4 baiting out his teammates. And I think maybe even a little bit of nerves creeping in, because I think the plant was maybe a second behind the backstab. P4's baiting his teammate, like, it's all gone wrong.
Yeah, we are all collectively losing our marbles about that play here. I want to once again bring back the keys, because we keep on talking about the keys that these teams have to win out this important matchup. And do we believe that Wolves are currently following the keys that you set out for them?
Not really, if I'm being blatantly honest. I think inside of Nighthaven, the first key, that very top key that we showed, reuse the counter VP playbook. What have we shown? We showed it yesterday and we showed it today. Blitz sprinting through the whole map on Nighthaven up against Virtus Pro. How many rounds did Wolves play Blitz? 1 out of 5 attacks. It didn't seem like they followed that template on how to beat VP that Secret set out yesterday.
And the third one was be disruptive. They were not disruptive because of the map the operator ban, sorry. The fact that they banned the Tubarão, the fact that they left Thatcher open, the fact that their setups were most of the time extended roams, and that every time they would somehow lose their roamers, and they still didn't change their defense style. I didn't see them go once in a turtle, heavy utility like they did in Clubhouse. Bring the Goyo, bring the Fenrir, bring the Yokai, bring something that will force VP to execute less round, and fail it. And that's something that we didn't see from that adaptation. They kept extending for zero reason, and that for me is something they will need to change on the next map.
There are some bits and things to iron out for both these teams here. I'm glad we need a third map to decide this important series. That third map is Consulate, and it will be with us after this.
Welcome to Manchester.
Feels like this one has been a long time coming. Should we show them how the UK does it, guys?
Scars came so close.
Talon have fumbled at the final hurdle.
R6 Esports has taken those that love it all around the world, but never before in the UK. That changes here and now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. Our 8 final teams. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our finalists.
The world champions defeated.
There's a fire sale on tournament favorites Manchester, and the underdogs are buying.
A semi-final Saturday of Siege. Let's have it, Manchester!
Action from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun in hands. Oh my God! Oh my God! And it's heartbreak for Nath, but for BDS, their first shot in a year and a half at raising that trophy.
Are you ready to introduce our showmatch? Let's bring them up.
Get in there, Tom. Here we go. Bang!
How intimidating is that going to be having that stood behind you? It is absolutely massive.
Our champione, Mr. Tom J. Sherlock and his team.
It's a pleasure and a joy to bring you all in to the final.
This is the Cinderella story, to say the least. I mean, they made themselves #1 NA, and now they find themselves here at the grand final.
BDS on the other side.
I think they are some of the best players in the world.
Manchester, are you ready? One more time, let's bring up our team to the stage. The job isn't finished. Can you do this?
100% we can. We're just gonna keep proving people wrong.
Against the Solis, the bait of the intel. Day, holding up for the blood.
If you didn't believe in us, I love you. Let's go!
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than chaos. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure. You know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Listen up! Night Haven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Consulate is our third map here for the final map of our best of 3 major qualification series. And the funny thing about Consulate is that both these teams actually played this map yesterday.
Yes, they did. We saw Virtus.pro pick it into Team Secret. So on the balance of it, we're playing and decided that Virtus.pro picked as their map pick in a best of 3 yesterday, but they lost it against Team Secret. And then we're seeing Wolves, who played it yesterday against BDS. Now, of course, they picked that map up against BDS, and it was the only map that they managed to win. So by preference, the fact both teams picked it in their best of 3 yesterday, they like the map.
And arguably, I would say it was 2 different outcomes, because obviously VP lost it to Secret, but still, I would argue both teams played it pretty well with different game plans. I think for Wolves, especially the cheesy plays that they had, we saw the Caveira, for example, from P4 hiding in bathroom. We saw the Scopus play as well. So all of this would be interesting to see facing Virtus.pro. Overall, though, interesting to see how VP is turning the tide, because for Wolves to lose their map pick 7-3 on Nighthaven Labs and then going to face them on Consulate, it's not a small challenge.
Yeah, it's always a trail of thought is that whoever wins the second map in a best of 3 can usually kick on and win the third map. However, the one lingering thought for me is Consulate a map where you can play the strat book against VP, the template that we've seen teams use against VP, where you can be a little bit creative and be a little bit disruptive. And then also, for me, the biggest thing against VP right now is the shield play. And in my mind, yes. You know, you said yesterday, we saw the Caveira, we saw the Scopus, but also I can imagine a lot of blitz, a lot of cheesy style plays coming against VP. So on the balance of things, if this was a best of 1, I would say I would put it in Wolves' favor just about, but they have just lost a map in a best of 3.
I've heard you say 2 things, like, oh, it's kind of going Virtus.pro's way or it's going Wolves' way. What's your final say in this?
It's very finely poised. Virtus.pro did surprise me inside of Nighthaven. I will be very, very honest with that one. I would still favor Wolves, though.
Yeah, if you have to be pragmatic about the results from yesterday, we did see Wolves beat BDS on this map. And
take a lot of pride into that.
Yes, that's a huge win. That's a huge win. It was actually the first time they actually beat these guys in Tier 1. And VP struggled hard versus Secret, despite playing pretty well. So obviously, if you have to be pragmatic and rational, you would favor Wolves here. Now, I think for me, what really is important, what is the win condition for these 2 teams, right? For VP right now, I need to see the same mid-round adaptations that we saw yesterday versus Secret. That rotation after taking admin and going to plant, although in CEO from Shepard, that's the kind of reaction that I expect from them. And Consulate is the kind of map where you play step by step, and between step 1 and step 2, you have the chance to make that rotation. So if VP does that, that's the win condition for me. Now for Wolves, it's to play into the playbook that teams do against VP usually. Play the shield and be disruptive. The Caveira play, pretty good.
It all comes back to who could apply those keys to victory that we set out. Whoever does that the best and wins, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, which of these 2 teams has got the working lock or the working key to the right lock, as we should say? We'll bring in our casters to pick their brains as well about who they think is going to win this final map. Guys, who's going to take it away? Do we think Virtus.pro or Wolves?
Tim, you go first.
I think Virtus Pro. I think they impressed me on Nighthaven Labs. Wolves looked a little bit lost at times. They didn't really have answers to what Virtus Pro were doing, and they did it very well. And I think they're going to carry a lot of momentum and confidence into this last map.
I'll say Wolves just to be against Tim. It's a fun thing to do.
Textbook.
I love it. It gives a bit of excitement going into this game, but one more map is needed to determine if Wolves or Virtus Pro qualify to the Montreal Major. So please, Ace and Des, take us to our final battleground, Consulate.
Shall do. Thank you very much, Anne. And the guys on the desk. Yes, Tim, of course, it has to come down to a third and final map. It's been the way across so many regions around the world to get these final spots nailed in. Of course, it's got to be this way here in Europe. And the reason I'll tell you why I say Wolves, by the way, they're a team I think that are they're so explosive, so erratic, which is what can make them either an amazing team that on their day could beat anyone, but also a team that when things go wrong and they aren't quite playing the way they should be, they look like an absolute mess. And they're a team that's so easy to love and hate for that, I think, as well. Like, I would love Wolves to go massive, go big on a stage, play well at a major, for example. They always tend to fall just that little bit short. Now is your time, just before the major, to go big. This has to be that map where you play at your absolute finest if you're going to get this over the line.
Another important factor to consider for Wolves is Deadshot. 15-7 in the last map on Nighthaven Labs. Without him, you argue that it wasn't even as close as it was. You know, Virtus Pro would have won by even more. So, very important factor coming into this one. Keep an eye on Deadshot and his performance and see just exactly how impactful he can be over the first few rounds, or if anybody else steps up looking towards Mowgli, probably particularly there to do a little bit more of the heavy lifting. But we've got Nock and Monte taken away as our first two bans, and then we move on to the defensive side of things, where we're going to have no surprises. There's Army taken out as the first.
It's that consistency of the Wolves team that really kind of gets me. Like yesterday again, Acer and P4 went absolutely nuclear. Today it's Deadshot doing it, and Ace is having an okay game, but Mowgli across both series has been second lowest rated on the team, and he still stands that way now. 13-17 in KD today, 25-32 yesterday. He was 3-10 in entry against BDS. This series at least he stands at 4-4 so far, so dead even. But I think we're almost kind of past the point now with Wolves where you have to look at Mowgli as the star man. He was their real driving threat under the old system, but the new one I think very clearly is trying to work other players in around that. Deadshot today's been playing well. It was Ace yesterday who looked like the real star player. P4 was going nuclear in so many of their rounds. It's not a one-man show anymore, and I'm just worried that Mowgli doesn't really like fitting into the system that currently is being run at Wolves, and it concerns me that we're not going to see him really reach his full potential and get Wolves over the line. I really hope he makes me eat my words, that he makes me eat my words, and this map proves to be the best one that we've seen from him on stage, and he puts on an absolute screamer. I just worry that, again, we're going to see him a bit of a flatline performance here against Virtus Pro on the third map. Anyway, in we go. Wolves are on the defense. As you say, bans are over and done with. Interesting to see a Nuck ban coming out here. We've seen the rise of Nuck since the changes came through, where she doesn't consume the gadget anymore unless she's sprinting or vaulting or shooting or whatever else. Teams have really started to put her into the wheelhouse and have had pretty good success with her.
10 seconds left.
Great operator. Great operator. Yeah, you know, you can practically walk, well, you can, you know, walk through the entire map without being seen. You don't have to take out the default cams. You can get yourself very quickly into some tricky positions with the Nock. So yeah, a lot of value can be found, and it's no surprise to see more interest in the operator, whether it be a ban here and there, whether it be you know, being picked occasionally. It's absolutely no surprises whatsoever, but won't be available for this one. As we head into things, it's going to be the action phase. Looks like immediate attention going towards admin from Virtus Pro to kick things off, but how about this? Got Dan on the IQ already in the building, looking to clear out that utility. Could potentially challenge onto the bandit if they're not careful. If he gets underneath, he'll see that battery going down, and it will give away the position of P4.
I was actually a little bit curious about Nuck. Had a quick look here. 42 rounds she's been played in this stage in Europe. She's won half of them. 21 rounds being won with a Nuck on side. So although you might say, okay, halfway, that's the same as every average. Don't forget, generally the game is attacker leaning. That's a pretty positive contribution there from a Nuck. Now, maybe that screams towards the teams that play it or the players themselves that play it. Might be high-skilled players. Either way, certainly not a bad arrival into the stage since her changes. But yep, you say you thought someone get caught out a little bit earlier on. Nothing has come to be so far. I think the Virtus Pro, one thing we'll expect, and the thing I'm always demanding of Wolves, and I'd love to see from them, is being willing to play things that little bit slower. Take your time here. Let's not forget at the start of Nighthaven, though, this is exactly how it kicked off. Virtus Pro were getting a lot done across the map, but Wolves just had so many layers of defense to work through that they ran out of time come the end of it. And I said, Wolves played a perfect defensive round. You will struggle to find a better defensive round anywhere on Nighthaven from any team around the world than what we saw back in round one.
This has been really good from Virtus Pro. They've been dealing with utility really well. We just saw the nade thrown up through the floor there to take out the Goyo canister. They're going to get the little closet wall open, so they're potentially shaping up to get a hold of admin, move across, take the stairs, take the corridor, get inside, and just get that plant inside a meeting door now that the Goyo canister has been cleared out. I think that's what they're going to be looking for, but they will need to deal with P4. He's going to be the one that's trying to hold that position and prevent that from happening.
All about the time, down towards that last 60, and this is where, again, the pressure starts to build on Virtus Pro a little bit here, and the mistakes that you make can't easily be corrected. Wolves have done well to hold off so far. They've wasted quite a bit of time in different areas, and look, Deadshot coming off on the flank here. Do they know about it? Did they hear him? That's the most important part. I don't know if they have. He might be able to get a double kill off the back of this one as well. If they've got any idea, I don't think they do. Just waiting for his moment here. The shotgun might be the one that finds one for himself. No, can't get the second. Dan, in his moment, so hard to beat. And also manages to get the player back up, but it is going to wait another 5 to 10 seconds here. It will slow down the execute and leave the other members of Wolves able to take 1v1s against the other players. Either way, it's Joystick finding the kill, and a 3v3 ensues here. Make it a 3v2 as Pasha finds one more. Instantly elsewhere, it has been responded to. 15 seconds, and Virtus Pro have to go now. 10 seconds left, no room for mistakes. Every single shot has to count. Pushing in nice and close, they're going to find one. Can they now make a plant stick on the back of this one? Where is Lasmo is the question they'll be asking. He's on the other side of the wall, sprays him, finds his man, and also manages to hold it out. This is what we mean when that clock runs so low. You can afford to get one kill and just let the time run to zero. Well played by Lasmo and the rest of Wolves.
I'm not sure if VP didn't get themselves a little bit caught up in, you know, maybe mixed intentions at the end of the round there. We saw it was 2v2. Dan's kind of stood on the doorway, and I get it, it's a 2v2. Once that plant starts going down, it becomes a 1v2 effectively for the player on the cover. So they think, no, we need a kill. So they rush into the middle of meeting, get themselves a kill, but then it was kind of like, do we plant? Do we continue rushing through and try and find this last kill? And so they ended up just planting on the reinforcement and didn't really know where Lasmo was. And he played it fantastically well, to be fair. He knew that he just needed one bullet, and that was going to be onto the planter. And Virtus Pro just taking a little bit too long to get themselves into that position to put the diffuser down, especially after that good work I'd spoken about, clearing out the Goyo canister. I think Deadshot actually probably hurt them a little bit more than expected. He didn't necessarily, you know, get tons of kills, but it meant they had to be picked up. They were just about to push forward and execute. They had to stop, they had to pick up, they had to redrone, they had to check nobody else was on the flank, and it just really seemed to throw a bit of a spanner in the works. More kills came in for Wolves elsewhere, and they ended up in this one-for-one battle rather than just focusing on getting a plant down.
And it's those small things that happen throughout rounds that you look at them at a time and just think, okay, we've wasted 3 or 4 seconds there. Why does it matter? That's an exact example of why it does matter. You know, Lasmo being left in a 1v1 and winning through the clock. Wonderful stuff. Gets the spray down to the planter as well. Just a dream situation to be in. And it all comes down from those few seconds that were chipped away throughout the round by bandit trips on towards the cubby wall. Of course, that flank from Deadshot that we saw really taking away 5 to 10 seconds from those 2 players on Virtus Pro. Small things like that will get a round over the line, even if in the moment it seems really insignificant. It snowballs out of control very, very quickly. This time around, at least Deadshot, though, he's the one who's playing around on the Vigil, and he's got that boss G. Now, we've seen the boss G's always been regarded as a bit of a meme weapon, but we've seen so many times throughout this stage, all around the world again, where teams have just had so much fun with this operator, picking up a couple of kills, double dipping sometimes and going back in for seconds to get the down onto someone and then get the kill immediately after. It is lethal in the right hands. And given the kind of series that Deadshot has had so far, you quite fancy him to do some damage in the round with it.
Oh, there's absolutely potential there. At the minute, they're in a good spot as well because we've got the Ram on side for Virtus Pro, so you would expect them to try and get control of Piano to go in there and open that floor up in there to just try and get those verticals down into sight. So there is potentially going to be an opportunity for Wolves to contest that by keeping themselves in the mid-floor. As it is, P4, he's going to be spotted on yellow, so that's going to tell Virtus Pro that they can't necessarily just go pushing into Piano. Deadshot gets chased away by a drone as well, which for a Vigil is not ideal.
It's all right, it's good though because Lasmo was there. I mean, the drone obviously forced him back and a good look hitting the boss G onto a drone as it goes rifling past your feet with that single slug. But had Lasmo downstairs in server to cover his retreat off, so had no chance of being cut off there by someone on Virtus Pro being in a good spot down towards server. So far, good from Wolves. They kept themselves busy around yellow stairs. Of course, we saw that poking a second ago from the Vigil. They're ensuring that Virtus Pro are having to ask questions. They're having to get back on the drones and figure things out 2, 3, 4 times over. Most of their drones are still alive here, but again, that clock is starting to run down. I just worry that P4's cut here. He doesn't know about yellow door below. He's got 2 on top and 2 below. This could get really rough. A grenade might be enough to make him run here. He should be dead to rights.
It's just whether they're able to get the kill quickly enough. Pasha does move in and get it. Joystick finds the vigil of Deadshot as well. 5 versus 3. 30 seconds left to go. And what was getting to a point of thinking, do you have enough time here? Now that they've got that man advantage, you start thinking that gives them the feel of a few extra seconds. It gives them that little bit of breathing space. They've got the diffuser on the breach ready to go. All they need to do is push in and get it down on the ground while Joystick works from the back. Manages to find one onto Mowgli. Virtus Pro looking electric in round 2. It's going to be flawless as Dan picks up the last man, and that levels us out at 1-1. And I've got a feeling this is going to remain close throughout.
There's a great example there. You know, Lasmo is the player I was going to touch on here at the end. Not because he's been left in a 1v5 and it's like, where are you? There is an element of that, but he had so much to do there to enable his other 2 teammates to be able to contest him towards Garage. He had to watch up towards Spiral, had to watch down towards back server in case anyone came down there. Also had the call to go and try and make a flank come off, and also had to be aware if anyone was pushing down towards the south side corridor that leads in towards Kitchen. There's only so much you can do when there are 3 players left, and this is where Wolves, I think, have dropped the ball quite a lot over the last couple of days. Is you lose these 2 players early on, you leave yourself in a 5v3, you are stretched so far thin that you leave a player with 2, 3, 4 jobs to have to try and do in a round, and they simply can't do it all. Yeah, Lasmo was really dealt a bad hand there, while the other 2 teammates are forced to try and fight on site itself against a flurry of 5 VP players coming in. Again, calming things down a little bit here, not getting yourself picked off. The yellow stairs wasn't much the Wolves could do about it. They left that man there to die. Fair enough. Deadshot going down elsewhere in a 1v1 to Joystick. That really could have been avoided. Back towards site there would have been the play. You've wasted 2 minutes. Be willing to fall back and play turtle at that point, I'd say.
Let's see if Wolves can get any more joy then. Moving on to the next site, they continue their rotation. They're going to head upstairs a level this time, and it's going to be into Piano, and that's going to mean a top floor presence. We've got Mowgli up there at the minute, just opening up those rotations. Virtus Pro did a great job of clearing out those roamers last time around, so Wolves need to get more value out of that. I often say about the Vigil, he doesn't really bring anything for the team. He has to waste time, and in an ideal situation, he has to find kills. Yeah. That's his value that he brings. And last time around, Deadshot managed neither. So they have to get more out of this roam. They don't have the Vigil this time. It is the Legion of Mowgli upstairs. I'm not sure if he's been joined by anybody else yet, but they need to be wasting, for me, probably a minute and a half at least holding onto this top floor and not allowing VP to just get in and start opening up. And it's not ideal as Mowgli just gets cut down by Joystick.
I really want to pull back to all the things that I said about Mowgli at the start of this game, in that, you know, the last couple of days, 3 and 10 on entry yesterday, finding himself, you know, now negative at this point. KD has been atrocious, second lowest rated player on the team. We know that Mowgli is a phenomenal player. He was a player that everyone hated playing against because he would just almost Psycho-esque. He could walk 3Ks in rounds for fun. The last 2 days, we have not seen that player anywhere. And here, like, you know there's a push coming in. You're leaving yourself exposed to the angle, not even trying to pixel peek it. You're ready to challenge it and ready to go. That was as simple as it gets for Virtus Pro. They are so good at this point of finding out an individual player who's not particularly moving or going anywhere fast and pinching onto them. It was P4 in the previous round on Yellow Stairs. It's Mowgli at top spiral here. These are the kind of things that keep on costing Wolves these entries and go on to then cost them the round later on as well. It cannot continue. I don't know how else I can stress it. Like, Mowgli just needs to calm down, man.
This is going to be picked up. This is going to be picked up on the targeting by Deimos, but Lasmo does manage to take down the IQ of Always, at least. Acer seems to have remained at least safe for the time being. The track will wear off, so that's going to allow him now to probably relocate a little bit, I would imagine. We've got the pulse downstairs. P4 can play with a little bit more freedom now. The IQ is dead and gone. Of course, IQ's range is pretty much double that of the pulse. Plant is dealt with by Acer, though. Takes down Shepard. Deadshot's there for Dan. And this one looks to continue the back and forth. 4 versus 2. And Wolves are sitting pretty at the minute to get this one done. However, Joystick grabs that diffuser, moves on, thinks about sticking it, but comes off as he gets challenged. Deadshot with another. And it's 1 versus 4 for Pasha now.
Really well played by Wolves here. It reminds me so much of watching like kitchen attacks on Coastline, for example. Just everyone vacates the site. You start playing the proximity. You let the attackers in. You let them plant. You play for the retake. You play for the denial on these more lateral long angles. Because that site is so surrounded by soft walls, there is so much that you can look to do. Wolves have played it incredibly well. Really love what I'm seeing. Just to kind of highlight a point again, I know I'm speaking about Mowgli a lot. To give context here, because, you know, we've ragged on Lasmo a little bit here. He hasn't necessarily had the best game so far, best series. He's currently got a higher EPS. He's better on KD. His entry, yeah, might be atrocious, but in essentially every single stat, he is ahead of Mowgli right now. Just to give context to how poorly Mowgli is playing. And I don't like ragging on players all the time, but when a major is on the line, that's when you've got to rein things in big time.
I think maybe part of the problem is, you know, Mowgli's nature is to take those gunfights. You know, that's how you become a top player, like, you know, like a Mowgli, like a Shaiko, like you know, anybody who's going in and getting those big entry stats, anybody who's going in and win those gunfights, it's done on the back of confidence. It's going in there and thinking, I'm going to go and take this gunfight because I'm going to win it. You know, and he came up against somebody else who will have that attitude in Joystick. Joystick's going to be somebody who believes he's going to win every single fight, and that's what's costing Mowgli at the minute. It's, you know, he was the one who was there to burn time, who was there to hold on to top floor, who was there to create a presence to stop Virtus.pro getting in that position. But he's sold himself at the beginning of the round. He's gone straight up to Spiral. I'm going to challenge that. He's run into two of them and died. They've got the round done, but I think, you know, they maybe just need to rein that in a little bit, and they might have, you know, more success.
All right, well, let's see if that comes under control. I mean, teaming out in the Jaeger makes me think that no, that's not going to be the answer. Thing is, you get a couple of kills to start a round off and suddenly you are screaming. The problem with Virtus.pro is that although they're very slow at the best of times and teams know how to abuse that and punish it, Secret did yesterday, they are very, very good when they're on the day with the shots. Like, look at Dam, for example, when they got completely ambushed by Deadshot on the flank up Vita stairs earlier. Spins around and gets the kill onto him and saves his teammate. Lightning quick reaction times, great aim off the back of it. And you can say that about a good few of these players. You know, Joystick and Pasha, this game is showing it. Always on his days up there as well. A lot of their strength comes in that gun skill, and that's where you're going to struggle sometimes, I think, as Wolves to be able to go toe-to-toe with them.
Joystick has got himself established inside of admin for the time being. Looks like he's got a little bit of a concern over potential challengers coming in, and there is, of course, air jabs that could be deployed. He will want them for specific locations, but if the concern becomes real enough, he can at least lock that potential off. But for the time being, he's got teammates joining him now, so Virtus.pro are able to start pushing forward. To be fair, the ground is there to be taken. Dan is underneath on the IQ again, exactly as we saw last time. Wolves choosing not to maybe pop somebody down there to see if they could catch him out. It was Deadshot on a long rotate last time, but he still didn't go to make the challenge on to the IQ, who just continues to farm all of those gadgets. Bit of damage taken though. Wolves definitely aware, and this time looking for the vertical angles instead.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Timing though, for both teams. I've called for it for Wolves all of yesterday and today as well about the slower approaches to the round. It's what I do like about VP. It's generally quite measured, as long as not being caught on the flank. It's why they've got this Nomad now present in every single round. They do not want to get stung on the flank anymore. A lot of control and kind of surety before they look to pull off the execute. But the time wasting from Wolves, as we see all back in round one, can still do so much work for them. A couple of C4s to play behind, and Lasmo finds the entry. Dan falls down here. That is a great start, and immediately it's smoked out. They're forced back. Looking good for Wolves here, Tim.
Yeah, Ace is doing a great job on the smoke. Manages to get himself a kill as well before being taken out, but his work might just not have been enough. 3 versus 2, however, Deadshot is underneath. He's snuck down there again, has the shotgun in hand. They need to deal with him. The challenge does come in, but he's still hanging around, trying to make it difficult. Essential kill from Joystick as he manages to find the man. 13 seconds left to go. Always needs to be getting this diffuser down. People is fighting. Can he find anything around the table? The shots don't land. He peeks it again. He gets his man, but the diffuser is down. And Joystick finds the final kill. VP get themselves another round.
Incredibly well played round ending as well. I love the fact, again, go back to round 1. If you're trying to plant there with 10 seconds on the clock, you don't win that round as VP. You're forced to try and stick that plant. You've got a man underneath the shotgun. You're basically guaranteed to be dead. But because they gave themselves a bit more time, they had 30, 40 seconds where they pulled off the execute, they gave themselves time to come off, to step back on towards hard flooring and let Joystick work his magic down below. There's only so much the Deadshot can do. He's got to deny the plant, worry about a vertical challenge, and Joystick coming from his right. Lots to worry about there. Really good overwhelm and great little plant situation played out as well. I know Pasha eventually died, but he did enough. He wasted the time that was required and gets his team the round. Wonderful stuff. Virtus Pro fully deserved that round.
This match is starting to deliver exactly what we had hoped for from it, as we found ourselves after 4 rounds no nearer to knowing who will be heading to the Montreal Major. It's 2-2 on the scoreboard. Wolves are going to take themselves down to the basement again. Virtus Pro were able to win this on the attack last time around. They got in there, they dealt with the roam as well. They forced Deadshot as the Vigil back down to basement very, very quickly by droning, ironically. Picked him up on the drone and he knew that his race was run and he had to get himself out of there, and that's a bit of a misstep from somebody playing the Vigil. Of course, need to be keeping themselves off those intel gadgets using their own, but Wolves need to keep that presence a little bit longer because the Ram just absolutely ripped up the floor last time, created a lot of space, and it just allowed that ace to sit on the wall, Shepard to move in, have the potential of putting the diffuser down. It was really nice. All bases were covered really by Virtus Pro. Joystick even dropped. Ria went into archives, got himself a kill from there. Really, really clinical stuff. Ended up a flawless round.
Alrighty. Let's see what more they can build into. You know, the Wolves have got to get something going here. I imagine the second half could prove to be a little bit rough. It's that spiky nature of this team that I speak about so often. They're either one of the best teams in the world or they look absolutely atrocious. And I think riding on that gamble in the second half, if you give Virtus Pro 3 attacking rounds, is going to feel absolutely atrocious. They could yet walk away with 4. Tim is the real battle. And that will feel like a car crash outcome for Wolves if it gets to that point. Do like how at least in this round, though, they're playing into that slow nature of Virtus Pro and going really heavy on the drone denial. Leaning up towards the Mute and the Multi, of course, the Vigil, of course, denying away sight. They can capitalize on the chaos that starts to invite. And sure enough, they get one. There's a trade there elsewhere as Pasha at least swings one back. It's Deadshot taken offline, and now P4's down. We come back to that same conversation that not even half the round has gone, yet already they're down to just 3 players here on the side of Wolves.
And one of them that's been lost, it's the Vigil. As I said earlier, needs to be wasting time, needs to be finding kills. Neither is true again. Always manages to finish off P4. Mowgli looking to get aggressive. We've spoken about this over-aggression from Mowgli. Loses his life again, finds himself 2 and 5 on the scoreboard, and it's 4 versus 2 in terms of man count within the round. Virtus Pro, with a minute left, they can take the foot off the gas a little bit. They can have a look at, they've only got 3 drones left, but they can have a look, see if there's anybody they can pick up, any locations they can find. They can start massaging the space inside a site. Where did they want to plant? How did they want to do this? There is no rush for them now.
I said about 30 seconds was enough last time around, and with 4 players up, they probably feel it's more than enough. They've escaped that little spray down that came from Lasmo there for a second. A nice angle being taken up by Issa, but he chased it for his life. And that's the problem they find themselves in. Lasmo will try and do something. I feel so sorry for him. He's been left in so many 1vx situations and just gets bullied. Sure enough, Virtus Pro move up to 3 attacks here on Consulate. And Tim, I know I always say there's 2 halves to a game of Siege, but I just feel like Wolves aren't quite here this map.
I think Virtus Pro certainly look the sharper team. You know, this is what I kind of said coming out of Nighthaven Labs. That's why I like Virtus Pro to potentially win this and take that major spot. Coming out of it, where Wolves, they're winning rounds, but it feels like they're having to win rounds, and it's been all night, really, out of a clutch. It needs to be a 1v2, or it needs to be a big play. Deadshot needs to go 15 and 7 in the game. You know, I commented, let's keep an eye on Deadshot. How is he doing? Is he able to go big? If he doesn't, who steps up and takes it over? As it is, he's 3 and 4 at the minute, so no, he's not going big. Mowgli hasn't stepped up. P4 hasn't stepped up. It's Lasmo and Ace are the 2 new players at the minute who are trying to do something, but it's tough for Wolves right now. Virtus Pro 3-2, and they are the problem I think that Wolves are really facing is that Virtus Pro are winning a lot of gunfights, and I know that kind of sounds obvious, but that's not how you're always winning rounds. But if you see a lot of these, Deadshot dies, P4 gets downed, Mowgli goes to Yellow Door dead, and Virtus Pro just seem to be a step ahead, and they're ready for those gunfights every time.
All right, last chance saloon here, Wolves. Can you find anything for it? Even a 3-3 will feel like, again, a bit of a car crash that they might expect, but they'd have to come out and show us something truly magical in that second half. Let's not forget that they were warmed up from their competition yesterday. Virtus Pro, obviously we saw them fall down a little bit earlier in the day as well. The Wolves have that much longer series. They battled their way through against BDS. You'd expect them to come in a little bit sharper, and maybe it's taking Virtus Pro a little bit of time to catch up, but as said, it feels like they are there at this point. Quite a few of their players going well so far, at least on this map. 2.5 minutes still to play though. Only just getting into the round, as you can see. All the setup work still being done. More about getting things opened up here, picking out utility around the map. Again, that one thing that we feel Wolves have missed a lot throughout this series is clearing out vital utility before they say go.
The Dockerby call comes in almost immediately along with that Deimos scan at the same time, so you would expect that potential push to come forward. You want to grab a bit of ground as you do that. That's why you're bringing all that utility in. You're trying to force people out of position. You're trying to give yourself an opportunity to move in and take some map control, and we can see that VP are doing exactly that, getting themselves top floor. They're only 1 minute and 15 in, Des. They're attacking onto Piano. This is absolutely great for them.
It is, and again, the more time they have left, the more time they've got to not make mistakes, but recover from unexpected happenings, the surprise traps that Wolves like to spring on them, for example. You see that Pulse and People's been singing out all round long as well, feeding information back and forth. That is a bigger kill than you'll ever know as well. Modi getting the entry, it's Joystick that's gone. It would have been the second call on there if it was still in his back pocket, also taken offline. Again, cannot stress how important that kill is from Mowgli. He's had a slow game so far. If this is that round where you have that impact, no complaints and all is forgiven.
Yeah, much better from him. That's exactly what Wolves need, is, like I say, somebody stepping up and just creating that little bit of space for them, you know, releasing the pressure a little bit. When you're finding yourself behind constantly in terms of mankind, it doesn't make life easy. So Mowgli has certainly taken a little bit of pressure off for the round. But look at the vertical control that Virtus Pro have got at the minute. They're out opening up absolutely everything. Always manages to take down Mowgli, leaving us now 4 versus 4. They're concerned about Yellow Stairs. The track shows us exactly why. Look at the rush coming down, but Lasmo manages to peek into him and takes him down. P4 finds Shepherd, and Wolves, they might just be able to hold on for a 3-3 half.
That's my rookie. Lasmo going big with most required here. Had a good few moments throughout the series, and it's enough at least to save Virtus Pro away. Might find another one, but P4 wins out in this gunfight, puts himself down to 30 HP, and Acer gets the close. Wolves at least hold on there to bring us that 3-3 half. Do we see a mirror on the other side, Tim? Do we find overtime yet again to determine who wins out a Wolves series? There'll be some fans in the chat. Their hearts will be going if we get to that point.
Yeah, it really will on both sides of the table, of course. Oh, this one has been back and forth pretty much all night, one way or another, whether you look at it between maps, whether you look at, you know, how close Clubhouse was, a 7-5 win for Wolves. Nighthaven almost came down to the same, Virtus Pro taking the win there, but ultimately it has been, in terms of round to round, very, very close, very back and forth. Either team feels capable of winning a lot of them. I give the edge to Virtus Pro at the minute. I still feel like they are on top of things, but Wolves, by contrast, they've proven that they've got a lot of resilience here. Virtus Pro are making it difficult for them, and Wolves are still finding round after round somehow to keep themselves in this one.
All right. Big question for me is how these attacks start for Wolves, though. Throughout the series, throughout yesterday, again, the biggest comment I had was they missed that real crucial step that we've seen Virtus Pro do pretty well. Clearing out utility. If it's got to be shock drones coming in, whatever it needs to be, just something to clear out the utility that is impeding you. I look at this lineup from Wolves, though, and immediately, there's only one way. These 5 operators are designed for one purpose and one purpose only. That is a window take on that top floor. The Amaru flying up through Hatch, for example, is obviously going to be number 1. You have the Ying to completely blind off everything that's going on inside of Office. The Grim to stop any of the defenders being able to run through. But to get below and provide provide that cover. The fire and the smokes for similar purposes. Everything is engineered around this one purpose, so all eyes will now come to Virtus Pro and how well they can deny this going down. They've got a C4, they've got themselves a couple of bulletproofs, they've got the ability to deny vertically if they can hold it off. So you may well see a real war on the first floor between both sides to keep control of Piano.
Straight away, Deadshot is in there, looking to get that clearance made. Going to be trying to open things up. That's good. Good land grab from Wolves there. Get in there, get that locked down so you can start using that skeleton key from underneath. They're not doing it just yet because they're waiting for this go time. They're waiting for this moment. And as soon as they do, you can see all the utility will start to flood in and Deadshot will start opening up from underneath. The Candelas are ready to go. And as soon as they do, we're likely to see that Amaru P4. There he goes straight in. Smokes are down. Deadshot's opening up from underneath. There's absolute chaos inside a site, but there is no plant going down at the minute. P4 is not. He's had to back out. Exactly right. The Toxic Babe canisters were there. Virtus Pro were ready. A good defense from them.
It's a good read as well. We saw a team pull this off. I think it was back in stage 1 where they baited and executed towards main master window. Turns out not to be there inside of office. Instead, it's in the single window. I want to say it was team secret, and they get away with it. They've hard rotated over here. They've got the cover. Another yin going down. So they've tried both sides. They've got the cover below, I believe, as well. They've got the spray down here. Looking much better. They've found themselves too. There's a player on the window. It's an absolute slaughter, Tim. But the diffuser has gone down. Wolves have got 3 players still on their feet here. Always might find one. But he's got 2 more to go through. One of them being the 2 smokes in the back pocket of the Capital, the other being the Ying. And you know full well both players are guaranteed, I was going to say, to be on the outside. Just one was. A great rotation across from Wolves. For the most part, Virtus Pro held off pretty well, but Wolves just a bit too quick for them.
I love that from Wolves. So Lasmo took the opportunity there whilst everything else was going on with that first attempt. P4 zips in through the window. Candelas are dropped. Smokes are in. All the utilities there. But the Toxic Babe canister forces P4 back out of the window. Part of that plan is Lasmo getting inside of that CEO window. He can hold a lot of positions from the half wall. He gets held back. But you can see here, he just drops down, gets 2 really important kills that allow that diffuser to go down, and it's just from holding his ground, just keeping quiet in there. He doesn't try to push on into site and think, oh, I can get an entry here, I can get... It just shows a really good understanding of the plan. The plan hasn't worked. P4's back out of the window. The Goyo canister's popped, so do you know what? I just need to shut up and stand here nice and still. They have no idea that I'm inside the site, and it just worked wonderfully for them, and he could provide brilliant cover for his man then on the rotate to get that diffuser down. Again, really well played from Lasmo. He's turned around the last couple of days. He sits 6-4 now, and he's a really important part of a few rounds that Wolves have won.
Slowly starting to open up a little bit of a gap between him and Mowgli in terms of overall team EPS. Deadshot way up there at 133, Ace at 99, Lasmo at 94, Mowgli at 83, P4 currently sitting on 76. It's actually catching up quite well on Ace, who I think no one will contest has been having a good couple of days overall of Siege. Maybe the first 2 maps a little bit more difficult for him, but nothing you complain about too much given exactly how well he played in the series against BDS yesterday. Still, all that happened yesterday is kind of in the past. At this point, it comes down to this Blitz play again. I think Lasmo's always been the one on Blitz duty so far, and admittedly has had a couple of good moments, some real poor moments as well. But I think everyone remember that 1v1 that he turned around to a 2 versus 1 and eventually saw his team win out back on Nighthaven. Of course, didn't manage to get the map over the line and all, but it was still a pretty nice play to see. And I like here actually how they got Mogan, a slightly slower operator. Put him on the Twitch. Only played it once, I think, over the last couple of days. The early one was during the previous map. But I like that it forced him to slow down a little bit, get the shock drones out, try and shoot through some of the utility. You're looking for those bulletproofs, the mirror windows, the electro claws, even the goo mines and the FNATs. Yet there's so many targets for him to work his way through that I think maybe not having him go ahead of the rest of the team and get caught out is a really good shout in terms of what you put him on.
I think they might be struggling to find the electrical at the moment. We saw a Selma charge thrown onto the wall, but it was just sapped off by electricity. Still 2 in pocket, but they haven't cleared it off. They've got a Thatcher on side that didn't seem to disable it when the EMP grenade went out. 2 of those have been used now, and it's really forced them away from the breach here. So I'd be interested to see exactly where that was positioned, because it definitely seems to have caused them some problems. And as it is, Wolves are having to adapt again. We saw it in the last round. They had to rotate. They had to change plans. That's exactly what they're going to do now. The Blitz is going to head down yellow instead. And whether they get that breach at all or not, I don't think they're going to.
I was going to say, notice how the mirrors held on to the second window here. They're trying to wait to see where the pressure comes from. If they can't open the main garage door up, then why bother reinforcing it all? But I think they've realized now they've lost this top floor control. Wolves are hell-bent on getting this main breach opened up. It's critical to their plan. It's what they want to work with. And so now with the second mirror going down, it makes that defense a little bit stronger, facing the right way. Second electric claw comes out. Only one smoking back pocket as well. Wolves have got time to work with here. Deadshot finding always is a good start.
45 seconds left to go. I think the breach has been opened. I think we heard a Selma charge detonate just as they were up there in piano. So that gives them something. But you would expect that breach to be opened a lot sooner in the round. 30 seconds to go. And we're going to end up having a bit of a Wolves Hail Mary here. They're just going to have to throw everything into sight and see what they can make stick. Virtus.pro are playing behind mirror windows at the minute. There are smokes on side, which could be a big help. They'll just block those lines of sight and potentially provide an opportunity to get in and start putting this diffuser down. It's going to be Lasmo on the blitz who goes for it. He needs to clear pillar, but he can't, as Dan is able to find the kill onto him. That puts the diffuser down in no man's land. It's 3 versus 2 as VP just fight from behind that utility. Surely they win the round. Switches to the bailiff, taken down by Mowgli, but the last kill comes in. It's going to be Pasha to lock it out, and that is the round for VP. They level things up at 4-4, and that was a really nice defense from them.
It was, and honestly, I think part of what stung Wolves there at the end was they wanted to get the blitz in place, have the plank go down behind him, with him putting all the pressure onto pillar, so it was safe to go down with P4 and the Thatcher behind him, putting it down the ground. Problem was, I don't think they had drones ahead of them to know, or didn't drone just ahead of time, to know that the Legion was still sat on pillar. They thought he was playing a little bit deeper. It's almost like a surprise here that he runs into his man, and if he gets that second kill there, things suddenly start to look really good, but they also didn't know, look, about Pasha, who was sat in behind Car. Like, you can't really plan inside a pillar when he's sat in this position. There's no smokes, there's no real candelas or flashes or anything like that to suppress him and keep him from getting involved in that end of round play. It was a little bit of desperation for Wolves. Virtus.pro didn't really look challenged at any point throughout the round. Really good to hold into that second mirror window as mentioned and change the defense dynamically. So no matter what plan Wolves committed to, they then had to deal with a mirror window that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And it was safe then away from the shock drones of Twitch on Mowgli. Really smartly played. They read Wolves like a book in that round.
Yeah, great stuff. And we're seeing it from... What I like here, Des, is that we're seeing teams win rounds now. Throughout the first couple of maps, there's been some mistakes on both sides. There's been great play as well. But when it gets down to this, when it gets down to the sharp end of a match, especially when you're talking about major qualification, you want to see players, you want to see teams coming out and winning rounds. And that's exactly what is happening. The great Wolves rotate in round 8 to get that plant down. The great defense from Virtus.pro. Sorry, round 8, round 7 for Wolves. You know, those last two have just been a really good example of both attack and defense on this map, and hopefully it continues.
Fingers crossed. This time it's Lasmo's turn to charge around here on the Twitch and be the one to try and clear out some of the utility. Relieved from shield duty, I'm sure he won't complain all that much. And Mowgli moves across on towards that Capita. Instead, they do tend to rotate across the team who plays what operators. I've seen P4 playing Twitch yesterday a little bit as well, so it does change quite dynamically based on probably what the more important requirements are across the rounds, and things like the Twitch or the Capital. Capital, sorry, will get rotated between the other players on the team.
Deadshot once again being the first one inside of the map. We've seen that a few times from him. Just sprays probably on a little bit of information there towards a soft wall. He's not going to find any damage onto any of the Virtus.pro defenders. Still 5 versus 5 coming up to halfway through the round. Wolves have not been able to pressure any of those defenders into one of those lose-lose situations you like to try and put them in, but it is going to be Pasha who manages to find the first, taking down Mowgli, who continues to struggle here on Consulate.
I mean, in what world really should a Capital be going down? That's the problem. Like, before even half the round... I want to say I feel bad, but I don't. Like, I feel more bad the viewers have to listen to me moan about Mowgli all the time. Like, the most important operator here for an execute. Smokes, firebolts, yeah, really good secondary utility, a Gone 6. All of that offline because one player can't just kind of play a little more passively here, rely on team information, let them call for you, for example. Again, his rating in this series continues to be tragic, is the only way really to describe it. Oh dear. I mean, that's a freebie. They've got no idea this is the drone work just isn't there. I mean, yeah, they've lost a lot of drones. I'll give them that, and there's a mute on the field with all those jammers deployed, but you're down to 2 drones left now in the last 60 seconds. This is all walking through blind, and Pasha converts into a third. 2 left standing here in Lasmo and Ace. I don't know, this is feeling really rough now. They might get a kill, but it feels like a consolation kill more than anything else. This would be Virtus Pro pulling into the lead outside of something truly spectacular.
Yeah, it's likely going to be pretty impactless at this point. It's not to say it can't be won, but it is very unlikely because Virtus Pro, they're just going to dig in now. 25 seconds left to go. Pasha manages to find his 14th of the day onto Acer, and that is going to be the round to Virtus Pro. And it's like I say so often, in matches like these, when you want that spot at a major, you need your big players to step up. And Mowgli and Deadshot have both gone quiet when Wolves need them most here on Consular. Really struggling to get themselves into it. It's a team effort, of course. It's not all down to one or two individuals, but right now Wolves just desperately need somebody to step up. They need a big moment, a big 3k, a big 4k. The last multi-kill round they had was back in round 3. It was Deadshot with a 3k. Beyond that, they've been getting 1s and 2s here and there, not able to really string together really solid rounds for anybody as an individual, and it just feels like they need that person to step up and be a talisman now.
The hard thing for a lot of teams is that obviously we've got quite a way to go until we find ourselves hitting another stage of, VUL. If things fall down here and you fail in the LCQs, you're done for a while. You don't make it to SI, for example. Good luck. It's really the only way you can then start to position things. And we asked this question a little bit yesterday. BDS, of course, were realizing their own limits a little bit as a full French team. Made changes there to bring in, of course, British player. They got Solotov involved as well. They made changes and became an English-speaking team. I'm not saying at this point, let's look at every single player on Wolves. None of them are good enough, because clearly they are. There is good talent there. But as I mentioned, Lasmo probably isn't quite ready for T1 yet. It feels like he's a little bit below the mark. He's playing great this map. I'll give it to him. Maybe he needs a bit of time. I'll award him that entirely. There's some changes that need to happen here, whether it's systematic, whether it's an individual players. I really hope Wolves, if they do find themselves falling short here in this series, take that time to go and reflect on what needs to change.
5-4 then, Virtus Pro. They find themselves with the advantage. They find themselves just 2 rounds away from the Montreal Major. That is the reality for this team at the minute, and Pasha is flying, leading the way, 14-5, and could potentially be booking their spot in that competition in November. Which is exactly what both of these two teams want. Wolves, it's now or never realistically. If they lose here, they go down to the LCQ. There is no more opportunities for sort of direct qualification, as it were. They're going to have to go in there and win a number of matches if they want to get themselves through to the major. Deadshot, once again, quickly into the building. We've seen that consistently with him on the book, on the attack, getting straight in there, looking for the roamers, looking for the challengers. The problem is he just hasn't been winning them realistically. One of the bigger problems is I look at the entry for Wolves at the minute. They've actually got like round 4, round 2 through to round 8. They've got the entry every single time. Like they are well on top of the entry battles here, but they're just not converting them into round wins.
And that's the hard part, right? Yeah, in a 5v4, in most situations, a professional level team should be able to convert around like that over the line. Things, of course, can go horribly wrong, but you'd hope to. This is a great bit of play, by the way. Acer has largely droned Deadshot through the entire map here, into servers, up through tellers, and has then gone on to collect that kill. Good little bit of team play to start things out, and yes, he nearly lost his life for it, but it's still an entry again, going the way of Wolves.
That's more of what Wolves need from Deadshot. Get in, get that entry, and stay alive. 14 HP left, but he can keep himself out of trouble a little bit now. He can start using that skeleton key, can start doing that work. They've moved the Capitao across to Acer. Instead, Mowgli finds himself on the IQ. So once he's taken out any gadgetry that's needed, he can go and play a little bit more aggressive. It's not going to necessarily be as big a loss. There's no pulse to be tracked, for example. He can be pretty free with that. So we will see this time whether Wolves can keep that utility into the late round and carve themselves an opportunity to put the diffuser down. They haven't been able to do it since round 7. Let's get in there. Let's get a position to be able to put that plant down and just put a bit of pressure on Virtus Pro.
They're in and straight back out. The fire there, admittedly not too helpful to them. Of course, it's the Goya one burning out here. They did use their own, and I really hope that isn't their own fire they've just jumped into. But either way, it's going to stall them off for a little bit. Mowgli here just being picked up by Joystick. He was looking for a backstab, looking to be a big X factor for them, but I think it's typical for Mowgli throughout this series, not able to have an impact in the round.
sometimes you've got to try for those plays, but you know on your day that it's just not going to happen. Virtus Pro joystick here is just waiting, switches to the shotgun. He knows that the pressure is likely to come. He knows that there's somebody on these stairs, and that's why he's gone to CQC. Can he find the kill? Of course he can. It just takes one click. Deadshot was on 14 HP. 4 versus 3. Advantage now to Virtus Pro as Lasmo looks to get himself inside. Shepard picks up one. Pasha another. It's all up to the Lion, but it is Virtus Pro with the bite as they take another round and put themselves on to match point now. One more round will see them qualify to the Montreal Major. Gonna see the faces of the players as they just try on the side of Wolves to rack their brains. What is it that's going to do this? What is it that's going to get them back into this one? There is no more room for mistakes. The whole of EUL Stage 2 comes down to the next couple of rounds. If they want to get themselves progressing, they've got to win 2 back-to-back on the attack. And it has been tough for them, realistically, over the last few rounds. Virtus Pro just feel like they've stretched their legs a bit, feel like they've grown in stature within this one, and they're in a position now ready to take it. Interestingly, always brings along the Maestro. They're going to have even more intel to be playing against, even more potential denial. The mirror window will be played out onto the breach wall again. Something that Wolves really struggled with last time was getting that breach open. It took them so much time. There was about 45 seconds left in the game, in the round, sorry, when they got that wall open. They struggled to deal with the electrical. It was a tough one for them. Are they going to find it? Are they going to deal with it quicker this time? That's the question.
I don't know if you can hear me or not.
I can now.
Now we can hear. We're all good. Good. I was going to say the thing I'd really hope to see would be a Brava coming along. Like, you see a Maestro, it's like the default pick these days. You've got 3 free cameras waiting to be collected alongside any bulletproofs. Why would you not want to go and farm those? However, nothing's been picked up on that front. So really looking here maybe to Twitch, for example, to help out. This information gain could be massive for them because they're leaning here into two sets of smokes, for example, flashes. That's what Maestro is great for. And it feels like a real throwback as well, seeing Virtus Pro playing the Maestro. It was like their bread and butter for the longest time. I love to see it. It feels like a real hark back to the old days.
Here comes the blitz then from Wolves. Something, of course, that our analyst spoke about was, you know, maybe a lack of willingness from Wolves to lean into the success that Secret had with the shields against Virtus Pro. But that being said, Virtus Pro do feel like they've dealt with it better. We've seen that blitz brought along a couple of times by Wolves, and the impact has been fairly limited. They've not been able to use it in a successful way. We saw last time they tried to rush to pillar, but were, I think, a little bit unaware that the fact that they were going to be facing down one behind the mirror window and one on pillar, it forced Lasmo to turn his side towards that mirror window, and Virtus Pro leapt on the opportunity and took him down. So they need to make sure that they're getting more value out of that shield this time.
At least they know where it is, right? This was a bit of an impediment for them previously. If you recall, they couldn't manage to deal with it. Look how far back the Maestro quite naturally is dug all the way back here out towards servers because he can sit on the camera when the execute starts to come through. Keep a close eye on this now. They've got that vertical control, getting the main breach opened up. We've still got 70 seconds to play. Wolves have got tons of time to work with, but they can't afford to make too many mistakes. That's the big one again. I keep on speaking about when Mowgli finds these entries, it just feels like it's the start of something special. Now that it's the backstab factor, it puts all of Virtus Pro on edge.
He's working hard to keep himself in the game here as Mowgli. He's been a little bit quiet, but he still finds himself 7-2. He continues to push forward. Might just find himself face to face if he's not careful. He's just going to wait for the smoke to dissipate. Moves through, but Pasha's there, ready and waiting. Deadshot manages to find Dan. Look at the denial coming in. It's those Maestro cams that we spoke about, Des. They come in clutch. They put the blitz down, and that is surely all as Wolves just drop one by one. Virtus Pro need only one more, and they get it. They will be heading to Montreal.
And just like that, we spoke about the Maestro coming out. We haven't seen it for so long, and look at the work it does in that final round. Even in the final gunfight, Deadshot had no choice but to watch it because he knew the zap was coming for him, and it gives Pasha a freebie. This is why you're screaming for things like Brava when you see a Maestro on side. It can be so impactful, but they let it slip at the bitter end. Wolves, again, they've got a long time now until we see them again, potentially. They've got to go through the LCQs first, but there is some questions to be asked, I think.
Yeah, I think, like I say, those last few rounds, Virtus.pro found another gear there. They really took it up a level. I like that they switched things up on the basement defense. They had another plan down there. They threw the Maestro into the mix. And Wolves, I think at that point, were a little bit all at sea. They'd struggled over the last couple of rounds, and they just didn't really have the answers to the problem.
Well, commiserations to Wolves, but for VP, congratulations, and it'll be great to see them back at a major once more. Let's go to the desk where they'll break down what has been a banger of a series.
It was a banger of a series, but Virtus.pro are the third European team to qualify to the Montreal Major. And we saw on the player cams how much it means for these players. It was a very close game. On that third map, we saw Virtus.pro having to start out on attack, but we saw great things from them.
Yeah, well, we were really impressed with the Virtus.pro attacks, and obviously congratulations to them making the major. You know, league stage was a bit rough for them. They got to playoffs and they've managed to find a way to do it. But their attacks onto Consulate, they were faster. They didn't always work, but they were giving themselves the opportunity for them to work by being a little bit faster on their executes, by taking a few more of those risks. I was genuinely really impressed. I think, you know, even the operator lineups, we criticized it on Clubhouse, Leo.
Yep.
We saw a lot more Deimos, we saw some Grim, we saw lots of Nomad, and we saw Dokkaebi. We saw the initiator operators, the operators that are in today's meta of Siege, and Virtus.pro achieving a 3-3 split onto Consulate, which is no mean feat, by the way. Really set themselves up nicely.
Against a team that beat BAS on the same map yesterday, by the way.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's the way they did it. It's bringing these new operators, these initiator operators in the meta. It's also being quicker, like you said, faster paced. We saw them going for a plant execute at 120 or 50 seconds before the end of the round. That's way earlier than they're usually doing it. It didn't work out for them all the time. But I think for them, forcing these executes quickly actually had a more chances of closing the round than whenever they are forcing this late round execute, exactly like Wolves did it for this one, for example, and then eventually collapsing onto the defense.
And then if we move on to VP's defense, again, absolute tons of Fenrir, absolute tons of Legion, Smoke, and the Maestro in that very final round. Lots of kind of anti-cheesy operators that you could say, just to cover up all the holes that Wolves could look to exploit, and they did it perfectly as we see the final round there. Overall, a great game plan from Virtus.pro. They surprised us a little bit because we said they do the same thing every time. We didn't see that inside of Consulate. They surprised us, and they surprised Wolves as well.
Their strategies really played into that synergy, creating that synergy by having the Goyos, by having the Fenrirs, by playing close together without gaps, and one X Factor, and that X Factor was Pasha, and you can see it there, like incredible stats. And he was what we were looking for, I feel like, in the craziness that was lacking from Virtus.pro. We said they needed risk-taking, and that guy was taking risk, but whenever he was doing it, he had support, he had intel, and that's the biggest difference to what we've seen from them before.
Yeah, he's the player.
41 kills.
Exactly.
Wow.
He's the player that they look to be that kind of difference maker, to be that unpredictability on a very predictable side. Sometimes it works out for him, sometimes it doesn't work out for him. I think, you know, he obviously struggles with the fact that his team is quite methodical and that he can stray away from that and be the impact maker. And yeah, today he really was.
They just gave Pasha the right keys to open the lock, which was needed to qualify to the Montreal Major, it sounds like. And we're seeing him do everything, right? The entry, the kills, he's doing it all. But we're seeing as well is unfortunate moments from Wolves, I would like to say. Cheesy plays, though, to start out on their attack.
Yeah, I think we started seeing the ceiling for Wolves. I expected them to be really good at these cheesy plays and then defaults as well. So that's an example of these cheesy plays, right? So the Ying on connector window to flash everyone, the rappel in from the Amaru and the plant there in that meeting room, that wasn't expected. And then they rotated and went eventually to plant in CEO with Lasmo proning and getting all the kills there. That's Wolves throwing people off, that's them faking a plant and then going all the way on the other side. And that works pretty well. That's all great. Now, my problem with this is it's cheesy, it will work once, but this mid-round adaptation cannot be your sole win condition. If we take a look at round 10, it's the exact same story. They go into admin, they fake something, they fake an admin take, they get the entry really quickly in the round. Look, even in the first minute. Then look at them looking at each other on the top floor here, on the roof. Are we rotating? Yeah, we are. The call is that we're gonna execute in CEO despite taking control of admin. They go for it, there's the Goyo shield, it's called, it's téléphoné, like we say in French, everybody knows about it, and then they lose player by player. Again, they throw away the man advantage, and they throw away the control that he initially got. That's what you get from moving too much, from trying too much, from overcomplicating things.
Yeah, and look at the lineup the VP brought there. Smoke, Fenrir, Goyo, Warden. They were so ready for those types of plays as well.
They closed the gaps, they played Turtle, they were ready and closing everything locked in, and they were aware of whatever they were trying to do. And that's my issue here. They forced to play style that we relied on cheesy plays when they could. And we've seen it from Wolves. They can play well together. They could have worked well with defaults as well. We lacked a little bit of variety from Wolves here.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right in that one there. I think once more we need to sing the praises of one player, though. On the opposite side, that player is Pasha.
Yeah, of course. Pasha, you know, he was obviously the MVP of today, and I think he made some absolutely massive plays across the totality of today. And like we said just a couple of moments ago, he's the player that Virtus.pro really look towards in terms of being able to be that difference maker, in terms of having that little bit of nous about him to just do something a little bit differently. And you see him making absolutely massive plays. And the one that I want to highlight is when he was on the defense, actually, is when he pushed in, he managed to get on the basement defense here, this clip here, where he does something a little bit different, a little bit unpredictable. He pushes through the smokes on the execute, he pushes towards the breach, gets 2 kills, wins the round for his team, and that triple kill there. This is what Pasha's about for this team, and he needs to do more of it because it works so well for his team. Pasha was the one that stood up and was counted today, and his team can thank him for the fact that they're at the major.
I guess we can call him the MVP for our game today as well, and that's why I'm so excited to have him here on the line with us for the winners interview. Pasha, you made it to the Montreal Major. A massive congratulations. What does this mean to you?
Thank you so much. It means a lot, honestly. I'm so unemotional right now. I don't know, probably because I lost all my emotions on the game, and honestly, it means like the whole world for me. We were like pretty much at the bottom the whole year. Stage 1 was pretty rough. This stage was absolutely rough too, because I don't know, actually, we had a pretty poor map pool in this case. The Oregon removal got us actually like pretty bad, and now we're back on top, kinda, I guess. At least we'll make the major.
Congratulations, Pasha. It will be great to see you guys represent us again. I feel like we missed you in the last major. You spoke about the map pool, and we used to say with Dan that you guys weren't playing the new maps. You were playing Sky, Lair, and Labs, and then you bring Labs, and you beat Wolf 7-3 on it. Do you have other surprises? Are you able to play Lair as well?
Obviously, we are ready to play Lair, and the thing is, for example, we played Border on the 6th Invitational in São Paulo last year, and we got beaten by Liquid like 7-2 or something, and that loss give us a lot of information on how we can improve our gameplay on the map, basically. So losing 7-0 yesterday against Secret isn't really... Actually, it was probably because of the tilt, plus not really much experience on the map itself. So we just had a lot of work to do yesterday. We were sitting like to 7 a.m. kinda. Me and always went to sleep 7 a.m. and we were absolutely exhausted, but still we did a lot of work. And honestly, like losing map doesn't really make you lose map once again if you are going through your mistakes and fixing problems.
Yeah, you probably learn more from your mistakes than actually winning. That's what happened with Chalet as well. You guys lost 7-0 and then you won the same map in the stage. One thing that we discussed, speaking of you guys' weaknesses, was that maybe you were not taking enough risk and maybe you were a bit too slow, and that's why you were late in executes. I feel like today you were the main reason. You guys were so quick and executed early. Is that something that we're going to see more from you guys, trying to be quicker and with you at the spearhead?
I can't actually say that we will continue that playstyle. It just depends on the mood, honestly, because we are the team of the mood. If we don't catch the vibe, we just don't play as usual, we will just lose 7-0 to every team, like even tier 4. It's okay, absolutely. It happens to us. There's just some days when we on point and some days where we just suck. That's it. I can't really tell like if we were gonna continue to play like that aggressive and like searching that gaps and all that stuff.
Well, Pasha, you have what, 4 weeks now to find whatever is bringing that mood up? That's basically what you have.
Actually.
It could be a big threat.
Finally
to
a
teams.
rest.
Very important as well. It could be a big threat for the teams coming to the major. This is your first stage of going international this year. Is there any team that you're really looking forward to playing against?
Honestly, I'd like to play against NA because I watched a lot of NA games, and obviously Brazil. Europe is pretty boring.
Okay, well, I guess we got some work to do then. I saw you left a lot of emotions in your player chems. I hope there's a little bit left. If there's anything you want to say to your fans?
Of course, thank you everyone. Probably you were not even trusted us that we will make it today. Honestly, me too. And I just want to thank everyone. Thankful support. That's actually super important. Can't wait to open Twitter and reply to all the messages. That's it. Thank you for support. And don't forget to buy a VP skin.
Very important. Well, it's good that we saw all of your fans, of course, be very vocal on social media about how happy they were with you guys' playstyle in the playoffs. We thank you so much for your time. A massive congratulations once again. And also, best of luck with the preparations for the major.
Yep. Bye-bye.
I like that interview. That was really good. He was giving good insights on what was happening with the team, where they really got hit this stage, but also what led them to this point.
Yeah, I love the fact that he said we're a mood team, and whenever we don't turn up, we're gonna lose to a tier 4 team. I'm pretty sure now he's just teasing people. He's just teasing other teams to fake it like they're not gonna be consistent. We know these guys at LAN. They will perform. They will be there.
They called EU boring. I mean, hello, the game we got coming up is not going to be boring at all. We saved the very best for last. We got the grand final of Stage 2 between BDS and Secret after the break.
Come in. Are you still tailing Deimos' men from the Heartbreaker?
Affirmative. And you'll never guess where I am.
Thunderbird, they have hostages.
I'm a few minutes out.
We don't have time. They don't have time.
Go. I'm on my way.
It was too late. We have to stop Deimos.
Well, now we know where he's going next.
Emerald Plains.
Yo, man pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at my head though. Fuck sexual innuendos. At the door like I'm coming for the rent. No, man's not running like I've got no legs. No, no, me, I'll bring it to you first. Not a coroner, but I'll bring it to your hearse. Man, I'm on filth, man, I put you in the dirt. Man, plotting on the best, and I bring it to your worst. Always had a comeback, no banter. I'm known as a serial ranter. Means I don't hold back, nothing, put hands up. My emotions might lead me to snap up, wrap up, something, no gift, not Santa. Do you know where you're from? Don't matter. Anyone can be food, no platter. Have you wet man, let the thing splatter. Try no man, don't play that, don't play that. Been like that since way back, since way back. Man, roll around and spray that, and spray that.
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than house. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure, you know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Today's star of tomorrow is going to be Lasmo, who currently plays for Wolves Esports. And I think what interested us about Lasmo was the fact that he played on Make Your Destiny, who played in Stage 1. They played through the open qualifiers to reach a last chance qualifier for the Manchester Major. Interestingly enough as well, they played up against Wolves Esports, so Lasmo got the chance to play against his next employer. Obviously, he didn't know it at that time, and it just goes to show how that system worked for him.
RTB, they've got some answers in the form of Creed. A very quick triple before he's shut down by Lasmo.
It actually worked the same for me. Actually, I got my first EU Pro League contract by playing against a professional team, by playing in this French Tier 2 tournament, by showing myself in competition, by grinding through lower tier of competitions. I showed my potential and got picked up. And exactly like this, Lasmo got his opportunity.
Pasha does have the ability to burn out most of the rest of this round with his gas, and oh no, Lasmo does a double take and finds him. Now down in a 1 versus 3, low HP though on P4, the Monty. But a good operator to have low HP on as he looks to try and make his way upstairs. Gumine's in pocket. but that is all he can use. He doesn't know it, that Monty is so low HP. Lasmo comes in, a top fragger for the day.
I don't think he was nearly as experienced as other pickups in Tier 1, yet he has shown a lot of potential. One thing he lacks still, I think, is controlling more of his nerves. That's something that we've seen from him, right? We've seen some tweets or quotes in interviews that shows that, you know, it's his first Tier 1 matches, so obviously he needs a little bit more experience. But P4 did say he has a lot of potential, and we could see him grow further as a flex player, rather, that is able to frag and have great calling and great operator potential.
The stars of tomorrow were shaped in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 leagues that they played in prior to making it into the Tier 1 debut. And we got another one of those Tier 2 leagues coming up with the South Breach closing in on us. And with this new system that we have with these Tier 2 leagues, it actually rewards these players to keep playing with the same team consistently. You get these points, you qualify to the main LAN event, the finals of Tier 2 in February. So hey, if you just dropped a 20 bomb in your ranked game, you think you got what it takes to be the stars of tomorrow, then you can sign up and play the South Breach. And we see where it gets these players.
And do you know what was crazy about the South Breach that happened in 2024? Guess who won it?
It was Team Valor.
And who are Team Valor right now?
Ents.
Ents. So that tournament was important for 5 guys that ended up coming into a U League off the back of it. But not just those 5 guys. Jihu played it. Who was on Jihu? Creeds, Adrian, MC, Leighton,
Shed.
And Shed.
Yep.
All 5 have gone to Tier 1 off the back of that tournament specifically.
Yeah, and entirely different rosters. If you think about it, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's 4 different rosters for the 5 players that made it to Tier 1 from that one Tier 2 team. And then on top of that, 4, because you have ITB, Secret, Elevate, and then Wild.
Yes.
And then on top of that, the entirety of Team Valor being picked up by a Tier 1 organization to participate in EU League. So it's really the one spotlight that gives you an opportunity to play against pro teams, show you, prove you have Tier 1 level, and either get picked up as an individual or as an entire core.
That's the thing, it doesn't even just stop there as well.
Yeah.
Sons of Peter played that tournament, which eventually became what is the current Wild roster. I guess you could kind of argue Teb and Lolo and, you know, at least the first iteration of the roster in Stage 1 2024. And then also Team 86, you know, Robbie, who plays for Falcons. So many players played South Breach last year, and that was their opportunity to get into Tier 1. So if there is any opportunity, it's South Breach this year. That's what we're saying.
Hey, and you got some of these players that are playing South Breach currently playing the grand final of Europe League Stage 2. That's what you can get to if you do play these Tier 2 leagues. And like we said, the grand final, my question is, can we see a repeat of Stage 1 where BDS took the victory? Or do you think Secret might be able to snatch the crown here? We talked about the winner getting 5 more SI points, seeing as how, you know, SI 2024 went down, it could be super important. You get some more points and the honor.
Yeah, I think the big thing is being champions of Europe for these 2 teams. I
That's
think
the title you're looking for.
Secret are looking to take it away from BDS, and BDS are looking to become essentially the undisputed champions of Europe after winning it in Stage 1 and Stage 2.
They want to cement their place on the throne. And at the same time, you have Secret that I don't think many people expected to be all the way here. I know they had a lot of potential, but if you look at the beginning of the stage, it's not the kind of team that maybe you expected to try and take down BDS there. Crowning Secret European champions, when you see how far they were only a year ago, that would be crazy for them. And I think they will have a huge anger to make that happen.
And obviously, both teams have qualified for 6th Invitational. Now that is official, but the points do still matter because the seeding, obviously being placed 1 to 16 in the overall standings, do matter for the seeding of the groups and so on and so forth for 6th Invitational. There's a lot on the line for this game.
There definitely is. Now, this match happened as a best-of-1 in the group stage, and I think it's safe to say that that result shocked the entire league because Secret were the only team to take down BDS.
Our game is set and ready, and it's BDS versus Team Secret. And who else to guide us through it than Hap and Food? Please take it away.
Holding on, users gets the cover onto 1 as they get the cover onto 2. Officers are locked down, and they're going to secure the plant. No, just stop, but not for long. Brede is in this position to try and get the fight. Going to hold for the plant. The flash has come out, but perfectly played. Got the kill he needed, got dropped, got traded out, and here, not enough. BDS, they lose a round.
Smart thing to do here from users to take that verticality because their shields don't quite cover the top there, but as he drops down, He walks right into the Blitz shield. He's basically given free play to the players to try and repel in. Being tracked now by the death mark, fully flashed as well, as Brede is the last man standing.
And out of nothing, there's everything. Cut in half, Savage tears it apart, and Secret prove that BDS can be beaten.
Well, that was what happened when these two first played against each other in that group stage. But we'll zoom in on BDS first, as they are currently the first in that group stage as well. They got taken down by Secret, but eventually finished first. Yesterday, they had a very close game against Wolves. We needed all 15 rounds on 2 of those 3 maps. So you can say they barely scraped it over the line, but they are here today.
Yeah, they actually had the same amount of rounds win than Wolves, if I'm not mistaken, having won 8-7, 8-7, and then lost 7-5.
Yeah.
So it's actually crazy to me that they keep getting away with it. And it's always the same story with BDS. They keep getting away with it. The entirety of the stage, the very first playday was already an 8-7 win versus Wild. There was so many victories were 7-5 that could have gone the other way. And eventually, even to make it here, it went down to the very last map in overtime, 8-7 versus Wolves. They've been looking shaky all stage, although they were almost undefeated.
I'm just pinching myself, making sure that is Alfama, criticizing a French team. Yeah.
All right, come on, guys. I'm being objective here.
You're being objective. You're absolutely right. I think it feels very weird to say that on one hand, we talk about this team as a super team, that they are the favorite for the majors for SIs. And on the other hand, we say in EU League, they're not actually done that well. The performances haven't been that good, but they've, basically got to the grand final. They're winning everything. But it's absolutely correct. This team's got so many levels that they can go through, and they're not there yet. They're acknowledging it.
That's even something they mentioned in the interview yesterday. And another thing they mentioned is what you two were saying, right? That this stage has certainly not been the easiest for them. It's definitely been more difficult than last stage.
Yeah, if you were to compare the two stages, if we look at their performance in stage 1 versus stage 2, you will actually see that the average rounds per map that they win is a little bit higher compared to stage 2, right? They've been struggling more.
Yeah, that's total rounds per map. So it's on average, they're hitting 7-5 victories or going to overtime a lot more than they're blowing teams away. And the attack win rate is probably to do with that. The fact that it's dropped by 10 percentage points, slightly over that, is incredible, because this is a team that we know as one of the best teams. But on average, they're losing more attacks than they're winning.
And what's the biggest thing here to note? The attacker win rate is dropping. And that, for me, is a testament of a team that plays less together, because the attacker side is the one that tests more your team play.
And especially in a meta where I would argue it's the easiest it's been to attack in a long time, with Shields, with Deimos, with a lot of the current operators to attack, you would expect that to creep up. So that head-to-head comparison shows that whilst BDS are in exactly the same position, nothing has changed in terms of they lost once in the league of stage 1, they lost once in the league of stage 2, they've got to the final. It's been a much tougher road traveled.
Yeah, that meta, I think their opponents know what to think about. They definitely delivered a statement yesterday, picking Nighthaven Labs against Virtus.pro and 7-0ing them to qualify to the major. Absolutely destroyed. And it is no secret that Secret find ways to use this new meta very well. Savage even said it in the interview yesterday, they had to find some new ways.
The way they came about, it was on the BDS game, I think I brought it up, probably someone else brought it up. It's like, we've tried to beat these guys like 6 times in a row. Like, it didn't work. We're not going to go for a normal approach, try to play smart, play fast, size the kills. We're just going to abuse whatever is on the game to be abused, and we did that. We got good results. I think after that, the main mentality is like, we got to let teams, like, whatever teams leave open for us, we're just going to abuse it.
We have a video as well to display what has been happening about this new kind of play style that we've been seeing from Secret.
I love that we're just going to abuse it.
Yeah, we're going to show the clip again. We've shown it absolutely loads of times, and I'm sorry if you've been a lovely viewers of ours that's seen it loads of times. But this was the game where Secret turned it around in the stage. This was where Secret, I think, in the stage, gained our identity. Whatever they leave open, we are going to abuse it. In this particular game, on this particular map of Border, it was Monty and it was Blitz.
That round is them pioneering the use of the double shields to finally beat a BDS that relied heavily on their individuals and their individual gunfights to get away with it. And then you see it, they turn this double shield into an actual meta or strategy for them, even against all their opponents. And it works so well for them because it creates pressure, pressure creates movement, and they punish movement.
And do you know what's funny? If you think Secret are going to go away from this, they're absolutely not. Because the way that BDS came out after that loss in the stage, where they were tweeting saying it was a boring way of playing or whatever, Secret have got under the skin of BDS, and they're going to stay there. Because only one operator ban currently in terms of the attacker side. Sure, if that's a shield, they'll still play the other one, they'll still play the Dokkaebi. Whatever is open, they will abuse it. That's become their identity, but it's sent them to both majors, and it's sent them to Six Invitational. So, you know, who are we to criticize that?
It's their identity, they are fond of their groove, and it is exactly why they are the best attacking team in the league.
Yes.
They have a 65% attacker win rate, that's 10% more than any other team right now in the league. It seems to work for them, they're not gonna go away from it, and until Ubisoft adds more bans to the operator pool, you will still be able to play more shields. That's just how it is.
Or nerf shields.
Or nerf shields, whatever choose.
We'll take either.
But right now, BDS can only remove one, and Secret can all the way ban Legion and play the other one.
So what I'm hearing is we got the two best teams of Europe League as it currently stands. I'm curious, if we were to pick two players, the top two performing players on the rosters and put them in a head-to-head against each other, which of the players can really make the difference here?
I just got spoiled. It's going to be Adrian and it's going to be Usus. But it's just the truth. When we say that BDS relies heavily on individual gunplay to get away with things, that's fine against most teams in Europe. That's just not going to cut it against Secret. Secret can play very aggressive. If you remember the very first map, Border, when they finally beat BDS, it was not only about shields. When Secret was in defense, they played super aggressively. One of the reasons for this is they have the talent. Look at Adrian. He's the third best rated player here in the league. He's got a 41% round survived, 75% KOST, and 5 clutches. He's always there in the late round, especially when it comes down to covering plants.
And then, obviously, you've got Usus as well, plus 43 in KD. And it's worth saying, if it's in yellow here on this graphic, that means it's the best in the league. So of all of those key stats that you would consider, these two players basically hold the top stat for everything in the league, other than EPS. Usus, I will say, I think genuinely he's a match winner. He's got that superstar talent. He does a lot of the dirty work roles, I will say, for the BDS team,
and
as he did on Eminem. Same with Adrian, both of these players do, but they shine in them and they have their moments regardless of being in the roles that other players would find more difficult. The only player actually higher than both of these players in EPS is Doom on the side of Team Secret.
Wow.
But we wanted to highlight these two players head-to-head because they play very similar roles and they basically hold the cards in every one of the other categories.
And I just want to mention right now that the first guy in terms of rated players and the third ones, Doom and Adrian, are both on Secret, but they were also tier 2 players only a year ago. These guys, they got revealed in Southbridge. For Doom, it got revealed with you in Delta Project, for example. It means that the grassroots system works for these guys. Yeah, you'll take that credit, of course.
I made him.
Biggest brain in the game.
But I guess we can put these two players under that same Stars of Tomorrow banner,
Yes.
maybe even the Stars of Today, because they are playing the grand final of Europe League Stage 2. That is a best of 3. We'll roll in our maps to see where we will be going to. As said, Border was our battleground for the first initial matchup, and BDS are having none of that today.
Yeah, I think so. I think what we can see here with the bans is that both teams are pretty much removing the other team's best maps. We've seen BDS be excellent on Cafe. We've seen them be excellent on Bank, unbeaten on it against absolutely everybody, and people keep challenging them there. BDS have a big thing about that. Secret will respect it. And in turn, BDS will take away both of their perma-bans, in all honesty, in Border and Lair. Probably, especially with Lair choosing to save it.
Yeah, it feels really good for them as well because it's their perma-bans, and on the other side, it's also a really good map for Secret, so it fits them pretty well. It hinders Secret more to ban Bank, in my opinion, because it's their most big ban in 2024, map in 2024. It's a great map for them. For them to get rid of it, they eventually then give another ban to BDS, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a lot of respect. We're going to see Secret pick into Labs. Now, this might be considered by preference quite a strange pick, and, we could maybe hypothesize that Secret are trying to save maps for the Major. Well, they're absolutely not, because they've played all 9 maps inside of this stage. They've got nothing that they can hide going into the Major. But I think from Nighthaven, from a BDS perspective, they tried playing it against Wild, very first play day 1. They got over the line. They shouldn't have done in that play day. They should have lost that against Wild, and they've pretty much perma-banned it for the rest of the stage. So I would say based on recent form, it was the lowest preference map that BDS left open.
Yeah, Secret beat them, Virtus Pro 7-0 on that map, playing super aggressively, the exact same playstyle that Wild had, and put BDS in trouble at the beginning of the stage.
And then we're going to see Chalet from BDS. Now, they've played this map a lot during the stage.
Three times, yeah.
It's a map that fits them very, very well. And I will say for BDS, I think this is maybe a little bit of preservation mode. They accept it's still a final. They accept that they like the map, but they want to get themselves on a map that they've seen and that people have seen them on a lot. Not just to give anything away.
And if we move forward, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same story here. Yeah, they go on Skyscraper, so it's the same story than Chalet for me, right? Both of these teams, they go on a very comfortable map, really high preference, something that they know they've already showed. They can play their classic strats. It's just going to be about who's the better team today. It's not going to be about innovating and breaking new stuff. It's about trying to get the European crown, with also saving some strats for Montreal, because let's be real, you're looking really at that event as the real target here.
Especially because both teams, you know, this is just a best of free to play for EUL now, because both are in Montreal, both are at SI, so now it's just about who is the king of Europe.
A great showcase of what we as Europe have to offer as a region. We're bringing our casters for one more time for this best of 3. And guys, I hope 11 rounds on Nighthaven Labs wasn't enough for you two, because you're going to get it again.
I'll take a 15 at this point, I think, to be fair as well. Yeah, like, this is a series that normally you'd look at and say, okay, it's a best of 3, it's for the final. It doesn't mean much. BDS know that 5 SI points means a whole lot, right? It really does to them, given what happened before.
Yeah. I mean, this is so spicy, my glasses are steaming up, so...
That's what you've had for dinner, Tim. That's all.
Yeah, we
Nobody laughed at that joke, Des.
No, I did. I was polite.
Because you was polite.
See? It's just because I love Ace. He was the first one to teach me how to probably iron a shirt. Well, there I did it on podcast in front of everyone.
Dad of the talent.
Dad, father energy.
That is very, very nice. But you got something else to do here than ironing shirts. It is time. Our game is ready. Let's get this grand final started.
Thank you very much, Anne, indeed. And here we go once again, Tim. I love this series for so many reasons. A big one, though, that I've looked at has to be the best attacking team, not just in Europe, but pretty much around the world, coming up against one of the best defensive teams. Secret, I think, are clear of every other team here in Europe when it comes to the attacking side. BDS on the defense. Who knows how things are going to play out. One thing's for sure, it's going to be a screamer of a series.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be a little bit of a funny...
Have you defogged them now? They all good.
I've given up with them. I mean, a little behind the scenes. I don't wear them when I'm casting anyway. It's just when I'm on camera. But it's getting pretty hot in my my little room at home. My computer, the lights, everything's flooding heat out, and I'm getting a bit warm, so the glasses have been ditched, Des.
Open a window, mate. It's nice and chilly outside. We're coming towards winter now.
Very true. I'm just always very conscious of those, you know, dog walkers walking past with me screaming about BDS and Secret at the top of my lungs.
He's killed 3 of them. He's got the bomb down. They'll be calling in the SWAT team, mate, before you know it.
We don't need any situations. So it's going to be an interesting one, this. Leo touched on it. Obviously, you've got 2 teams that want to be crowned the best in Europe, because that's what these players play for. They want to be the best at everything they do. They're competitive people. But at the same time, they've got one eye on that major in Montreal. They don't want to be giving too much away. They don't want to be getting, you know, giving away maps that maybe they're trying to keep under wraps. So they're going to be going to places like Chalet, where we've seen BDS a ton. Secret can be very well prepared for that. So I think we're going to have a very interesting matchup, this one, I think. Should be a lot of fun.
For sure. Obviously, BDS pulling the classic Deimos ban. It feels like a permaban that we're going to see follow them all the way through the major as well. Psycho is just not allowed to play that operator. Legion also being taken away, one of his most played on the defensive side. All attempts to keep him under the thumb just that little bit, and we still know that he can go absolutely nuclear when the situation calls for it. Whereas on the other side, seeing, of course, the mirror and the blitz being taken off. Not too big a surprise.
Savage just handing out a little bit of advice to Shako there, suggesting that he plays somebody other than Nomad and Flores.
He plays Brava as well.
I mean, Deimos is banned out, so, you know, we'll see his options are being narrowed down. 2 to watch out for today. Doom and Grubby had fantastic days yesterday. Absolutely unreal. 46 and 16 between the 2 of them against Virtus Pro.
Went absolutely nuclear, and of course, we're looking for a repeat And for BDS equally, it was obviously a pretty tumultuous series for them against Wolves. It was nail-bitingly close, took all the way to the third map, round 15 to see it over the line. You know, for them, I imagine a lot of relief off the back of winning that round. Obviously for Virtus Pro, it's a Virtus Pro. For Wolves, as we now know, 2 best of 3s, they just couldn't overcome either of them, and they have to go through the LCQs. For BDS, they're a bit more jubilant, and we'll see what they've got to show today. Starting off with Labs, starting out on the defense. Secret, again, the best attacking team that we've got in Europe. I think a 42% plant rate they have on their attacks is absolutely ludicrous. To know that you're putting the bomb down nearly every other attack is stupidly impressive. Most teams around the world won't be able to accomplish that at any point, but for Secret to be doing it now is a wonderful sign, and it feels like something really magic starting to bubble up here for Secret here, whether it's the addition of Virtue at the start of the stage, whether it's just this collection of players really starting to click, heaven knows, but it's looking good.
Yeah, like you say, whatever the reason is, it's they've certainly found the secret sauce, and they're going to look to continue with that form. We're going to have BDS kicking things off with a top floor defense, and we're just going to see Brede on the Kaid, just backing himself away. He's going to take the reinforcement. He's, you know, just out there, get a couple of drones. If anybody decides to come screaming in through the meeting window, he would have been there ready for the challenge. But none of them do. Secret playing this pretty steady.
Slow, steady start. On to getting the IT wall opened up, and they should be able to get away with it. But a well-placed C4 could most definitely see Doom heading in towards Doom. For now, keeps himself pretty safe and steady, and that wall should be able to get opened up here. It's taking a bit of time to get it done, but the wall is pretty exposed at this point.
Yeah, they just need that soft breach. Rotero drone potentially could be the one to do it and just go on in there. They need to be a little bit careful with the Selmas now. They do have the other holes opened up, so potentially you could put it on the soft wall, but it is still possible to shoot it out. We're going to have the Azami of Solotov just looking to keep a hold of Catwalk for the time being. Closing off that door with the keeper barricade will at least give them a little bit of early warning. But right now, Secret are kind of trying to surround. They've got IT there. We can see them working towards Connector as well, so they're just trying to get these multiple angles going on for this attack. It's going to take a little bit more positioning from them. They need to get this wall open. Grubby manages to find Shaco, big opener, just pushing his way into electrical. So now that was the movement I was talking about. Get one into electrical, get one working on that breaching connector, get one working from IT, and you start to really put a lot of pressure on BDS inside of the site. It starts to become very, very difficult. There's no angles of real safety. Nitro goes out. We hear the detonation is not going to be successful in finding any attackers. So it leaves BDS 30 seconds to hold on, but utility is dropping, as are Body, Savage, Grubby managing to find one apiece. 4 versus 2 now for Team Secret as they continue this push towards top floor, and it's absolutely clinical at the minute. Adrian manages to find Brede, and it leaves Usus. That game winner as fresh coding, but he ain't going to be winning this one as the final kill comes in for Team Secret. They're able to lock out the round, and that is a good start for them. They managed to get 1-0 with a nice attack onto the top floor. They had absolutely everything covered. We'll see going into round 2 whether they can continue to have everything covered or not. BDS, I think they will change sites. They weren't even kind of close there, so I think in all honesty, you probably back out from that one. Still can't hear you, Des. He's trying to get back. I can see him. I can see him, but that's no good for you at home. You can't see him. I can see him. He is there. He will be joining us back as soon as he can. Just a little bit of a tech issue on that side of things, but I'm sure you can live with me for the time being. BDS, 1 down then to Team Secret, as Team Secret able to lock down the top floor attack. As I suggested, BDS do go down to the basement. They are going to try to mix things up, headed downstairs. They're going to have Brede opening up some rotations, so that suggests we're going to have some roamers up above. Usus is up there with Kaid as well. Interesting one, because of course earlier we saw Wolves really struggling to open that breach, not really certain where the electrical was placed, so it could be in another tricky position this time.
Okay, now
there we go. He's back.
Good times, good times. Yeah, UK residential net. What can I say? Big thing for me in this round, though, the shields coming out. I didn't catch most of that first round, admittedly, Tim, so I'll trust your judgment that it was a good round.
Secret, great.
BDS, no.
Yeah.
In 4 words. Love it. Perfect summary. The Monty, for me, a big one here as well. We constantly see these bans coming out. And BDS here, I think they saw the damage that was done with the Blitz yesterday. And just like, we want no part of that. Get it off the table. Get it out of this round. But of course, it also means things like the Monty can come in now. Virtue, not really a player you'd look at as a go-to Monty player. We think about his time back on G2. Normally he points towards Alamau being that guy. But at least here on this lineup, clearly he is that guy.
Likafak still up above on the Valkyrie, looking to have a little roam there. Going to be a lot of intel along with him. No IQ on the side of Secret to take down those black eye cams, so it is going to be reliant on the members of Team Secret spotting them out and making sure that they are denying that utility. We can see the Monty is going to be pushed upstairs, I think, to start having a look at potentially dealing with any roamers that are up there and just try and support that. They know they need to be careful. We saw Deadshot doing some great work vertically on this site previously in the Wolves Virtus Pro game, so it just goes to show how incredibly important those angles can be. Likafak definitely needs to be dealt with. It doesn't look like Secret are really anywhere near close to challenging him just yet, though.
There's still about half the round to play here, and in a classic way, you know, seeing the Dokkaebi on side. Yeah, BDS are massive Dokkaebi merchants as well. They love playing this operator. Not at all surprised to see Secret, you know, making use of it to the similar effect. He's trying to put, like, corner in, pincer down, tie down these roamers, force them back in towards site. It's good to see BDS being so active around the map here. Like, even Likafak as well. Here has managed to move his way back up towards this top floor. It's all going to waste time and draw Secret into this. I'm liking what I'm seeing. This is a very different style for BDS. They're normally one of the more conservative teams that we have in the league. It's why they are so successful defensively, is they don't go too crazy on their own. They're often back on site with about a minute or so to play. But here, they're still looking to be a bit of a nuisance. And sure enough, Secret, Savage of Particular, has managed to come down on him along with Virtue and get that entry in. However, only 40 seconds left to play.
That's the big problem. 2 minute 15 just to take down Likafak. Solotov maybe gives himself away a little bit easily there. Likafak's burning all this time, taking all this attention. Get yourself back to site. Adrian able to take down Prede, and you just feel like maybe BDS haven't really lent into the advantage that Likafak gave them. Get yourselves on site, lock down those angles. Secret only had 45 seconds left to go. As it is, they've got a little bit aggressive. They've played those rooms connecting to site. They've given opportunities to Secret, who are now able to get the diffuser down, get the flawless round, and you just feel like there was maybe an opportunity for BDS. Had they been a little bit more conservative? Likafak, absolutely not. Do what you did. Wasted 2 minutes 15. Perfect. Everybody else, just be a little bit more conservative. Don't sell yourself like that and make Secret win it with 45 seconds left to go. Make them do the work.
You know, watching Secret attack feels like tonic after the last series that we had today and some of the attacks that we saw yesterday. It is just so delightful to watch when a team is so on it and you can see the communication is absolutely on point. Wonderful stuff to watch. Down to, you know, 2 separate 2v1s that they forced to pick up a couple of kills, a couple of moments of a vertical kill coming in, a great 1v1 being won by Groovy. It didn't matter what obstacle BDS put up before Secret there, they found a way through. And yes, it took them 2 minutes to get rid of Likafak, but once that has started, they just rolled on with kill after kill after kill and managed to catch out these players that were in aggressive positions or push a little bit deep. For example, the player sat inside a cargo got absolutely bullied by the Monty, and I think it was Adrian who was sat on the hatch as well. Again, just a delight to watch. I love seeing good teams attack. I hope we get the same from BDS in the second half, because that'll set us up for one hell of a series if it builds up to that point. But so far, Secret maintaining that sublime attacking form that they're known for. Up 2-0.
Moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Capcan's being brought along, I think maybe slightly in response to the Monty. Of course, difficult potentially for him to clear him out. Also, the shield offering a little bit of reduced visibility. It's not too uncommon that we see the Monty walking in through those Capcan traps. So, however, attention has been paid. Doom straight away takes the 2 out. That's going to leave only 3 more in the map. 2 of them are on this double door at the bottom of there. So if those are taken down, the Capcan will be largely ineffectual. However, a Nitro will be found from the Kaid. Jesus manages to pick that one up, takes down Adrian, and that could be a big loss. That's the Maverick gone, and now you're limited to the hard breach of Ace if you were, you know, depending what you were looking to get done, depending if you were trying to play through those electricals, you could have a big problem now.
They got the tin openers as well, so they've got a couple of things to still work with. Like you say, no EMPs or anything like that to really help them through, though. The Maverick was their solution towards getting through electrified walls. What this is now really going to demand is they get upstairs and they fight for control of storage. And that'll be a lot of where the control comes from in this round. If they can get the vertical, force players out of sight, take out the electro claws, That is their way into it, basically. First phone call coming out here from the Dokkaebi. You always keep an eye on this. Whenever the call comes out from either of these two teams, you will both see the attackers just suddenly all start moving. And look at this. They are hard trying to chase down Brede here as well, who has to just get out of danger, back in towards site, nice and quick. Will keep himself alive. But with that, Secret takes so much map control. Dokkaebi isn't just about the information it gives, it's the space that she creates by forcing the defenders back. Always nice to see. Now June falls down, so they don't get that second phone call.
Yeah, I feel like this has been better from BDS. As I suggested in the last round, you know, maybe a little bit more sort of conservative play might have helped them to hold on. It's definitely been the case here. Secret have had to push themselves into positions where there's been opportunities for BDS. Virtue's trying to get something going, looking to push on into site and just create that distraction, cause that problem with the Monty. As it is, he's going to be backed up by the Tubarão for the time being. The Zoto canister just freezing up the shield and forcing him to push away. But Secret, I feel like they're really going to struggle to get anything going in the last 50 seconds of this round.
So much now rides on Savage. He's got the vertical. He's the one who can respond to the information being called out by Virtue on this Monty. But obviously if BDS keep on moving their feet around here, don't stay in one place for too long, they'll struggle to make anything happen. And here we go. They spot two players out towards this backside here. Must know surely that one is off towards the right-hand side. It's not a bad spot to be in for information. They spring up here and get rid of Virtue. This is wonderful. Goes for a spray himself, potentially here with the pistol. No, opts away from it. But he's drawing players in towards him. They can't even find the vertical. That's unfortunate. They really need something from Savage there. He could find nothing. BDS have played this really, really well. Held them off. That's a very, very concrete round from them. Good stuff.
Yeah, much, much better. Just held their angles. They were confident in the site setup this time. If you notice, Brede on cargo stairs, he gets pushed, he gets pressured. He doesn't give away his life. Previously, they were taken down from the hatch. They overextended onto those stairs. You can't do that when the hatch is open because you're going to die from there when you try to track back. This time, they got out of there safely. They knew when the race was run on the roam and they just came back and held their angles. And Secret never really had an answer. I think it was a good call from BDS after taking the Maverick down. It's look, we're probably going to be secure in the breaches here. We've got the electroclaws out. We should be fine. Let's just force them to play stairs. Let's force them to play into us. And it worked really well. BDS get their first defense, and that's going to see us at 2-1.
It's good because the second kill they got as well was the Dokkaebi, right? Second phone call was available. That would have put a lot of pressure on them because the bot can make use of that information through the floorboards or through the soft flooring. I guess it's not really floorboards and they're being ripped to shreds, right? The information that he gets at the back of that might well open up a kill or two for him. But again, BDS, I think, were very aware of where the threat was coming from. They knew it was a book upstairs. It was the main problem to the end of that round. They just played it to perfection. Slowed down their ability to open up the walls with the Kaib, with the Maverick being gone. Took away their attacking power with the Dokkaebi. This is why I always speak about getting up in the faces of attackers early in the round and trying to get rid of them. You can't always fault teams for trying, maybe for trying the same thing over and over again and paying the price you can, but I like that BDS there were willing to go and challenge them around the map. I like that we're not seeing a really passive turtle BDS, because I'm sure they've come into this game and realized the Secret are the best attacking team. They plan all the time. Playing turtle will not work against them. Really good adaptation so far.
No, yeah, absolutely. I think the reality for BDS is in making that call, that transition from, you know, sort of semi-aggressive roam play, and how do we challenge them out in the map, and at what point do we then dial it back and play a little bit more conservatively? You know, it's the NIP of old, you know, managing games really, really well. And BDS did that fantastically in that round, so we'll see whether that's something that they can double down on and get a little bit more joy from. As it is, we're going to be back up to the top floor. We're going to have IT being opened by Adrian very carefully, cautiously. Doesn't want to lose his life over it as he did in the last round nice and early. This time he will be safe. I say top floor, so it's actually storage that they're going to be defending here, BDS. So they will still be looking to keep a hold of that top floor. They'll want to keep all the servers and IT particularly. IT, once it gets taken, as it has with the wall being open, really, it prevents them playing in there. It's the vertical down onto the storage plant spot, so then you've kind of got to play from underneath. Thank you very much. You're going to look as an attacker to get it. You can see the holes are already open. You're going to look for the attacker to get in behind that pillar and plant there. So you can play it from RT if you're allowed to stay in there. But as they haven't been, BDS need to now go to plan B, and that's to make sure they've got somebody in basement.
I like this use of the Zai barricades here as well. Of course, can get sprayed down, destroyed, but for now, at least it gives you a little bit of surety that you can step out into IT, look out towards Catwalk, look to be a little bit of a bother. We spoke about the knock earlier on. Tim been picked up 42 times so far, 21 wins. So in a spot here where June's got it on side again, looking for some kind of backstab, but finding nothing so far. A C4 and a spray down from users, enough to put BDS into a 5v3 as we hit the 60-second mark.
Yeah, BDS definitely waking up over the last couple of rounds. A little bit of intel there. Still loses the fight. Solotov, we know how good he is with the gun, and he just flexes all over Doom there. Absolutely smashes the knock, and Valkyrie will... No, it's going to be Usus actually that gets taken down on that top floor. Solotov is still potentially roaming around up there as a potential problem. Virtue and Savage have got some real solutions to find.
Solutions that I think are 1 in a million, unfortunately. BDS aren't the kind of team to see this sort of round slipping away. As you mentioned, you've still got Liquid back upstairs. Again, the roam game from BDS, I cannot stress enough, I'm really enjoying seeing. They aren't known for being this hyper-aggressive roam team, but they are making absolute headaches for Secret through this game so far. It's only been a few rounds, but you're seeing Secret start to trip here in round 3 and round 4. Could be a 3K, and of course it is. It's Shaiko. A double headshot to close things out. 3 for himself in the round, and BDS look like they've woken up here.
Yeah, they definitely do over the last couple of rounds. I'm fascinated now to see the top floor defense, which is, I think, where we'll be heading back. I just want to have a little look at the stats in terms of that top floor. Not fantastic. In fact, not fantastic as an attacker win rate. Defensive win rate nearly 64% coming into today for this year, Nighthaven in Europe for that top floor. So it's a site that defenders really are holding on to a lot of the time, and BDS did struggle the first time around. Now that they've got those 2 rounds under their belt, I think Secret might find this a little bit more difficult. Last time around, they were able to pin BDS into sight very, very quickly. IT open, connector open, pushed into electrical. Grubby got a kill onto Shaiko that allowed him to move into that position. And from there, it really fell apart for BDS. It was like panic stations, really. They were just forced into a smaller and smaller space and picked off like fish in a barrel by Secret. So this time, BDS, I think they need that same mentality that they had in the last round. Try and play a little bit further out. Try and maybe keep somebody around meeting, reception stairs. Prevent them from just taking control of connector. Have somebody in warehouse. Prevent them being able to confidently hold IT.
Well, at this point with the clash on side, it might not be the worst outcome.
Yeah, that might not be a bad show.
I hark back to a really old game. I think it was Na'Vi against G2 back in the day. And I remember it was on Cafe, and it was Kendrew playing on the Clash, and it was Pengu on the Monty. Maybe the vice versa, actually. But they basically followed each other all the way from, like, white corridor, top floor, all the way down to bottom white towards actually executing inside a freezer, but they've run completely out of time. Clash is a really good way of staving off a Monty from getting too aggressive. He can't stand there and take, zappings for free. He does have to do something to try and avoid that as best he can. So it stops him being able to take ground as liberally as normally he's used to. So I do like seeing this as a response when you know that a shitty team is playing a lot of shields.
Gonna have the electrical window open. That makes things slightly more difficult for BDS. Obviously, then rotating through there becomes tricky. That's what I was talking about. We see Adrian taking a bunch of damage there, and it comes from meeting window. BDS are just keeping themselves out in the map a little bit more. Not massively, not a huge extension, but just using that clash as a little bit of support. Breeday was out there with them, I believe, and just saying, right, go and have a peek at that window. If they do start pushing us, I can hold them back with the clash. You can get back to safety using my shield for cover. Really good from BDS. And at 1 minute 30, we're now in a position where Secret, they don't have all the control they had last time. They don't have the kills that they had last time. And this is becoming a more difficult attack for them. And it's one of the many things that BDS do so well that make them one of the top teams in the world today.
You're seeing both teams here potentially being time out. They are our top 2 in Europe and could go on to the major to perform spectacularly. I'd love to see Secret make a deep run. Historic Org as well. Some storied players here as well. It would prove to be pretty spectacular, but you still got to be able to find a way through BDS, who are a very high bar to surpass, is the way that I'd summarize it so far. Seeing here what I was speaking about earlier as well, the Clash being able to just keep that Monty back at bay a little bit. You see his health just slowly being zapped away here. Down to 100 at this point. Also being pressured in from below, so good spread so far from Secret, but they've only got about 45 seconds to play with here, Tim. Not tons of time to make this attack work if they haven't got everything in order.
No, definitely not, and they're having to rotate, and the problem is Monty's taking a bit of damage now, and he's going to be going into the smoke canisters, heading over to the smoke player, going to keep taking this damage and damage and damage, and it just means that less and less is needed to take him down. But somehow, Virtue does manage to get a kill, but whilst that chaos is going on, BDS pick up one after another elsewhere. Shaiko with the latest to take down the Monty, and it's all up to Grubby. He can do nothing as BDS lock out the top floor.
Really well played by Virtue in that situation I'll call to first as well. The way that he managed to evade 2 or 3 players challenging onto it once, one of them being a smoke, and managed to push through that, soaks so much attention and time for your team. The thing is, I think even he expected the Clash to be looking at him, but the Clash was off towards IT side. They knew what the real threat was, and it wasn't the Monty with a pistol, it was the bulk of this Secret team pushing in. So a lot of attention from BDS was directed that way. They didn't mind about the Monty. They knew that he could clean him up afterwards as well. So really good focused attention from the BDS team there as that attack comes in. I did say it'd be really interesting seeing the best attacking team coming up against the best defensive team. I could watch this for another 10 rounds comfortably. I'm really enjoying seeing the back and forth between the two.
Yeah, a lot of fun. I feel like it's actually, at the minute, potentially slipping away from Secret a little bit here. And it's not necessarily anything that I think they're doing wrong massively. It's that BDS are just finding the answers for what Secret are doing. The one criticism I'd maybe make is that I don't think Secret have been effective enough when it comes to clearing the roam. They haven't, you know, they didn't know somebody was going to push on to meet in there. They haven't got that drone in there. Maybe a little bit of a lack of intel, you know, taking chip damage here and there. We've seen it a couple of times with the roamers up on the top floor on other sites, them being able to hurt them. And so I think Secret need to have a more effective, more sort of time-efficient way of clearing those roamers, just getting in there, sweeping through, behind drones, behind shields, get them moved and get it done, because BDS are benefiting too much. This time might be different. Adrian does manage to pick up Leakafak on the Valkyrie. He's been the one that's been making a nuisance of himself, so that is exactly the start I wanted to see from Secret.
It's good to get rid of the one. It is Leakafak who's been out on the roam. I remember like back in the day I was used to say on Clubhouse, you knew that BDS were roaming when you had a Lems on the Valkyrie. That's the only player you would ever see off site. Everyone else would sit and play Turtle and just wait. Yeah, their roam game was never really a big part of their gameplay, as I've said a few times, but I'm enjoying that on this map we are seeing them getting a bit more active around the map. Here though, Solotov's got to find something because he's now getting himself challenged in. Yesterday I believe it was the desk talking about Solotov and the big role that he plays. Often goes unappreciated for it, but is always the second kind of line of engagement here. Finds himself picked off by Savage. Yeah, when you've lost that support out on the roam, you are very much stuck at that point. You're the cover, the second man looking for a trade. If you can't secure that, you're dead to rights, and he has been punished here. Secret now in a 5v3, much more like what we saw back in round 1 and 2.
Yeah, definitely. Looking more clinical, taking the opportunities when it's been presented to them, but also dictating the pace of play a lot more, forcing BDS into bad situations. Users does dip away. The hatch hasn't been open, so it does offer him a little bit of safety. He's going to maybe try and make a play here, just hide himself away at the bottom of cargo stairs. Again, if Secret aren't on top of it with the drones, with the intel, and they just go pushing down there, they could find themselves losing that all-important shield. But as it is, they've moved away and they're looking to work from the EXO side instead.
Whoop. Almost finding himself tagged out through the floor, but a great response from Savage. That's unreal. Gets a couple of shots coming his way, backs up from the hard breach, wins the gunfight on a Monty with a pistol, and then goes back to what he was doing before. Wonderful little bit of play there. Dome Shaiko takes him off the field. This is looking wonderful.
5 versus 2, and Secret just need to remain patient. 45 seconds left to go. It is in their hands. Nitro goes out. It's not going to find its mark. It's a flawless round for Secret, and we have a level split at the half, 3-3.
Again, really enjoyable half for me to watch there. The first couple of rounds on that last one, masterclass of attack there against a team that is very, very competent on defense. And equally, the other 3 rounds that we saw, BDS showed that they can change their playstyle. They aren't this perpetual turtle team that like to sit in sight and, you know, waste your time. They aren't super defensive where by a minute and a half, every player is back on site. They were willing to commit a couple of players out on the roam. And you know what? In some of the rounds, it did sting them. Fair enough. But the fact they've taken 3 rounds here, I wouldn't feel too beat up about it all. Thing is now, they've got to show what they can do on the attacking side. Some of my frustration for them yesterday against Wolves was they kept on stepping away from the Dokkaebi. And I don't want to call them a Dokkaebi crutch team, but they play a hell of a lot better when Dokkaebi is on side because of how quickly it lets them take areas of the map. They're not exactly slow without it. They just make a few mistakes along the way. They get caught up in trying to chase down these roamers. And I'd describe it as looking a bit lethargic in a way, like their attacks just weren't quite there. I think with the Dokkaebi on side, though, they are a very, very different team. So I'm keen to see how well they can deal with the roamers coming out of Secret. I imagine for this site, you won't see too many of those who fare up on the top floor. Everyone tends to play pretty close to the site overall. So we'll see how it shapes out here. But again, really excited to see how the second half plays out.
attackers objective.
BDS move on to the attack then. We're going to have a Virtue on the Bandit. Keeping this wall closed is not something that BDS really tried too hard to do. They had the Kaid along usually, but with the Maverick in play, they knew that there wasn't too much of a point in trying too hard. Breeder is going to bring along that same operator, so again, I don't think we'll see Virtue going for the Bandit tricks. It's more sort of a cursory look towards the wall, put the electrification on it, prevent them doing it too easily, I guess. You know, force them in close with the Maverick, but as you can see, there's only one side of it that's actually going to be electrified at the minute, and Virtue is off elsewhere now.
Yeah, it's going to worry about it all too much. Means, as you say, they should be able to get this opened up. Worried about a trick coming in, but he was earlier at least up towards connector side, so he's not too worried about this one. Still going to force BDS into a slightly slower start to this one as well. At least half the wall done, and you can just leave it alone now, Brede. It's all good. The wall is confirmed opened up, and onwards we march. Did step away from that Dokumi, mind you, to bring this Thermite along, so realizing what was in front of them. Double heart breach of the thatch required to make sure they can definitely get on through here. And I don't blame them too much for that. Dokumi good for getting control of the map. Not too much of the map to worry about on this top floor.
Going to be quite a heavy hold coming in from the defenders on Catwalk. We can see two players looking to hold on, which is good. You've got one watching down towards stairs and then the other towards IT and out of the external door then. But here comes the problem. The Monty on the slow march. No Legion available as it was banned out, so how do you deal with this? Toxic Babes go out. Solotov manages to find Grubby. That helps to start clearing off the Catwalk. 1 minute 20. There's an age left to go here to say that there's no Toxic Babes left in pocket.
Savage just going meow there on the little Ferrari peak, finds his man and gets back in, but immediately traded out as well. Yeah, I love the little bit of team play from BDS. 3 players bear down on Ruby there. No way that he walks out alive, and it looked for a second like Secret might retake the ground, but now BDS have really locked themselves in with this now that the shield is up against this wall. Monty real close, you can see. I don't know if he's impeded here. I thought he might have been buying his army barricade, but no, he should be fine to keep on marching forward. Now that that's been done, though, off towards Aqua. You've seen this a million times. It's so common to see. Got to be careful here. Now he's a bit stuck inside into a bit of a 1v1. Can he bring him down? Because he's on the barbed wire, taking a lot of damage. And no way! Let's see his army got away with Usus there. That was the support to the Monty, but gets nothing. Finds one more. Virtue left against 2. Will find one. It's a 1v1 against the Monty on 10 HP. He should be able to win this one. No C4 to his name, mind you. But as said, one shot will be enough. That's all it takes. But you let that Monty get too close and it's over. Finds the shoulder, gets the close.
Leakerfact made a real effort of that then. He got caught up in a real bad situation. The keeper barricade deployed behind him. Smart move. You know, a one, again, that you can take away. For Monty's coming at you, sometimes get that keeper barricade behind them and trap them one-on-one. Then you can start going to work, hitting the shield, trying to find the shots whilst they're isolated. But better than that, this army was able to get the kill onto the players supporting the Monty. And Leakerfact had a ton of work to do, managed to get one and get on into sight, but the damage was largely done by Secret at that point. Nicely closed out by Virtue, nice and calm, just found that one shot that he needed, and Team Secret managed to get themselves a successful first defense.
Alrighty. These things starting out there where it was a very close round. I was a little bit worried after a really good first half again with that 3-3 split where you just see one team come out and be far better than the other. Yeah, BDS aren't the best attacking team. Secret aren't the best defensive team. Both are very competent at those things, clearly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the best 2 teams in Europe. But I thought one would just find a way to eke ahead of the other, and it would be a little bit of a landslide. And I'm glad that it hasn't built up to be that point yet. Here we have got that Dokumi coming back on side because, as mentioned, there's more of a map to clear through here. Still sticking with the Monty, mind you. They like the fact that that combined with the Dokumi lets them take a hell of a lot of map control all at once. And interestingly, no book being picked up here. We've got the sledge instead for Solotov. Probably because there's a castle on side and they can deal with that far easier as a result.
Yeah, it's just a very quick process then. If you can get the hammer going to work, the caber, and just get them knocked out, it's just going to speed things up massively for you. We can see those barricades just being opened up. Again, just try and prevent those rotations. Now then, interesting work coming in from Breedy. He's just trying to create a little game of whack-a-mole here, potentially. Just, you know, open up a ton of holes, and then you don't know exactly where the danger is going to pop up from.
Bomb located by attackers.
Who finds who first, though, right? In this case, Adrian's keeping himself pretty safe and tucked in. Just wasting time for them. I love the fact that you've got the tiniest little bit of info there through the smallest little drone hole opened up by the Maverick. And just between the two of them, they're dying to find something, but nothing's being given to the other side. A bit of fear for the Maverick. I think of a potential C4 coming out as well. Has to be careful, and no, Brede finally finds him winning out that game of whack-a-mole that we saw ensuing.
Brilliant stuff there. It's, you know, those sorts of different bits of tension that you get sometimes. Leakerfact is in, though, and managing to get that plant down. Somehow locks it without the wall open, just inside of Exo. The Monty just wandering in and planting as he pleases. 4 versus 4, 30 seconds left to go, and Secret find themselves on the back foot and looking for kills quickly.
And they get away with it, though. So much more to come back here for Secret. They've got to find a couple more kills to be able to start making this turn. One of those ideally being the Monty. They also need that vertical control on side, which they haven't got. You can see Shaiko up above. Juma's fallen down now as well. Groovy, though, is going pretty good. A C4 from behind, and they use it to find the kill. That's what they need. But look who's up above. It's Shaiko, the Demon King himself. We're going to give absolutely nothing over. Finds himself 2, and is going to no doubt try and look for the 3rd here. No! Groovy's found him on the reverse. What a read, and collects the 4K.
BDS, however, still get the round. Still get the round.
Though. Damn.
It was beautiful, absolutely beautiful, but just out of time. And I really like that from BDS. It was something we don't see too many different things on that site a lot. But Leakerfact gets in and plants in a position where Brede, yes, he'd been looking for the kill onto Adrian, but then he also had the perfect vantage spot to watch the plant from one of 6 holes. You don't necessarily know where it's going to be. Yes, Secret got the kill onto him, but it was about 25 seconds after that plant had gone down. So, right, you've got rid of one problem. You've got rid of the Monty inside. You've still got Shaiko up above. They've got these 3 really, really strong elements, you know, of post-plant hold. Monty inside a site, Brede on one of 6 holes, Shaiko up above. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
Oh. Enough to waste a bit of time. I agree with you, cuts him with the KD if nothing else as well. I think he realized himself as well that he wasn't going to have enough time to sit there and stick on it as well. Even if he did just think, you know what, even if a guy goes down here, maybe Shaiko's got to reload and manage to stick. He realized it was cooked at that point. So collect your 4K, son. Fair play. And speaking of 4, look where we sit. I mean, Shaiko's involved in something involving a 4K. We're at 4-4 in terms of scoreline. That sounds to me like it's a lot of 4s, Tim.
Certainly is this. Plenty of them there. I'm just looking at Shaiko's score, like 7 and 5. Oh.
No, he's not 4-4-4, I'm afraid, no.
On we go then. Round 9, it will be shield will be cleared out, I would imagine, by the Rotero drone. That said, the mute jammer is, I think, just extending far enough to prevent that happening. Shield said, yes, it is. Very well placed. Savage managed to pick up Solotov as well. So that's going to be the Flores on 8 health. Shaiko down low, the Twitch gone. So very difficult potentially now to actually clear out that shield because of that mute jammer. Really well placed, and it just allows them again to be aggressive towards IT.
Here comes that call. I speak about the effects of BDS when they've got this Dokkaebi on side so often, but I think here already being down a man, it's going to find them slightly impeded, held back, still smokes and C4s to dance behind here for Secret as well. Enough tools to keep that. I always want to say the French side, but obviously not full French. I'll say French, still majority French. Keep the French side at bay here. Little slow crouch walk forward from Leakerfact as well, into a good position here. Don't think he knows about the mouth towards his left, though. If he looks down low towards his left, but no, the wall's fully blocked off. It's only the top side that's opened up. Now he has the right idea, but Virtue wins it out. Patience wins the day, I'm afraid, and Yuzu's also down to 10 HP. Shaiko's on 8. It's looking a bit rough. Problem is, Tim, 1 HP can be enough for a single headshot to land or a plant to go down, as we're about to find out.
Breeder's going to stick this, and he's going to get away with it. BDS once again find themselves in a post plant, trying to hold it down. Grubby onto Shaiko. Shaiko with the trade as well. A direct 1-for-1. Breeder needs to be careful about his movement, but he's got to get out of there. He's in danger, and he's dead. Jesus, now 10 HP. Can he hold on? Absolutely not. June with a double on the round, and Secret this time will have plenty of time to disable that diffuser.
Ooh, it stays spicy. Again, it's what we wanted from this series. Again, knowing that it's it's the best in Europe. There's a 10,000 euro bonus for those that go on to win it, for example. It's 5 extra SI points. Many would look at that and say, okay, then it's not a big deal. You haven't got to try too hard. Like, why show too much before you come into the major? But it's 5 points. And as we said before the game, for BDS, they're a team who know better than anyone. Probably the only team in the world that would know this coming in the kind of standard they did, that 5 points can mean you make it or you don't. That's exactly the number they missed out by last year. And so for this point, both teams really battling for it. Again, an absolute thrill to watch. I'm really enjoying seeing it throw down like this, and I pray that we get all the way to Skyscraper with that third map.
Attackers have discovered the location.
Oh, there's not enough of this siege can be watched. You know, it's one of those that you feel you could just sit and watch all night, because both teams are winning rounds. They're just both turning up. It's great attacking play, it's great defensive play, depending on who picks up the round. Absolutely great stuff. At the minute, I feel like Secret might just have an opportunity to actually get this one locked out. It is their map pick. BDS, they've got the diffuser down a couple of times. They've held onto it once. It was close, but it was well held. Last time, not so much. And so I feel like maybe BDS are just scratching a little bit for those attacking rounds, throwing the diffuser down, just trying to get it going, trying to, you know, inject some pace into the game. But Secret have looked pretty in control of their defensive sites so far.
They have, and I think BDS here are now having to really double down on the game plan of being able to contain this Secret side, right? Look at the lineup, the Jackal coming out here as well, the Dokkaebi, the IQ showing that respect in towards those black eye cams. The problem with having to pick these operators out means it does take away a lot from what your execute would look like, and BDS are normally used, I'd say, to having quite a lot of freedom in the operator lineup they bring along. I think about their executes, they look absolutely sublime when they've got the right tools to get the job done, but here are having to pay a lot of respect to their opponent. And that, again, is just a real good mark of the quality of Secret.
Savage just going to be opening up those verticals, something that we've seen Secret use well so far, looking to continue to do so. We're going to have the breach opened up, so BDS making progress elsewhere, but Savage just, wanting to make sure he keeps an eye on that rotation underneath and just prevent too much movement down there. Hugh certainly got a busy job at the minute, spotting out those Valkyrie cams, making sure they're cleared. Also, we'll be able to see the mute jammers and the warden should the glasses be activated. So that's again something that Secret maybe just need to be aware of.
Yes. Not that I imagine they'll feel too beat up about this. Looking very confident here on the defense so far. Got themselves dug in, and now Savage has fallen down. Last time around, he was the one dipping out and doing a little bit of work, and as you said, Tim, that's the warden being taken offline. Those flashes, those smokes suddenly start to come online here and do a little bit of work. Shaiko responded to, though. Virtue finding him out here. And a second follows through as well, a spray through in towards Connector. That's a lot of the pressure on this side of the map removed. Does he know there's one more? This is a big risk going for a reinforced, but he'll get away with it. Kind of blessing, I suppose, is that Brede is here. I say that, he's got no exothermics left. He's already used them both. He won't be able to get that wall opened up, which means trying to push him through E-Box, which could be a massive disaster. 2 bottlenecks to step in through, mute jammers impeding your way. That just screams headache territory. Oh, and this is jammed out as well. Oh, no.
Really struggling here, BDS, to deal with the utility, as you say. Going to be looking to try and move on in, but again, they've got the pocket EMPs in position now, 35 seconds, and it's only going to be a small breach, realistically, for them to actually move in through. If they're going to do that, they can certainly watch the room from there, but challenging on this close angle with the mute shotgun is going to be very difficult if they try to move through. Don't get too aggressive, Virtue. Patience would have been a virtue, but he didn't have it, and Liquefight manages to shut him down, but Doom is there to back him up with a kill onto Users 3 versus 2, trying to hold on. BDS managed to make it level, but Diffuser is now down cold. Adrian with the kill onto Brede, and surely that is all. Grubby picks up Liquefight, and Secret managed to hold on.
Up to map point as well, 6-4 now. 2 rounds for the French side to recover if they want to send this one into overtime. Secret are flying. No massive surprise. It is their map pick. They're looking incredibly comfortable here on the defensive side after a very comfortable attacking side. A real good back and forth between the two. What I love there, I mean, Virtue admittedly a bit aggressive, sure, wanted to catch them off guard. He got his 2K, Tim. He was like, you know what, boys? I've earned this one. I've earned a swing into E-Box and unflashed. You never know what comes off the back of it. But the team still managed to get the job done, which is the good stuff. Honestly, like, normally I think we come into a major as like a region, the EU, this is especially, and we're like, okay, we've got one team that we really got a lot of hope on. They played really well, they're better than everyone else. That's the team that we're backing. I love that we've got 2 teams here that we're sending, especially, that look absolutely phenomenal. Virtus Pro could grow into being something quite special themselves as well, but I think BDS and Secret, at least so far to me, look a cut above. Really enjoyable labs to watch.
Yeah, it's as we've said a few times now, been absolutely fantastic fun to sit and watch. If we get any extras in here, any overtime, I'm sure there won't be too many complainers. But BDS, they've now got to turn it around. No more mistakes. Secret just need one more round. And like you say, and I said the same at the beginning of the last round, Secret just look that little bit more comfortable to me. They've got themselves on the defense. It's their map pick. They're prepped. They're ready. And they're starting to, over the last couple of rounds, really control BDS.
Whew. All right, Skopos inside. It's every single time we see the Skopos picked up, we're still talking about it, still quite a new operator, always interesting to see how it's used. But more often than not, you see one of the shells put downstairs in basement, giving off the utility that it offers, of course, the deployable shield, essentially, plus the bulletproof cam. That's a lot that gets offered, and then you're free to go off from Rome and do whatever the hell you please around the map. In some cases, we've seen it used definitely more defensively, both playing downstairs on site itself, but it almost feels like a little bit of a waste. You can just get one of these shells out on the road and keep him busy, and then if you have to, just teleporting straight back down and towards site when things start to get a little bit hot.
Savage just going to be up there on the top floor as well, trying to, again, just create this delay, mute jammers, a lot of utility up there just to prevent BDS's freedom, something that Secret have done well. As I said, just feel like they're really controlling BDS, controlling the clock, forcing them to burn time, forcing them to just chase them around all over the map, and it's working fantastically well for Secret at the minute. If they can pick up a kill on this opening row, maybe the Skopos, and then Doom can just drop himself back to site onto that secondary shell, it's going to be absolutely perfect. It's not Doom who finds it, it is Grubby, but it's Solotov taken down. That's the ram, and for a basement attack, that's a huge loss of verticality. Leakifak able to find Virtue and level things up, but a lot of damage done in return, and this is going to be a tough one for BDS. They still have time. That much is a positive for them at least.
I mean, you had 3 players until a second ago still up on the first and second floors overall for Secret here. They are not giving up this map for Toffee. You still got, obviously, Doom sat inside of storage. You've got Savages out towards CC, as you can see on the player cards. They're ready to cause a bit of bother, and Groovy's now also joined them back upstairs as well. They want to re-aggress here and take this high ground off of BDS and not let them get set up for an execute.
They need to be careful, of course, because BDS could potentially spot the opportunity if they can just plant away from those vertical angles. If they can plant in maybe a slightly unexpected position, Secret, they really need to be ready to scramble. They need to be ready to change position, change the focus, and get in to prevent that diffuser going down, because it will not be an easy fight back if that's the case. We're going to have Shaiko looking to move into site. I'm just not sure how BDS, how aware BDS are that the site is basically abandoned at the minute. They know that they're playing from up above. They're going to be watching for those vertical angles. The plant is going down. Leakifak manages to find Savage. That's a big one. And there's the cover. Shaiko takes down Doom. Adrian manages to find the trade, but the damage is done. Diffuser down, and Secret, they've just over-invested in those upper floors there. They've left too much space inside a site, and they've been punished for it. Grubby is trying to get anything going, but Users takes him down, and BDS get themselves a successful attack.
It's so rare that you'll see a team that knows there is a vertical hold coming that will actually then play into the vertical hold. They almost said, you guys have that first floor. That is no bother by us at all. 2 of them going for the execute, but the real blessing was the 3rd player that hangs up on that first floor just enough to be a little bit of a nuisance towards Secret. They aren't free to play these vertical angles. They have to worry about the contest coming through, which then opens up a little bit of distraction. It gives time for the plant to go down, and Shaiko did his job on the cover perfectly. Wonderful stuff. Now at 6-5 then for Secret. Only that 1 round ahead, otherwise overtime is abound, and a quick tech pause here while we get that sorted out.
Yeah, we'll be back in as soon as we can. We'll just get that issue resolved, and we will go for the rest of this game. BDS need to get themselves another successful attack. 6-5 it is on the scoreboard. Secret just looking for that 1 round on defense, and they will be able to call this map done and move on to the second map, which is Chalet. We're, of course, in a best of 3 here. BDS versus Secret for the top spot in Europe. BDS taking that in stage 1. If they were able to do it here, it gives them a real clean sweep for the year. Gives them those 5 extra SI points, which we know can be all important, and a little bit of extra cash on top as well.
I was just having a little scroll of the old social medias to see what was going on.
And Helby tweeted out not too long ago, not easy to recover from a game like yesterday with less than 11 hours in between games. Congrats to Virtus Pro on the qualification. And we spoke about that, about the the impact of having to play 2 games so close together. Obviously, for a lot of these teams, they've had a good couple of series in the last few days, and in a spot where these two are now, I wouldn't go as far as saying it's absolutely exhausted them, for example, but it's a lot of siege and a lot of prep that you have to squash in. Don't forget, they don't just sit down and play the game. There's all the prep to do, there's warm-up to do, there's reviews, no doubt, of what happened over those games to course correct on issues. It is a pretty grueling stage playoffs, and it'll be the same when you get to the major, no doubt as well. But you have to also consider as well that might start to bear an impact, especially as this series wear on and we go later into the night. Right now, it's 10:30 for most of these players. It will get to a late point and they will start to wear out.
Absolutely, of course. Like you say, it takes its toll. Many factors will play into the difficulties that can come with such long games of Siege or any other competitive esports title for that matter. A best of 3 is always going to take its toll. And when you're playing them, within a couple of days, as well as the prep, as well as everything else that goes with it. It's just another factor, isn't it? When you're looking for championship teams, we often talk about them. Let's not forget, about the game that we cast in Berlin back in August 2022. Des, longest competitive game of Tier 1 Siege, 68 out of 75 rounds. It was about 5.5, nearly 6 hours long.
Yeah.
It's which team can maintain the focus, which team can maintain the concentration after those sorts of grueling, matches. That's after a semi-final the day before as well. It's all part of what these players need to be able to display that sort of resolve.
From what you've seen around the world, because me and you have cast, Brazil a lot at this stage, obviously watched a little bit of NA as well. Sometimes time zones make that difficult to cast a lot of EU. Which teams are you most excited about, do you think, going into the major?
I think FaZe. It's easy to say, given that they were, obviously grand finalists at SI this year. But I think FaZe have looked better and better as the stage have gone on. I think they are looking excellent at the minute, as well as Liquid. You know me, Des. I've tried to back them so many times, and I go into events now saying I'm not getting excited about Liquid, and then a couple of matches in, I'm like, this could be the one, and I'm trying not to, but Liquid have looked very good through stage 2. Really look like they're settling into that roster. Maya doing fantastically. So yeah, I think out of the Brazilian teams, they're looking very good. I think Sonics are looking great as well. From the NA side of things, Sonics looking very, very good. It could be, that this is their chance to take a big title. Dark Zero, of course. In Europe, it's easy to say BDS. I think they're with Furia's sort of drop off in form, for me, I think BDS are now probably the most exciting team in the world in terms of the Montreal major.
Interesting. Okay. I'm enjoying that rivalry that kind of brews a little bit between Sonics and DZ. Obviously, we know what happened with Canadian leaving that team, going over towards Sonics. Now Sonics are stage champions. Quite terrifying, the success rate that man has got in terms of majors. Obviously, we'll see what that translates into in terms of actual results when they get there. But I think it's set to be a really, really exciting major overall.
Oh, it's definitely shaping up that way. Obviously, we've got LCQs to look forward to in the regions as well, see which teams can grab those last spots. We'll see whether we can get any surprises or not. There's always that chance. The team comes through open quals into LCQs, and, we saw it with Make Your Destiny back in stage 1. They didn't end up having the big run, but there's always that possibility, there's always that excitement. So lots of questions to be answered, but I tell you what, you look across all of the regions, there are some big names that are in those LCQs as well that we might have expected to be at the majors. We've got Furia in there, we've got teams like G2 potentially going to be playing through there, looking to have that run. PSG Talon going to be looking for an alternative route into the major. Some big names.
I got a question actually, because production told me to go to a break. But production, I'll ask you now, do we have to go to one, or can we embrace the classic Des Tim podcast? Oh, we can stay. Right, we're going to stay then, Tim. We're going to keep on talking smack now. What do you want to talk about? Pick a topic. We've talked about Siege. I feel like we're past the 3 to 4 minute watershed of we have to talk about Siege. What do you want to talk about?
I mean, we need to avoid food really, because with you and I, it always seems to descend into one of two things. It's either food or you trying to find like trying to make me sound weird about things that I don't like. You know, that's the other one that's been a popular theme lately.
You do have some very bland life choices. Well, your favourite ice cream was like vanilla, for example, right? Your favourite drink's water, you don't drink tea.
My favourite drink isn't water.
It is.
I don't drink tea, no. What?
What is your favourite drink then? Here we go. We're on to food and drink now, so we're here again. People remember the law from the last time we did this.
Well, I don't really drink a lot of fizzy drinks, to be honest. We have some in the UK that, as we've travelled around the world, we've found is relatively rare, actually.
Rare?
We call it cordial here in the UK, but a lot of places, I think, call it, as like concentrate. Same thing, essentially. But yeah, it's quite rare to actually be able to buy it anywhere. Like, I mean, here, the shelves full of it. Like, it's so popular. And for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, it's like you put a small amount of this liquid in a glass, a cup, whatever, and you top it up with liquid and it makes a drink. If you were to drink it on its own, it's like way too powerful. Yeah, I tend to go for something like that, a bit fruity.
I've got to stop you there, Fresh. What are you thinking about this nonsense?
I wasn't listening to it, to be honest, Des.
Oh, really?
I was waiting for you to finish.
Were you just ignoring the waffle? Well, basically, like Tim, I said his favourite drink is water. He said no.
Oh,
and he
that's
was like,
so true.
And then he was like, no, it's
me
not
and Fresh
water.
have got strong opinions on water.
We do have strong opinions on water.
Oh, yeah, we had like a whole year of
tap
traveling
water
around and we rated them all.
taste the same as bottled water.
No water tastes the same.
No. Water has different flavours.
Certainly do.
I agree. Swedish tap water was the best. But yeah, I feel like that's cheating though, Tim. The whole thing around like squash or cordial, whatever you want to call it, is like one step removed from water. It's not that exotic a pick.
But it's making it a bit fruity at least.
It's literally flavoured water. It's still water.
Well, yeah, that's probably my favourite.
What's your favourite pizza? Margarita?
What is that debate, guys? I had to come in. What is going on right now?
Oh no, Leo's here as well. This is a bad time to talk about food.
Obviously. What a shock. A British guy would tell me that he knows things more about food than a French guy.
You stood right next to a British guy.
I didn't say that. I was more like, we shouldn't be talking about food when you're here because you'll make us all look stupid.
No, that's actually not true. I'm a fake French guy. I don't know much about gastronomy. But you guys stole most of your good food from other cultures, right?
Kind of.
We've said this before.
Have you ever had a Wigan kebab?
Oh God, Anne's here as well. Help me, please.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I cannot bring nothing into this conversation about good food if you talk about food from the Netherlands, because
Stroopwafel?
Yeah,
Hello?
okay. We're talking about delicacies then,
Hello?
like and
Come
sweets
on,
and stuff. No, that's good. But our dinners are just like, it's always meat and potatoes and vegetables, and that's just like your standard dinner.
That sounds like British food, to be fair. British food is mid. Food in Britain is good.
That's a really good statement to make.
Yeah.
You know why?
Yeah.
We accept it. We acknowledge this. Like, we know that we don't really have like I tell you what, a full English breakfast after you've had a drink is like the next morning. This is as well, not like 11 o'clock at night having a full English. That's just weird. The next morning, it's like the best thing you can have. Like butties that we make, like bacon butties, are always an absolute banger as well. We have got some good but simple.
That's a sandwich for any non-Brits watching.
Anne and Leo were just like, what the hell is a butty?
What's a butty?
What's a butty?
It sounds like a crude word, doesn't it? Yeah,
that sounds quite dingy, yeah.
Dingy.
Quite dingy.
Not quite the right use of it, but
Leo's desperate to flex that British slang.
I am trying hard.
Do you know what? Leo's working the LCQs with Ollie next week, and he's going to tear him to bits. Because all he does is just take the piss out of Ollie off
I
camera.
can't wait to get stuck into some siege.
Stuck into some siege?
Right,
It doesn't even sound like that, though, Leo.
Yeah, that's because I'm terrible at impersonating him. But to be fair, it's such a hard accent to match, right? Ollie is so special. It's special in my heart.
Yeah,
Des can't even match a British accent when he tries.
Have a word.
Slander.
It depends, but the thing is, there are so many accents that you can just sound like anything you want in the UK, and you can say, oh, it's an accent. People will say where from, especially if they're abroad. You can go, oh, London, and they'll believe you. You know what gets me? Whenever I speak to an American, they tend to mistake and think that we're Australian. I'm just like, how the hell do we sound Australian?
I've had that. I was in a lift in Vegas years ago.
You sound so far removed from Australian. It's ridiculous.
I know. I was in a lift in Vegas years ago, and I just got talking to somebody who was in the lift with me. Elevator for any non-Brits, and I could see the puzzled look on their face, and we'd gone down about 20 floors or something in this hotel, and they looked and said, Australian? And I was like, Really not. Really not.
Other side
I
of the
said,
world.
Struth. No.
Ugh, pain. Are you guys enjoying the game, by the way, on the desk?
Yeah, it's been fun. At least it's close. It's not anticlimactic.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty fun to watch.
There is a trailing thought that Secret are going to win everything there is to win.
That's. You know what? I actually think they have more to win from this than BDS does.
Really?
Yeah, they're rookie. They're unexpected. Who expects Secret to be the kings of Europe? No one. Everybody expects VDS to be that guy.
If you'd have said to me before stage 1 started, Secret are baking both majors and 6 Invitational, I'd have said you were mad.
And if I told
I really
you,
would have. Like, that's not a disrespect to Secret. They've come so far.
And on top of that, if I told you they would be crowned king of Europe, beat BDS in grand finals.
Yeah. Well, Adrian is the best player on Earth, so.
This is why they have more to win than BDS. For sure.
So
Also, I like my French guys. Yeah, I can do any accent you want. But probably the French one is easier.
You
I'd have to imagine it would be for you, Leo.
who would have thought that the French accent would be easy to do?
Oui.
I do sound like Liquefac in interviews.
You do, yeah.
Leo, you'd have been very impressed with me, actually. I was in Paris, when was it? Beginning of this year. And I was really impressed. I said bonsoir to somebody in a shop. And then I said something to my daughter in English. And the lady who served me went, "You're English?" And she was like, "You're bonsoir." I was so pleased.
To be fair,
honestly, it was my proudest moment.
That was a great bonsoir. And that's a hard one to say. Can you try
Bonsoir?
Jack? Bonsoir?
Bonsoir?
You still pronounce the N. That's not...
You're too hard on the N, yeah.
Yeah, no N.
The
No.
way-
Bonsoir.
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 But the thing is, like, French people, when we try and speak French to them, they always, like, just speak back to it in English. I'm like, I'm trying.
You feel terrible, don't you? This used to happen a lot in the hotel we stayed in when we used to do EUL out in Paris. Like, you'd say something like flawlessly French that you've been practiced about 100 times over, and they'd look at you like you'd just spoken an alien language and not understand. And it was something really simple like, parlez-vous anglais? And they'd just be like,
anglais?
huh? And we'd be like, bro, I did not speak like Russian at you or something. I just said,
and they'd be like,
parlez-vous anglais? It's not that hard.
I have to say we're so proud of our language that we will look at you, and if you mispronounce even slightly, some guys will just be like, no, I won't be bothered.
Oh, yeah.
I won't be bothered.
Very harsh critics.
You know my favourite conversation with Leo? Was it at I think it was the Manchester Major, and you sat there, we'd had a drink in the evening after we'd all done with everything, and you were just like, guys, it's like, what's the difference between these and those? I think at this point, you guys probably need to go away because we've got the game coming back on now. We'll talk about this without you, Leo, and we'll get you back in later. Bye, guys!
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, it was just that he was sat there and he was just like, look, he's pointing at people's shoes and being like, what makes these and what makes those? And it was so funny because you don't think about it as an English person, but we have like an order of like, if they're like they're on your feet, they're these. If they're your shoes, they're those. And, you know, there was like all kinds of discussion. It was very, very interesting.
Yeah, it can be very contextual in English.
Language is screwed, but the game is not. The tech pause has been resolved. I hope you enjoyed the Tim podcast. We're back into things now, where the desk also joined in for a little 5-man podcast. I love that. Back onto it, though. Can BDS get round 12 over the line, or are they cooked?
Maybe not the best time for Secret, really, I don't think. Well, we always talk about this. The tech pause comes in, you have a bit of a break. Which side does it work for? The one who's trying to climb their way back in, or the one who just wants to get it done? Maybe it's a bit of a mental reset for Secret, but, you know, BDS, they're coming back at them. They've got themselves within one. We're facing down a potential overtime. Just going to have a cam there watching the Fenrir, so they're well aware of Adrian's position up at the top of Aqua. They can see that he's moved on now, and that might just be a little bit of a guiding light for BDS when they decide exactly where they're going to be pushing.
Almost a step indeed, but seeing the Solar Sun side, obviously a very rare one. Don't really get to see much of that these days. Again, an attempt to slow BDS down as best they can. Monty definitely going to slow you down somewhat, but everything else really points towards a little bit of aggression coming out. Adrian has fallen down here. Fenrir offline. Virtue falls too. The BDS found what they need. A 5v3 with 2 minutes on the clock feels almost impossible to lose. Surely they don't let this one trip them up.
You say that, but Grubby manages to come back and get a kill onto Shaiko. Headshot does the business. One of those is Monty as well, 3v3. And as I say, one of those is Monty. As powerful as those shields are, he doesn't have the full power rifle in his hand. He's going to be using that pistol to try and contribute. And if Secret can just find themselves one more kill, this could be a real opportunity for them to lock this out and get it done here and now. The focus really does need to be on users. Keep an eye on where that Monty is and exactly what he's doing. The case is down, which I think they're aware of, given that they stood on electrical window. So Liquefact needs to be careful here. He could be that one more kill that they need.
Just one of those, right? Again, a 5v3 in 2 minutes, like, a team should not be able to give that away. Not a team of BDS's caliber either. But it could yet build to it. One more swing would be enough. A fraction of a second there would have seen his skull taken clean off his shoulders, but no. Liquefact slips away with it in hand, and knowing that so much of the hold is on the upstairs here, might be able to get away with the plant if they're not watching this carefully. No more phone calls in back pocket, but maybe just in a great position to make this one work. Gets the idea, one nice and close, he wins this one, and that could be everything. Over to the SMG, but still can't find his man, and Savage wins it out! How does he make that happen? A triple kill for Solotov, though, and down to a 2v2. Savage down to a flicker of HP at this point. Another shot comes under, and Solotov has got to do it all. There's 20 seconds on the clock. Let's play Robot Wars, boys. Why the hell not? More than anything else, once this rotate opened up, and we'll be able to get away with it, but also making use of it to start his round off towards the left. Has got to find something here, and nothing is being brought from it. It's only just going off. They've left it a little bit too late, I'm afraid, Tim. Maybe I'll pay the price here. They'll see the barrel before they see him, but no one gives him anything. They'll hide away from this one, and BDS will get absolutely nothing. Secret take that first match 7-5.
Well, it was a close matchup in the end. We've had a fantastic battle between these two on Nighthaven Labs, but as you say, Secret able to just get it done. As you said it yourself, 5 versus 3 for BDS. Almost unlosable, Des. Only almost, as Secret find a way back in and get the job done.
Ooh. Well, that's one hell of a way to start a series, Tim, with a 7-5. And again, one of my favorite maps, I think, that I've seen on Labs. Both teams really go fighting tooth and nail to get it over the line. Brilliant first half, a close second one, but ultimately Secret managed to hold on their map pick. Let's get over to the desk, and when we come back, map 2 will await.
Secret say bonsoir BDS a la poubelle, as we saw happening here. That's what happened on the first map, at least. Secret winning out Nighthaven here, and I guess they kind of forced BDS in a playstyle that totally didn't match them.
Yeah, they were.
That was good French.
That was really good French. That means that
you.
they put them in the trash, basically. For anyone that's not French speaking, you get to learn a little bit of it.
Yeah.
You know, on this show. But that's basically what it was. They put them in the trash, and for many different reasons. I think initially, when you look at this match, Secret started pretty well. They were facing heavy extended rooms from BDS, and they were able to clear them very quickly and super efficiently. The answer from BDS on that round, for example, it's the same story, is to go in turtle, play towards the smoke, play towards the C4, the wall denial, and that worked really well. Now, when we moved into the defense from Secret here, as you can see, they played the turtle game. They played closer to each other straight at the beginning. And the only time when they went for an extend is when they lost an actual round. So for me, it was just a matter of playing with the utility, forcing BDS to clear that util and to play together, a thing that they don't like to do. And even in that last round, Jack, they're spreading too thin. They throw 5v3.
Yeah, I genuinely feel like the one thing that I love about Team Secret, and it has to go back to yesterday to say why I love it. Because yesterday, Team Secret played a game plan that was specifically designed and tailored for their opponent, Virtus Pro, who play very, very differently to how BDS play. And then today, Secret followed that up, not even 24 hours later, against a completely different style of team in BDS, and have played a very specific and tailored game plan to BDS. And it's actually incredible to see the fact that Secret just have so many different ways that they can play a map that is designed for their opponent. It stands them in really, really good stead. And what I mean by that is Secret on their attacks, of course we knew it was going to happen. They were going to play whichever bullshit was left open. That was the Monty, that was the Dokkaebi primarily.
And they even banned the Legion again.
They even banned the Legion again. They said that in the interview, you know, yesterday, that's what they were going to do. They did that on their attack. But like you say, on the defense, they knew the Achilles heel of BDS is doing things properly, is full clearing, is, you know, dealing with the utility and spreading themselves too thin because they rely on their individual gun skill. And that's exactly what Secret played towards to get themselves over the line on the defense.
So I guess you're calling them kind of the chameleons of Europe, as we're saying. They fit into all these kinds of playstyles?
Exactly, they've evolved. Last stage, I was calling them the vegans of Siege because they were just focused on planting.
And
now
they still do, basically.
They still do, but now they're the chameleons because they can, you know, they can blend into whichever environment they need to.
So what do you do then? I mean, you know that Secret are going to play lots of shields. I guess for BDS on their defense, they decided to fight fire with fire?
Yeah, we have actually a great example of how you could face that. How do you counter that? That's the actually adaptation here. You see at first, it's 1 minute left into the round. Secret lost a lot of time clearing all the breaches here. When he walks in, Fenrir, Azami, and look at who is there, a Clash. Yeah. So he's just faced a Fenrir gadget, the Azami, and then another shield. And they look at each other for like 15 seconds until he figures, there's no way I'm gonna push this. I have to rotate. So then he rotates out and it's gonna be like, okay, I need to make the difference. I'm the win condition, I need to backstab. He walks into barbed wire, smoke grenades, Fenrir. Eventually he will get the pick on that smoke with a shield, by the way. But still, the shield layout here, it's just made to isolate gunfights on the side of Secret. They're on the side of BDS, sorry. They're close to each other. They have all the utility in their hands, and they can then play to isolate each gunfight. And this is why it works for BDS there. They play the util game and then annihilate anything related to gunfights.
This is a great respect to Secret as well, because BDS wouldn't play that way for most opposition. That is just because they know that Secret were absolutely bullying them with their style of siege. BDS have had to play into specifically trying to deal with that Monty, with those shields, and with the way that Secret play. So, you know, it's out of the highest level of respect.
Well, luckily for BDS, they can go back to their own home territory after this. Their map pick of Chalet is up, but that'll be after a break.
Welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready?
It's up to Trix now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. It's gonna be all Trix all day.
You won!
Lots to look forward to in phase 2.
Every match is a do or die scenario.
Spoit walks in. Wolves can easily line him up.
I don't lose, Oregon. Never. And what's the fish? That should be my first question.
2 will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware.
JV92.
This is semi-final Saturday.
Lowe's can work around. One player picked up. Lobin.
And they're starting. Flicks onto Virtue. The knife comes out.
Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose! It's W7M!
Two teams from Brazil in the grand final. This is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget.
Lobin with 1 kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map was over before it even started. Philippe Hawks and cameraman in a 1v1. Cameraman gets it done!
1 more round is all those need to push us to overtime. JV finds one. Maya against the world, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil. The region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal. A promise made in Copenhagen. History made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
past like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man, I think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Past like communists.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Welcome to the European League playoffs, where we continue with our grand final. My name is Anne. I'm joined by Fresh and Alfama. We're about to set you up for our second map of the series, potentially our last. We're about to find out. Chalet is our battleground, and given that BDS have lost this previous map, they need something, some kind of copium to hold on to, but it fits their playstyle well, which we saw yesterday.
Yeah, it's basically the same story, and the same point that we made yesterday when they faced Warsaw on it, is that Chalet is the kind of map that will enable a team to spread thin and have multiple cutoffs, and that will also lower the skill ceiling for a team to play together, because Chalet is played in attack most of the times as multiple groups working different targets at the same time, and eventually all executing at the same time. That's exactly what BDS loves to do. As a counterpoint though, Secret, they are amazing at creating pressure and punishing movements with cutoffs from the windows. We've seen it on Labs. It's exactly what they love doing. That's what they did against VP yesterday on Labs as well. And Chalet is exactly the right kind of map for this.
I feel like both teams like this map. I think the determining factor for me is I feel like Secret have a very, very good read on the pain points of BDS, of what BDS really struggle to deal with inside of rounds. And if they continue to press on those pain points, something will give. We've seen BDS lose only their third map of the stage, last map to Secret. And I feel like, especially considering BDS played 15 rounds of Chalet last night, arguably maybe should have actually lost it to Wolves. I think Secret are going to have a great read on this. I really, really do. Like you say, they've got a lot of opportunity to play their style of Siege, especially abusing whatever's open on their attacks. They will be starting out on their attacks as well. And then they, it might be better for BDS on their attacks. There's a lot more opportunity for individualism, but I still feel like Secret will have a good read on that.
And I feel like we've already spoken a lot about the pain points that Secret have spotted whenever they are attacking, right? By abusing the shield, by having fast-paced attacks and isolating roamers, for example. But I think the bigger one where we haven't talked about is actually Secret's ability to bring back man advantage, especially when it gets closer to the execute. They have this ability to go out and look for these kills, being a bit relentless and try to fetch that kill. I feel like Grubby has done it multiple times in the previous map, and that's something that you can do a lot on Chalet with multiple flank options from different staircase. And that's something that they will look to do, and they've done it previously on Chalet. That could be really impactful against BDS. I don't think BDS is exceptionally good at washing the flank.
Guess we'll have to see and find out. We can add a new perspective to this whole series as well. BDS are very familiar with what it's like to play a grand final of Europe League, but Secret have never even made it this far. They've never even got to play a European League grand final.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the story of this team is generally, I would say, and this isn't a disrespect to this team, generally, Team Secret in European League have been down the bottom. You know, you was tussling with them when you was playing. I was tussling them when I was coaching. They were down the bottom of the league at that type of time.
They were, when I was playing, they were at the top of the league.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was too long ago.
Right. But that was really long ago.
That was really long ago.
Then it was a decline. You know, when I was coaching, it was Secret or Chaos that were going to get relegated in 2020. Ended up being Chaos. They stayed up because Packball could play Monty. Oh, look at that. Anyway, and then they stayed kind of close to the bottom of the league. You know, they had a miracle run to the Six Invitational in 2023. But other than that, they've been kind of staying lower to middle. Now they're in an EU Grand Final. Now they are a top team within this league, and they rightly are deserved there. And they found a playstyle that suits them, but they're very, very smart as well.
I think this might even only reinforce that point that we made earlier, that this is all for Secret to win,
yes,
but maybe also for BDS to lose.
Put simply for me, they just wanted more. They wanted more. They wanted that recognition. These guys have been, for some of them, picked up into Tier 1 suddenly, Adrian being one of them, for example. And at the same time, you also want to prove to the Titans of Europe, take them down before you go to Montreal. You know why? Whenever they went in Manchester, they had a crazy run. Who stopped that run? BDS.
BDS.
Wow.
They want that revenge.
I was late to that one.
Yes, you were late, but you got me there.
Do you know why? It's because I was thinking about my interview questions when Secret win, and I've got to ask Adrian.
All right, so
that's
you're
already.
I was a completely different continent. I'm not going to lie on that one.
He believes in them.
Cheers for spoiling the interview. Thank you. No, I'm joking. It's fine. It's that you're going to get a bit ahead of yourselves, but I'm not sure if you were about to.
Well, I mean, it's basically what I said.
Yeah.
Secret were eliminated by BDS at the Manchester Major.
Yeah.
They were the wall that hit them front. If you want to go to the Montreal Major in full confidence, what better way to do it to be crowned European champions and beat the team that threw you off Manchester only a few months ago?
And the team that will be considered the favourites coming out of EU. Of course, there'll be other favourites, but...
Yeah, because we spoke to quite a few players from different regions when we interviewed them, asked them, like, hey, what team are you looking forward to playing? Most of them actually said BDS. Like, they either destroyed them in EWC or in Manchester or whatever. A lot of teams have their arrows pointed at BDS. Well, Secret could be that new threat in this conversation. We'll bring our casters in, though, as our map is about to be ready. And guys, well, I would love to continue the conversation we had about drinks and food and languages. We got a game to play.
Look at this caster wearing those headsets. Did that work? Did that work, guys? Look at these casters wearing those headsets.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, these. That's a good one, actually, because that could be those casters because we are far away, but you can also say these and these to sound more natural.
Listen, guys, I will never get
it. Well done, Leo.
No,
you got it. That was perfect.
I got it. You could also say, look at those casters wearing these headsets if you was talking about it.
Stop confusing me, guys. I thought I had it.
You did. We're just confusing you.
Oh, yeah. Great.
It is fine. We're going to look at those players play on this map, I guess. I'm trying to, put some things here in as well. But we might even crown a new European champion in Secret, or we'll find out if BDS can push us to map 3. We'll go to Chalet to find out.
Thank you very much, Anne. I imagine we'll be celebrating European champion. Leo will be taking a nice long nap. I imagine his head's fried by all these rules, Tim.
I mean, to be honest, I speak the language natively and can agree that the fact that it could be these headsets to refer to and being the same as the one you're wearing, or those headsets just on the basis that somebody else is wearing it, it's confusing stuff.
Those is quite like those casters is quite exclusionary, whereas these casters is very like put together. It's one of them things when you think about it too much, you'll hurt your own head. So let's stop talking about language. Let's talk about Chalet. We're going to the nice ski Alps. Nice and snowy and cold and ready for us, where ultimately revenge needs to be a dish best served cold by BDS. I think they find themselves behind here and trade into Secret. Secret take this one. They are the European champions. They get those 5 points that you're just praying don't come back to bite BDS in some way. They shouldn't. And already Secret are begging for no Blitzband. Savage is dying to get back on it. He played it in 5 out of their 6 attacking rounds yesterday when they absolutely slapped up the opposition.
No surprise to see the Blitz going, and I think it will be followed by the Demos. If I had to make an educated guess, which I do, and I'm correct. There we go. Demos will go.
Legion?
Shaco has been targeted. I think they could be followed up by a Legion, and then we'll be looking to play the Monty, no doubt, if you are Secret. And I mean, there's plenty of options on defense, to be fair. It's going to be 2 brows, so that'll leave the Legion on. I don't think we'll see as much shield play. It would be useful, I guess, for a basement attack. Maybe a little bit less so for some others, particularly top floor attack. Although I guess you can play in through the door. Yeah, I mean, Savage there, we just random push every round. I don't think that we're going to see that. Valkyrie will be our final ban, which leaves his army on the board. Again, we saw his army available in the last one as well, and we saw plenty of his army play, which I think we probably will do here.
For sure. And again, for me, we're getting to see the fun side of the map first. Not that the second half won't be fun, but the really fun one of that brick wall coming up against the bulldozer. Which one comes out on top? It was 3-3 in the last map. Someone's got to break that deadlock, so they really can claim that they've overpowered the other side's defense or attack, respectively. Here we go, though. Round 1 underway. And as I said, if it does require it, there will be a third map. It's already 11 o'clock. These players in this series could be going on to a 1:30 local time for a number of them if it comes down to it. I'm sure on their side, 1, they don't want to show too much away ahead of the major itself, and 2, would also like a good night's sleep.
Well, this is the thing. Secret are going to be looking at it thinking, let's get it done. If we can... The other thing is, look at it this way. It's always difficult to predict against BDS because of how good they are. But look at it this way. Chalet is a map that they are well known for. Secret are going to be more than prepared for what BDS will do on Chalet. They've seen them plenty of times. There's loads of tape out there that you can watch and prep for. So if they knew that they were going to be playing on Chalet, they should be well prepared for it. Secret are also a very good attacking team. We've just seen it again on Labs. They showed it as yesterday. Very good attacking team. So this is a map that attackers certainly don't hate. So there is a real opportunity potentially for Secret to get this closed down in 2, which, would be absolutely a dream for them because it means they don't have to show another skyscraper. We're talking fine margins coming into a major, and if you can do 1 less play of a map, great.
The battle for Secret will be they played this map a couple of weeks ago against ITB. Secret did win. It was 8-6. They only won 1 attack, which is a crazy stat line when you think, 1, it's against ITB, who have really struggled this stage, but equally, Secret, again, a prolific attacking team, struggled to get basically anything over the line on that map. So we are going to have to see some changes here. It's clear it's not a go-to map for them. I mean, Savage did say they might try and play fast. Is that a C4 that came through there? I thought for a second, but no. Look who's in behind them here. Eustace has just managed to sit in behind the smoke and could really do a bit of damage. You've got Virtue pushing his way forward as well. It's absolute calamity, Tim.
Yeah, Eustace has been really opportunistic here, and he gets his dividends paid as they try to push in, and now the Monty is stuck. Virtue's taking damage. Leakify manages to find Doom, shield taken out, and that is all because of being unaware of Eustace's position. But how about that? Savage gets a double, but will ultimately be taken out. Eustace, however, smart play. Soon as that smoke canister detonates on the door, you see him, he's getting aggro. I think he throws his nitro out. He's on the cap can. Nitro goes there. He's getting right up to the door, but as soon as that smoke goes off, he just switches it off, and he just says, right, no, poof, into the corner, and he just stands there. And Secret have absolutely no idea at all.
again, I can just tell we're going to have a wonderful half of Siege that we get to bear witness to here. With already how it's played out. I mean, Savage did kind of say, look, we're just gonna rush in, no strats, just be ready for this one. And to be fair to them, it was pretty rapid pace in that first round. Just the BDS managed to adapt to it really well and deal with the aggression coming out. We'll see now if we get that flip back over. We have like a 1-1 dream drawn up when we see a little bit of prize coming out from Secret. I think outside of that cat cam though, that wasn't in position at that time. That probably goes on to be a pretty dominant Secret performance. Virtually pushing so deep and getting control of blue. Really started to upend what would have been a very uncomfortable defense, I think, there for BDS. But ultimately, as you see, do manage to pull it back. No complaints.
Just seeing the replays there, and we see users just sitting.
Look at him. He's like, I'm coming for you, bro. Come here.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. The Monty, like you said, just trying to chase down. But yeah, complete lack of awareness there from Secret over exactly where everybody was inside a site. Nice little double from Savage, but no more than stat padding at the end there as he gets taken down shortly after. So BDS, they pick up the first defense on their map choice, and we will continue on to round 2.
All I'm saying is, imagine if he does manage to win that out as well. Because for BDS, it wasn't like a 3-2-1 coordinated wheel swing him at the same time. It was like, here's this last player, swing him, swing him, swing him. But they're all about half a second to a second behind each other. He lands a couple more nasty shots there, and that ends up being a massive round for him and an ace off the back of it too. Here, already things are getting explosive. We're barely 30 seconds in. 2 have fallen on the side of Secret. There was a small response on towards Solitar, but BDS have the numbers advantage here. Certainly not a bad start. Almost unlucky in a way that they couldn't pick off some of these other operators. The Lion would be great to get rid of. The Hard Breach would be great to remove. Or the Capital would be great to remove. Instead, managed to get rid of Striker and Flores. Sure, okay, there's 4 drones taken offline there. Not the end of the world, though, for the attackers.
No, I mean, the good element to taking down the Flores is it removes that soft breach option of using the Rotero drones on the floor if they do get top floor control. So it means BDS will be a little bit more secure inside a site should they have to fall back. But in all honesty, I'd be surprised to see them need to give up this top floor now. I think Secret, with just 3 left alive, and like you say, all sort of critical operators, they're not going to want to throw anybody else into the meat grinder up on the top floor. It's a case of now look at pushing towards site, or you take a big risk in sending somebody up there because potentially you're going to lose another body, and as you've quite rightly pointed out, much more important utility.
I think the real blessing for Secret here is they have so much time to still work with. Yeah, a 3v4 is an uphill battle, don't get me wrong, but it's the best you could really ask for, I guess, in terms of the amount of time that they have to play with in the situation they find themselves. All utility still on side. They can pull off definitely like a half execute here and make things work with all the utility they've got. Step 4 begins here as well. 1 on office door, 2 pushing in towards Piano as well. You can see what the game plan is. Walking straight into a goo mine, though, that certainly wasn't in the script. BDS just got themselves tucked back for now and don't need to go too aggressive. Let them push into you. Play for the trades. This is yours for the taking.
Yeah, BDS honestly only need one of these kills. Secret, they're between a rock and a hard place. I'm not criticising them for pushing top floor. They do really need to clear it out, but any one of these players goes down, there you go, you've just lost some essential utility, you've lost some more. It was always going to be difficult. You lose the hard breach, you can't breach down in wall anymore. You know, you lose your Capital, you don't have your smoke and fire to play in underneath. It was a tough one. Secret had little option at that point other than to attack top floor, but it was always going to be tough to try and break BDS down because they knew that they didn't have much to fight for, really. They could just drop back, take a little gunfight, drop themselves back. They didn't have to overcommit to anything. So a really smart play from BDS.
Yep, perfectly played. No complaints at all. Secret trying to make the best of a bad situation more than anything else. And I kind of spoke about this a little bit after that first round, where we see the 1-1 scoreline draw back up, where we see both teams showing a little bit of what they've got in the tank so far. BDS the ones who are looking more on top. Somewhat expected, as we mentioned, in terms of bans, like looking across the stage. Secret have played this map once, very narrowly managed to beat ITB, who didn't have a great stage overall. Every other series except one, and they banned it away. They did not want to go to Chalet in basically every single situation. And so I think here, knowing they're stepping into a map that BDS clearly favour and picked it out here in this best of 3, there is some expectation that it won't be quite as fluent and quite as confident as what we saw previously. And again, a series like this, I feel like deserves Skyscraper. It deserves a third map to really celebrate the ending of EU between these two teams that are proven to be absolute titans. What I'm really keen to see if we get to Skyscraper is how well Secret attack it, because Skyscraper has been our most defender-sided map in Europe for a long, long time. If anyone's going to be able to crack it, it's going to be them.
You certainly would have expected so. I think we're going to have the long-range hold from the helipad for the time being. See if we can catch anybody out. We did see a few kills gained from there the other day. There you go. Not always the immediate sort of place that is checked for anybody peeking out of those windows. They assume that the pressure is going to be coming from a little bit closer in, but Secret not getting any joy from there in the first 20-30 seconds. Decide we'll step away, and we will assume that we're not going to be peaked now, and they move on to looking to clear out utility. It's going to begin with the bottom of mezzanine stairs, main stairs, getting rid of that barbed wire to try and soften up this position that Solotov is holding, but being that it's this army, it's not going to be an easy one to move.
Does not know, and we know how frustrated it can be to just constantly keep on seeing Kiba barriers appearing in front of your face. You can throw as many of these terror drones towards them, and they still another one just keeps on forming up. And yes, you can spray them with bullets, but there's always a risk in terms of emptying a whole mag into one. One, ammo count. We've seen a few nerfs against ammo count lately, but also more than anything, it's the fact that it gives away where you are. All it takes is someone to get a different angle, take the spray down, and there's very little chance you are then able to win that gunfight against the player that's swinging onto you. So lots that you have to consider in terms of dealing with this army. It's why so often we're seeing a ban away, the highest ban rate around the world of any operator in the game.
I like this droning, you know, very efficient, very restricted movement there. Not wanting to give away its position, but taking in quite a lot of information inside a site there, Grubby. Just looking for that key utility and any placement of defenders. Won't actually see anybody, but great visibility from there. The challenge to get into library continues here as Virtue just trying to put a little bit of pressure on the player inside of the library cubby there, but he's not really going to get any joy at the minute. Secret not moving BDS fantastically well, but as I say that, Virtue does manage to get the kill onto Solotov. That's going to be the Azami down, and that will start breaking this trinity of operators up around Blue Stairs, Library and Mezzanine.
Liquefax fully impede here as well. He can't pop on the glasses to remove this flash effect or to deny them away. Has no choice but to concede ground here, give it over to the other side. Now, they may have got this top floor control that they were looking for, but there's still so much more they have to fight for yet. Oh, I can't believe that. Just sees him sticking over the edge as well. We can't find his man, and now disappear down to the base. We're potentially able to come and be an absolute nuisance as this round wears on. Doom's going to find Shaiko. Still expecting to get pushed from here. Savage down low HP. Here he comes as well. Rounded his way back up. But will he find anyone?
Two opportunities Liquefax had, slim though they were. He did see a few pixels of the head, wasn't able to take the shot, and Doom does manage to flip it around and get the kill over the handrail. Brede with a big double. Savage takes him down in the trade. They see the last man, they get the kill, and Secret get their first attack here on Chalet, and we might just have a game of it now. BDS know that Secret are here to take some rounds.
It's good that they had numbers there as well to be able to play off the players, which is the most important part. Like, they knew full well the player going in for a plant was probably going to be the sacrificial lamb, whether it would be C4, smokes, the player that was sat inside a split spraying down onto you. Either way, he was dead to rights. But it's how they make use of that information, then guarantee the trade. You know, they had the vertical drop coming in through the hats, had a player pushing in from bar at the same time. They just capitalized on the fact that they have, what, 3 players here coming in? Like, sure, the player dies on door, but you can't cover yourself from every single angle when Secret say the word go. For a second, Brede might get away with something special inside a split, but only managed to find himself too. Still, after 3 rounds, we've at least seen both teams get on the board. That's the important part to guarantee a competitive first half.
Round 4 then. BDS, they will now rinse and repeat. They're going to head back down to the basement. I feel like this is going to be a slightly different round. I wouldn't be surprised to see us come away with a 2-2 here and Secret get this attack. Last time around, of course, they just opened up that rear breach. They tried to force their way in with the Monty and the smokes. It went, I think it's probably fair to describe as wildly wrong. Usus was able to hide away in the corner behind the smoke, got himself kills easily. I think there was 4 left alive for BDS when they won the round at the end of things. So not the best attack coming out of Secret onto basement. I think we will see something a little bit more prescribed this time, a little bit more pre-planned rather than just getting aggressive and running on in. It's going to be, you know, try and get the angles that they need, try and get more walls opened up, take a little bit more time.
The shield makes a glorious return for Virtue here. More seems like when Blitz is available, it's on Savage. When the Monty's available, it's on Virtue. And so far, at least in the early round, back in round 1, we saw him play it quite aggressively. Looks easy to force ground, open up for his team to fall in behind him. Of course, we saw the wonderful position from Solotov to be able to spray down a player as he walked in, completely unaware that he'd managed to zip his way around the smoke that had gone down. But here comes that call. This should be their ability to step in here and either collect some kills or at the very least gain quite a bit of ground. And you can only see really the Monty in here. It's mainly on him. And of course, off towards his right-hand side, got the Twitch pushing in at the same time of Adrian. So they have got this top floor control now here inside about 60 seconds.
Liquefact just roaming around underneath on the Oryx, so keep an eye on that. Potential, of course, to use those hatches to return up to the top floor. We saw it from him on Labs, a willingness and a desire even to be as slippery as possible to get himself back up above and on the flank of the attackers as much as possible. He might not have the opportunity this time, but if he can get himself back up to that mid-floor into this sort of area in games, it may well be that he can get back up above them, but he's going to need to wait for Secret to clear out at least before he can do so.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Half the ramp has gone down. Got to make themselves known at some point. Nice little angle all the way from up top here as well to give them that ability to cut down in towards sites itself, looking towards the rotate through connector at the same time. Start to restrict the movements of BDS. That's their last phone call that's come out here, and it kind of feels maybe it was a little bit preemptive. He's still got a minute to play here. You weren't clearly in a position to execute off the back of it. More using it to make sure they are set up and able to start moving forwards, maybe get a kill through the vertical, but now they're going to have to go and do it blind. Doom just walking straight into a Capcan there. Not so ideal.
Nope, giving his life away, and Shaiko manages to pick up Savage as well, and all that I said about Secret seems to be changing. Adrian does manage to pick up the kill onto Shaiko, finishing him off when downed using the Twitch drone, but it leaves us 4 versus 3 with 30 seconds left to go. Secret, they need to get something going. They've got the Monty down main stairs. They can maybe build behind this, just feeding information out. The verticals are going to pay dividends as Adrian manages to pick up Solotov. We also see the down of Liquefact. Look at this vertical work coming in from Secret. The plant is going to be successful. Almost out of nowhere. Brede does manage to get Virtue, but the shield is still alive, and that is going to be the round.
Nice. Excellent use of the vertical play there as well to restrict the defenders' movements. From about the 90-second mark, we saw from all up on high on Mez that floor being opened up to start cutting off angles. And it was the Monty solely being at the bottom of main that drew enough of the BDS players in. You know, like flies to a light there, just coming straight out towards him, being sucked in, and then being put down from above. Really excellent show there of tactical awareness and nothing else coming out from the attackers. The BDS, it feels like a turn what we saw on the previous map, Tim, where it starts out strong for one side, the other one fights back for a couple of rounds, and we end up at a 3-3 split come the halftime. Could well build out to be the same way.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see Secret win this map and go 2-0. You know, I said it coming into the game. We've seen BDS play on Chalet an awful lot. Secret, a good attacking team. They've just got 3 rounds. You might like 4 on Chalet, but it's not the end of the world. I can make the same argument for defense on Chalet. Look at it. You know, look at the sites that you've got. Dining and Kitchen, highest win percentage, generally speaking, across most regions on the map. You've got Basement, which can be a solid site. You've got Master and Office, all 4 sites essentially. Gaming and Bar as well. They are all very viable. So a lot of options for the defenders. If Secret can get themselves another round or 2, they can guarantee themselves the 3-3 at least, then honestly, they could well take this in the second half.
We'll see if it builds up to that. They've got something cooking for sure, though. Savage on the sends. An operator that when you see them get picked up, it's normally for a very specific strat or prepared placement for those light screens coming on through. Now, normally, if you'd see a Warden on the other side, you have a little bit of concern about that. But there is no Warden on the side of BDS. So whether or not Secret have read into this and gone, you know what, there is no Warden, this is a great time to bring out that strat. Strat G in the book, maybe. They've got a whole long list of them, absolutely no doubt about that. Or whether it's a pre-placed list, regardless of Warden, we're going to play it anyway. I'm not 100% sure, but they're going to be cooking something. That much is for sure.
Twitchon doing some real work there. Grubby going in and taking out a lot of the gadgetry, particularly the FNAT on Trophy Window is going to be a big one. It's going to allow them to go in and attack quite directly. Just losing 6S Kairos pellets there, maybe not aware of Solotov's presence at the top of Solar, and that is potentially quite a big loss there. You don't want to be throwing away that hard breach utility. They go again, and he's going to do this all day long. There's nothing to stop him. It doesn't matter if you sat on the bathroom window, if you're on rappel, if you're on the double ammo window. He can sit tight in that corner and just continue to take those pellets out. He's going to drop away now as the pressure comes. June managing to find Leakerfact. Savage was lost along the way. Here goes Virtue, though. Manages to find Solotov and starts to take some ground. Secret are starting to run away with this attack. We said that that's where their real strength lied. And we can see that it's in action now on Chalet as they're just moving through like a well-oiled machine.
It's crazy that Virtue managed to get to the bottom of Solar there as well, because Brede was sat inside a kitchen. His job was to provide that cover inside a trophy, so no one would be able to come and threaten his player that was sat on that half wall upstairs. But they got into a great position, and when Secret said go, my God, did they go from 0 to 60 in no time at all. Great round from them, and again, this is a reverse of what we saw back on Labs. A team started up 2-0, the other team won back 3 rounds, and then the other team weighing back to win, and then it was a 3-3 half overall. We could yet see that, but Secret, it feels, are very much warmed into this half.
Yeah, and the more important thing is that even if BDS do come back with a round, Secret have now guaranteed themselves the 3-3 split. Like I said, given the viability of all the defensive sites on this map, Secret will go into that second half with some confidence that we can find 2 sites to lock down here potentially. You know, yes, you're against a very good BDS side, but in all honesty, Des, BDS felt a little bit off the pace yesterday. Wolves run them close all the way to 3 maps, overtime in that final map, but for 1 round. BDS might not have even been playing this matchup today. They could have been playing in the first game to determine whether they went to the major or not. So it's maybe not been, you know, the best, the most amazing couple of days for them in terms of performance. They played well against Wolves, don't get me wrong. But, you know, they were run the distance. And I look at it now and I think there's definite potential for Secret to take this 2-0 and take the top spot in Europe.
And what a story that would be going into the major. And it's crazy because change-wise, again, Virtue is the most recent change for them. And look at how different, how transformed they look as a team. Really promising things to see. Also missed it in the last round. I was speaking about Brede inside a kitchen being the cover inside a trophy. Of course, at the Senzon side. That's what let the Monty get across from trophy with the full cover of the light screen. Brede could do nothing but look on as his teammate got bullied by a Monty. So again, really smart heads-up play from Secret. Looks like they've done their homework on what it is that BDS like to play. Even in the series that, again, many would look at and say, it ain't that big a deal. It's 10,000 euros extra for a prize pool. It's 5 points towards SI. It does start to add up. So fair play, you know, they've really looked prepared for this game and up for it.
Solotov is tasked with holding onto the same position that he was previously. He's going to be looking to hold mezzanine. This time he is not the Azami himself, that's users. So the keeper barricades have been placed, and anything he's got is what he's got, and anything that he doesn't, he won't be getting, more than likely, unless users is able to get into position to provide. So 1 minute into the round, we don't have Secret inside of the map just yet. They are posturing, they are getting themselves ready to go at this point. I think just trying to narrow down exactly where everybody is, and then we will see the push come in from them. It will likely be again on the top floor, trying to deal with those 3 positions. But to kick things off, Leakerfact is going to get the opener and take down Doom, and that's the Dokkaebi gone. So a big loss when you're trying to take out not roamers potentially, but people who you can't always see. That library corner, that top of blue stairs, at the top of the lower blue stairs, where exactly are they? Those Dokkaebi calls can really help with those situations.
Yeah, I mean, losing the Dokkaebi before the second call has come out as well as a little bit of a kicker too. Second one comes available at 1:30. Uh-oh, it's like a horror game now. People jumping in through windows behind him, and Leakerfact's trying to get out. The sprays with that softball by Adrian, who's out on the office balcony. Pinced out by 2 or 3 players on the side of Secret. I don't think they realise that he's down here, or if they do, they've had the chance to finish him off. There we go. Now they should know. Come on, guys. Surely you can finish this one off. It does get done.
How many bullets does it take to finish a downed operator? I think it was about 200 from Secret there. It's a good job ammo isn't too limited, isn't it?
Excellent. Unfortunate, but job is done. Player is offline. Smoke coming out as well to give themselves more ability to move on forwards here, at least concealed by that for a short amount of time. They know it's very likely they'll see the same players look into the same spots as last time. If you recall, it was that 4v2 execute that they had coming in where they managed to concede a couple of kills over towards Brede and BDS, and it started to look a little bit ropey for a couple of seconds, but then they guaranteed the trades. They've got about 20 seconds to play with here, and they don't know about Solotov, who's been causing real bother. They're going to have to push now. C4 comes out. Savage gets at least 1 back, but it's a 3 versus 3. 2 are inside a split. They need these kills, and Groovy finds 1. That is the kills you need. 2 kills coming for him. It's all down to Shaiko in a 1 versus 1 against Groovy, who I imagine running a 2K fancies himself, but will not get it. Shaiko with the close in 2K, and BDS get it over the line. That 3-3 split is here once again.
You're going to back him every day of the week in that situation, aren't you? Shaiko 1v1, you just know that he's going to find that flick shot. He's done it so many times before and almost casually there, just finishing off the round. Like you say, leveling things out 3-3. It was a great effort from Secret. I love the aggression behind the Monty. It was, you feel like if they had a little bit more time and they could have just taken it a little bit easier, maybe they get the win there. But again, it's about those timings and that utility use I often speak about. The Candelas go in from mezzanine into site, but what do they do with it? Nobody follows. There's no push at that time, and then Solotov gets himself set. He's ready for it. 10 seconds later, he gets his kill. It's a bit of a problem. If you're going to send in flashes, if you're going to send in Candelas, you got to be ready to go. It's got to be that execute moment because you want to take advantage of that utility, not let it wear off before you go and make your challenge. But it was a good round from BDS to hold on. As you could see there, the final kill was the goo mine in the leg of the Monty, but the kill had to come into Grubby to get that finished.
Attackers are moving out to
Good
locate a
stuff.
bomb and defuse
Perfect split, which sets us up for what could be a pretty explosive second. You know, back on, we were in the same position on our last map. Instead, surely we head towards overtime from this. As we saw, Secret just managed to squeak it over the line in that closing round. A 2v1 for them, they won by the clock. Solotov not able to find anyone in the dying few seconds to help BDS get it over to overtime. Different story here or not, we'll find out. It is their map pick. You'd hope there's more comfort coming in. But for Secret, let's not forget, again, the last time they played this, they only managed to win one attack. They've collected 3 here against BDS, the best defensive team in Europe. A different team's playing today, so you can't really take too much stock on those previous results.
Peeking around the corner towards office door, then BDS looking to maybe get a little bit aggressive here, get themselves into the map quickly. I'd like to see that. Just go in there, take command. Now you're on the attack. You've got to send a bit of a message. You can't let Secret settle into this. You know, you can't let them start getting those successful defenses. There you go. Solotov managing to pick one up onto Grubby. Great start for BDS.
Call coming out now as well to keep these other 4 players suppressed, try and deny the opportunity for a trade coming back, but it's not stopped them pushing on forward. Savage, he really wanted to make something happen there, but again with that call ringing out, all the knowledge sits for BDS. I've always said about how good they are with this Dokkaebi, how good they are at using it to punish teams, get ground, make it so much easier on themselves to get aggressive, and they have just sliced Secret apart here. Not even half the round has gone, and 4 players are dead. Solotov dropping an absolute nuke, and the final kill comes out. A flawless round to start the half.
Yeah, decimated there, I think, is the only way to describe that. BDS, flawless round, just one after another. Like you say, Secret, I don't think BDS barely got into the building. They barely needed to. You know, they just created so many situations whereby Secret was scrambling, where they were moving one position to another, and it just seemed like BDS had every single angle locked down. You feel maybe Savage should have been winning that fight with Solotov on the balcony. I don't think it necessarily changes the entire course of the round, but it would have given them something, at least something to build from. Secret then having a struggle in that first defense. They're going to want to get one in this next round. I don't think that they want to see 2 attacks back to back for BDS because it puts them 5-3 up and they start really getting a bit of momentum then.
So the replay from that round, it's this push here into the Dokkaebi call. Like, you know it's coming out, you know BDS have got ears, you know they can hear you. And I don't blame him for trying to make something happen there. You equalize the standing there to 4-4, you've taken the Dokkaebi off the board, you remove that second phone call in the round, things start to look good, but instead they have paid the price. Here we go then for round 8, getting ready to kick off. We've got our bar and gaming setup coming through. Similar style of setup coming here from BDS overall, but on the other side of things, Mute and Mozzie coming out, which suggests the Secret. And given you can see 3 players here currently scattered up towards that master and office side, they want to play pretty aggressively out on their own, deny information away from BDS, and try and win some more unfavorable gunfights for the BDS side, but also have those Mute Gemmers to be able to deny away that, I'm not going to call it a crux, but the thing they lean on an awful lot, that Dokkaebi again on the side of BDS.
Gonna have Secret just trying to play quite close to the thresholds here, and again try and stop BDS getting. It didn't really matter too much last time stopping them getting in the map, to be honest. They just killed them from the windows instead. But just looking to, we saw one playing you know, towards office balcony, we saw one playing towards the double window, just try and prevent the pressure mounting from BDS. But I don't know, BDS just feel like they're desperate for these gunfights. We can see them on trophy window already. We can see them getting themselves up to solo. They are just ready to take ground as soon as it is offered to them.
And that's what makes them so good as a team. Yeah. Speak about it all the time. Also got the Nomad on side, of course. One of Shiko's crutch operators is challenged earlier on by Savage. Shiko play something that isn't Flores or Nomad challenge very hard. Of course, Bravo we saw getting picked out in their series yesterday as well. I actually think back in stage 1, I forget there was a series that like, whether it was at the major or a stage play, I can't remember, but Shiko played like 18 unique operators or something. I know it feels like banning away these two operators is a big nerf to him, but it ain't. Not when you can play that many operators so comfortably.
All the guns work the same, Des, and if you hit your first shot on the head, like he does most of the time, you don't even have to worry about the recoil too much because you've already killed him. Solotov does manage to pick up Virtue. Another big start for BDS. They've had a huge command in the entries of this game, I can tell you that. I'm only seeing one at the minute that Secret picked up, and it was back in round 3. So BDS are basically making Secret play 5v4 this entire game.
It makes life bloody frustrating at this point. Groovy's down to a slither of HP. So's Useless, though. 1 HP to his name. Both phone calls will come out, so it wouldn't be the end of the world if he goes down here, but he is the one who's got those smokes in back pocket. Yeah, a lot more effective. They managed to remove Groovy's on almost nothing. Savage going to fall by the wayside as well. It feels like BDS are men on a mission in this second half, though, Tim. Shiko especially. Adrian gets the trade, but can't find a second. C4 over the top. Goes for his man, but he's going to find nothing. He rounds off towards the left, looking for his man, but the support coming in from the backside. And Groovy on 5 HP has got it all to do.
It just feels like it's 10v5 at the minute, doesn't it? Like, it's almost as if BDS have got double the number of players in the server or something. Diffuser's going down, will be planted. Freeday manages to secure that behind bar. Grubby just a couple of seconds too late, but with 5 HP, he couldn't exactly go directly for the fight. He's just trying to get anything going here. He's going to have to find himself absolute freebies, and the problem is that one's been able to rotate around to his right. They've got the crossfire. They know where he's coming from. It's Leakified to pick him up. And like I said, BDS look like they're playing with 10 players inside of the server at the minute. Secret are just getting swamped constantly.
I used to remark about this about Now Fury, about they're known as W7M. I remember the first game I watched them playing on Bank. It did feel like they were just coming out of the walls and there was nothing that you could do about it. Like, super, super brutal. And as you say, it feels like you're playing against 10 players. Like, you feel like you've got some kind of semblance of control. You don't. You just get absolutely bullied off it. And I think this, again, they're playing so well here in the second half. Yes, leaning a lot on the Dokkaebi, like I keep on saying. However, it's getting them the results they need. Secret have tried to play into it and go aggressive. They've been punished by that. They've played out with a lot of jammers to try and suppress the information game and keep the Dokkaebi quiet. That also failed as well. Now they've tried to play a little bit more sat back. That's failed as well. So you can understand why the tack timeout has come in here. Even though it's only been 2 rounds on this side of the half, like they probably just feel, boys, this is slipping away from us fast. Have the conversation now, rather than us being at match point and then having a tack timeout. Let's see what we can sort out here and now, because they need to find an answer. Else BDS, they take this. The Skyscraper awaits.
Yeah, there's definitely going to need to be changes, but the tack timeouts always work both ways. Of course, both teams get the opportunity to have those discussions at the same time, so BDS are going to have been doing exactly the same. But as you can see here, right, we see a couple of highlights coming from the Secret perspective, but really, when you see the numbers, every time we've got that highlight, they're always fighting from behind. It's always, getting a 2v4 down to a 2v3 or a 1v3 to a 1v2, and it's all well and good hitting your shots then, but they're quite often meaningless when BDS are closing out these rounds. 5-3 they sit now. Secret will go to kitchen and dining. They're going to need to hold on to that top floor. Last time they tried to hold the top floor, it didn't go fantastically well. BDS just lit them up from the windows, didn't allow them to move around anywhere on the top floor with any sort of safety. Let's see if BDS try to do the same here and create those crossfires from the windows.
Biggest thing to look for here will be the change from Secret, no doubt, right? It was their tack time that they called in. Yes, both teams get that conversation, but they're the ones who need to change something here. That's why they called in that tack time out in the first place. No significant change overall, I'd say. Obviously, the castle coming along, I will speak about the Love of Seeing castle. I think it makes things really interesting. Not too many options to deal with that on the side of BDS here. Like a Gon 6 in the back pocket of the Capitale, like whoop-de-doo, and a couple of nades you can play around. Or again, whoop-de-doo. Might help you get rid of 1 or 2 of the critical ones that you've got to get move away, but otherwise, those last 2 castle barricades are probably going to be serving the defenders here and helping them in a way that's going to make things a little bit frustrating for BDS, unless they just say, you know what, off the back of attack timeout, let's just rush our way in. 45 seconds in, and Bride's already got himself inside a trophy. Solotov has, feeding all this information across the rest of his team, and that's when the kills can start to fly. Shiko kicks things off.
You can hear that Dockerby call ringing out as well. So Secret just gonna, as always, it seems at the minute be on the back foot here with BDS trying to chase them down. That's exactly what happens. Leakyfact picks up Savage, and I tell you what, BDS are looking like a different beast right now. There's different gravy as they just pick up kill after kill. They've got onto the attack. I really felt Secret could potentially close this out on the defense, but they're like a leaky bucket right now. They just absolutely cannot stop the flow of BDS.
I struggle to see how they find anything from this round as well. So much utility still in the back pockets of BDS. The next phone call about to come online. And that'll be, I imagine, for them, what spells and execute or spells are pushed deeper into enemy territory to see what they can walk away with. A little bit of a retake attempt coming on here on the top side, and two players coming in, one towards the right, one towards the front. Can they get rid of him? Yes, he's dropped down behind here and got away with it. Very good. Joom, right place, right time to finish off the Monty. With that, they're given a small shred of chance. But that last call comes out. The firebolt comes on through. BDS start their move.
And as happens almost every single time those Dockerby calls come out, kills follow. This time it's Breeder with a double, manages to pick it up. It's all up to the Legion. Joom taken down, and BDS put themselves onto map point and look to send us all the way to 3 to finish this on Skyscraper.
Yeah, Secret, it's painful for the back of attack timeout to go on to lose that next round, because now you're a little bit shot in motivation as well. The plan, the changes that you've discussed clearly haven't worked out. So you can definitely see which side has the momentum in this game. 6-3 now, a massive comeback required. One that I think is pretty fair to say, Tim, we don't see happening, and it will demand Skyscraper to see who can hold that title of the best team in Europe.
It's all about this final round then. Lock it in, get it done. BDS on the attack, and I'm not sure this is going to be an easy site for Secret to hold on to with the way that BDS are playing at the minute. Think about what we normally see here for a defensive side on basement, and that's going to be a presence around the map. That's pretty much the meta defense for this now, is get players out to the top floor, the mid floor, and try and waste time, try and pick up a kill or two along the way whilst falling back to site. Interesting to see users switching off the Dockerby. That was the line of thought I was going down. How well BDS have used that Dockerby. Every time one of those calls has rung out, there's been kills follow. And it would have been fantastic for them to be able to chase down any roamers on the top floor. As it is, they've switched it away to the Capitão. Maybe they're going to go with a little bit more route one, just try and get those breaches open and get a plant down.
Go for the jugular and get it over the line, right? Thing is, for this, like, they know that there's gonna be roamers around the map they're gonna have to deal with, so now you'll see how they can do it with a more conventional take without that Dockerby on side, as you say. And I think it's because of the requirement of what you need in this round to guarantee that, for example, the main breach gets opened up. You know, 2 hard breaches required. The Flores maybe you look at and say you can do without that. Not really. There's 2 bulletproof cams, the deployable shield. Lots of things required to make this one work. And here, relying also on these micro EMPs to get it opened up, which they'll be able to do, and then rotate themselves away immediately or pushing up towards trench.
A little bit of aggression from Secret, just standing inside a main lobby, looking for an opportunity. Savage will be drawn out, but he's going absolutely nowhere. He fancies this fight, but as I say that, he dips himself away back into bar. May well head towards West Main or Blue Stairs, I would imagine, more likely. Try and get himself down, but it's actually Virtue that's going to be playing on those West Main stairs. Look at all the drones that are flying in. BDS just know about absolutely everybody, but they don't know about Joom. He manages to get himself a freebie on to Leakyfact. Virtue picks up Solotov, and it is those players on the roam dares. They've been going down the stairs. They've been just changing their location, making themselves difficult to pin down and picking up kills. And BDS are paying the price of trying to go direct to site, not playing in behind that Dockerby and clearing roamers like they've had so much success with so far.
You hear me okay, just to check?
Oh, I can.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for you and everybody else. But yes, they're in a great spot here, I think. Like, it doesn't look like, it looks like the end of the world from how you position things, but they've got really good positional control, right? They've still got all that Capitão utility to play behind. They've got the air jabs. Yeah, at this point, Secret aren't 100% sure where the push is coming from. They can clear out this player in towards blue with a firebolt, for example, smoke off pillar, and as long as they've got some vertical control, this is basically theirs for the keeping. But that's what they need to do, is get this last player in position and then make the push come together.
Definitely doable. We're going to hear the exothermic charge triggered. Loses his life, and that is pretty much the round done. That's the Capitão gone, and that is the utility that you might have wanted to play behind. It is winnable with 2 people, effectively, but you've got to get aggressive, and you've got to try and find kills. BDS recognised that. They pushed in through the breach, and they died for doing it. But Yeah, a much better round. I want to say from Secret, and it was. They played, you know, a decent setup, and they were mobile, and they used multiple staircases at the same time to get those kills. But I can't help but think it's a bit of a mistake from BDS as well there. They've basically tried to go route one towards site, just get themselves in and get the diffuser down. It really hasn't worked out. The success they've had with Dokkaebi previously, that site just seemed to be screaming out for it. You know there's going to be multiple roamers. It was Doom and Adrian that were out in the map. Just get yourself on the Dokkaebi, go out there and get those kills like you have done so far.
I mean, shock horror team, they're back on the Dokkaebi here in round 11.
Lesson learned, I think.
Yeah, like, again, I really hate sitting here and saying they're like Dokkaebi merchants, but it's very clear. Like, I need to go and look at the numbers, to be fair, and look at what their win rate is with Dokkaebi versus without it. Dead curious to see how that stacks up. I'll find out and I'll try to look into it a little bit later on. But I think overall, again, they're just so good at being oppressive to teams and taking space with that operator that when it's available, you'd be silly not to take it. Especially when you know that Shoko draws in these Deimos bans, like, consistently. Teams aren't really going to take it away from you. I'd love to see teams try it, admittedly. Ban the Dokkaebi away from them and see what happens. But for now, he just draws so much attention on that Deimos, and they managed to put that to pretty good effect as well, that it's like a, you know, why bother? Like, we can hinder Shoko. It feels like the right play.
Setup still going on. 15 seconds into the round. Nothing unusual there. Vertical hole's going to be opened up for Secret. Just to try and hold on not only to the level that they're playing on, but the one below, of course. And just a reminder, there are no more mistakes for Secret. They've got themselves a defensive round on the board finally, winning down in the basement, but they're going to need to find 2 more back-to-back if they want to keep themselves in this. Overtime is their only option now. They're on a pretty default setup for Bar and Gaming here. We've got the presence on Mezzanine. I think there's one inside a library as well. And interestingly, it looks like we might just have Shako looking to work his way into Mud. He's played the air jab there to prevent anybody being able to push in, but having had a look, he's thinking, no, I'm going to go and have a look at this. If he can get himself on that door, take the one punch, he might even get himself a kill. Yes, he does. How beautiful is that? Droned himself, found the opportunity, and got the kill. Fantastic stuff for the entry.
For a second, you have to kind of double check the screen and see which player you're currently watching when you see the kill feed light up like that after a shot happens in exactly the same frame. Wasn't Savage that got the kill there. That was elsewhere that Groovy picks one off from here on Mez, putting that pressure back on towards Library. First phone call coming out here from the Dokkaebi, and in they push. However, good response from Groovy, expected flashes as well, so the goggles were on whilst his teammate was making an escape down that hatch. Good way to get a kill back, and it's rare that you see a call come out and it's the other team that gets a kill back onto you.
Yeah, so many kills so far to say we're only a minute and a half into the round. We found ourselves 4 versus 3 with both teams losing utility that would have been potentially useful throughout the remainder. Beautiful use of the nades there from Leakerfight. Users picks up Grube, and now BDS are 2 kills away from taking us to Skyscraper, taking us to that 3rd map. They've got plenty of time to do it. They've got plenty of drones. They've got plenty of intel. BDS should have everything that they need to get this done.
Oh, Leakerfact still wins the reverse. Like you say, this could be it here. Adrian, he's had a wonderful stage, but keeping back the tide that is BDS is a tough, tall order for anyone. And sadly, he can't stand tall enough. Skyscraper will have to decide who is the best team in Europe.
BDS looking like a bit of a different team there to the one that we saw on Labs. Labs was an okay performance. It was, you know, great in parts. Both teams had their moments, but BDS just looked a cut above there on Chalet. It's what we expect from them on Chalet, but they did look it.
Especially in that second half, right? Like, first half being 3-3, I think both teams had their share of rounds that looked fantastic, but second half, they really turned on the afterburners, and that makes me really excited to see who walks away as the king of Skyscraper. But for now, we'll go to our desk to break down Chalet.
BDS bounce back on Chalet like we just saw and put us 1-1 in maps. We need one more map to determine our European League Stage 2 champion, but what a map this was. I think we saw BDS be incredible on the defense, but especially on their attack, they shine today.
And that's something that we talked about previously, right? Is Chalet is a kind of map that perfectly fits the way BDS wants to play. Obviously, the entirety of this first side was really well balanced. I feel like Secret had some great idea of how to use the Monty. We saw it almost every round, and they made a great use of it every time to push down the defenders, create pressure points, and create movement. And to be fair, I think like most of the time, BDS reacted towards it the perfect way, either ignoring it or playing around it to get the kills surrounding the multi.
Yeah, I feel like that. We obviously saw Shaiko play 6 rounds exclusively on Legion, directly for that Monty.
And 3 Capcans as well.
3 Capcans as well. I think, obviously, BDS had a read of what was coming. Of course, they had a read. If I had a read, BDS had a read. And Secret executed, I would say, reasonably well behind their playstyle on the attacks. But you was right, Anne. Where things changed was when BDS got onto their attacks. Why did that change? Well, first and foremost, we said that on Nighthaven Labs, Team Secret were really trying to force BDS to play behind utility, to do everything properly. Much harder to do on Chalet. If you look at a lot of the opening engagements that were happening inside of rounds, it was a kill coming from BDS, because BDS got every single opening engagement on their attack. Wow. But the kill was actually happening more often than not from the outside of the building inwards. BDS were not having to work hard for kills. They were coming early on in the round, and that was really setting themselves up for success.
Isn't that the playstyle we were expecting from Secret, to sit outside the windows and kind of get those kills from there?
Yeah, and it's also the one we expected from BDS in some point when we said that it was going to be a map that fit them, is because it gets them playing in mini groups where they can have fast-paced entry and then cutoffs as well. It's the way that Chalet is being played. And it fits really well the team play of BDS, the gameplay of BDS, sorry, when you see such great individuals like Shaiko, like Likefag having great moments. Yeah. It really fits what they want. They can go solo and they can have impact like they should.
This is the benefit that BDS will always have. Always have. If you can get yourselves as BDS onto a map where it is reliant on individual gunfights, you know, those 50-50s more often than not, and you're sitting there as a team with Shaiko, with Likefag, with users Assault of a Bride, you're feeling comfortable in basically every single round.
Effectively, we've seen 11 rounds, 10 of those, BDS won the opening engagements. The 3 last one, Shaiko got them.
That is crazy.
Ban away the Deimos, he's going to play Domat, and he's going to get his entries anyway. That's just, I think for me, that's the end of the story here, because it revolved so much around it being some kind of fragfest, at least in the step 1. Them winning consistently the opening engagements was just the reason why they won.
That is fair play to Secret, though, I will say. In 11 of those rounds, they were playing from a 4v5 in 10 of them and still managed to get 4 rounds on the board. You know, they are decent in pulling those rounds back, but it's not sustainable.
Another consistent thing that we keep on seeing in these maps is just Secret and the masterclass of the shields on attack.
The ability to use the shield, create pressure, and punish people moving. Let's take a look at that round. The use of the drones. So you see the bomb site he's dining. Use Twitch drone to remove Fenrir Gadget and the Goo Mine on the window. Then they spot barbed wire. They remove it with the forest from outside West Main. Now, once that's clear, they send the sense through the drone holding trophy so that the Monty can push through the window. Look, it's already too late. That stairs player was flashed, straight up bashed by the Monty. At this point, the Monty moving creates pressure, and the 2 players up top get punished by cutoffs, and it's a 4v1. That's a perfect laid-out attack if you wanted to explain a play style of Secret in attack. In 30 seconds there, you get right it. It's basically sending the Monty in, pushing people around, 2 cutoffs, let's kill anyone that moves. Really well played.
I'm glad we got to experience that from Solotov's POV as well, because that must have been a jump scare. The Monty just appearing behind the sense wall. I mean, I'd be very upset and very scared about that. I imagine that maybe played a part for BDS on their own defenses as well, with the way Secret are playing these shields.
Yeah, as you say, that's why they were playing into a lot of Capcan. There was a lot of Legion, barbed wire, Fenris. They were fully ready for what Secret was coming, you know, in terms of the way Secret was going to play. Secret got that 3-3 split, like you say, off the back of that attack. You could argue, you know, maybe should have been a 4-2 with the very last attack round. But either way, the story of why this game was won for me was BDS being so good on the entry, especially on their attacks.
Now, we have some bad news and we have some good news. We'll start with the bad news. It is unfortunately our last map in Europe League Stage 2 that is coming up. But the good news is that it is to decide our European League Stage 2 champion. That map will be Skyscraper, and it'll be with us after a break.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch.
Gomez
Rez as he plays behind one of the remaining Keeper barricades to be a big nitro here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP.
Line up.
3 go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not Resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
Finesse can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2.
It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volks against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
In combat, every second counts. And time waits for no one. Unless you can slow things down.
So many players all around this attic position at the moment. Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Another one for Solotov. Information from the Bees. He goes deep. Shotgun.
3 kills for him to claim, but it's Hyper to grab shot. 2 remain for Astralis, but a shotgun at close range.
Iconic.
Let him go in. Iconic, be patient. Be patient. What are you gonna do? You know 2 are there, and he gets a bone. There's only 1 remaining, and Astralis are in good shape. and JR, iconic! 4K from iconic!
Batman showing up. Save the day, save the round.
I think what makes Wild the team we are is kind of in the name. We're like aiming to be a pretty unpredictable team with a lot of aggression. That's kind of what the main strengths of our players are. We have a lot of good shooters basically on the team. So when you have that, you need to take advantage of it. And we're hoping to go into the season basically and be able to struggle with our aggression and our play style. We think we have a pretty unpredictable way of playing the game, and it's gonna shake up a lot of teams for sure.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
We need one more map to decide our European League Stage 2 champion. That map is Skyscraper, and while BDS got an amazing comeback on that map yesterday, the only time we saw it from Secret was when they got an overtime victory against Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams loving the overtime. And actually, fun fact, and the last 2 times these teams played on this map was in Stage 1. And the scoreline in that game as well was an overtime. It was an 8-7 victory to BDS.
So 8-7 victory from BDS over Wolves, 8-7 victory from Secret over Fnatic, and 8-7 victory from BDS against Secret on that map in Stage 1. We could go all the way, overtime, 15 rounds on the very last map to crown a European champion.
It is almost midnight, and you're telling me we're about to have a 15-round map?
It's an ace as well. It's just all set up perfect.
Wow, as if it was meant to be.
Yeah, no, I think Skyscraper is a really intriguing map for me as well. I think Secret will be starting out on the defense as we saw in the map.
That's huge.
That's huge. Because the reason being is when BDS played Skyscraper yesterday, they weren't that good on the attack. They got 1 round. They were 1-6 down and had to do that comeback up against Wolves. Why is that important? Because I think both of us feel, Leo, that Secret will find a way to win 2, maybe 3 attack rounds with the way they can cheese things with the shield play and kind of the intricacies that Secret will play with.
So yeah, for me, it's not so much why it's important, it's the reason why BDS struggled hard to win these attack rounds, right? It's the way Wolves were playing. Remember that bandit hiding in T-room. Remember these cheesy comebacks, these cheesy flanks, because BDS struggled to flank watch all the time. That's the way Wolves played, and on top of that, on top of the cheesy moves, they were quite good at abusing utility late round. And forcing BDS to problem solve utility somewhat seems to be working for opposing teams because it forces BDS to think as one team, to coordinate together when they rather work as mini groups. So overall, Skyscraper, entirely different map than Chalet, that really thrives for teams that play with heavy utility.
Well, one more time in the European League playoffs for Stage 2. We're going to bring back our casters, Ace and Dez. Hello again. We talked about the potential of an overtime. Given how close this game, what are the odds of an overtime on a final map here?
I want to know who the scriptwriter is. They've really got this stuff nailed down, right? What a series it's been so far. And 15 rounds to go late, but you know what? We're here for it. It's the last map of the stage. Why not?
I think you two shouldn't be complaining. You're like an hour before us? Is that
we're loving life. It's not even 11 o'clock here.
Yeah.
We're loving it. We can do this all day. This is fine by me.
I've got a flight in 4 hours. 5 hours.
Good. So
I
can we
was
make
going to
this
say, you're
series last 3 hours?
here.
Yeah,
The more fresh
you two
suffers-
probably will. I'm not going to lie. Somehow.
Yeah, the more you suffer fresh, the happier I am.
Is that true?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Guys, I want to hear who is going to take the final map. Who's got the better cards going into Skyscraper?
Oh, no, this is dangerous.
Every time I say something, the opposite happens. I'm going to say BDS takes it because I want Secret to take it. I want them to be crowned European champions. You know why, Jack? I actually think it serves everyone justice. Secret coming back, gaining that European crown, and BDS getting a wake-up call before Montreal.
So BDS or Secret?
Secret.
Okay, I'm going BDS then.
All right, great.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you
so you
much,
two
Jack.
pick something different. What's your choice, guys?
Secret, I like the underdog.
Let's go.
I think BDS probably take this one. I think they're going to be a
Tim
bit
knows
too
ball.
much.
Let's not go.
Okay,
I always rated you, Leo. Best analyst on the desk.
Thank you so much, Des.
but I guess
I'm
with how
joking, Fresh.
with how divided we are, this might really lead us into an overtime. It is the final map of the European League playoffs. It's time to crown our European League champion. So one more time, Ace and Des, take it away.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry, Fresh, I didn't mean it. I love you. The thing is, by saying I don't mean it, and then kind of also going back on myself and saying, okay, actually, I do think Fresh is the best, and therefore Leo ain't so good. You can't win in that situation. I should know it from my mouth, Tim. I could take that advice a lot, really.
The way to win in that situation is to not put yourself in that situation, Des.
Well, alas, here we are. Put my foot in it. I don't mind doing that. And I was stepping many feet in towards Skyscraper Tim. It's our last map of the stage. It's the last one before the major. Feels like we've had a real roller coaster of the stage for so many of these teams. We've seen both teams come out in the second halves of their respective maps and put on a little bit of a show. Now they've got to do it on Skyscraper. Secret's favorite map of the bunch. BDS, we know, are no slouches here. This is going to get spicy. Let's see what the bans are. I'll give you one guess about what this first ban will be. Of course, it's going to be Deimos against Shaiko.
We've seen all 6 maps tonight, which, to be honest, is probably what was deserved. 2 big games. We, of course, had Virtus Pro qualify into the major to begin with against Wolves in a 2-1 best-of-3 between those two. And then to decide the ultimate top spot here in Europe, who is the top of the pile, we go to map 3, BDS and Secret. It's going to be on Skyscraper. Deimos and Blitz will come out as the first bans. Pretty much par for the course, really, at this point.
Yeah. Two teams know each other well enough at this point, I imagine. You know what the best teams do. You know what their sharp edges are. So you just want to kind of blunt those a little bit. You still get blunt force strong when they start hitting you like a train regardless, but at least it feels so bad. It's not so much blood. Azamiel's taken away here. Interesting to see her band away. Has made it throughout the series. But I think if nothing else, it's been a staple around the world in so many regions, in so many games. I'm not surprised to see it come out here. And Legion, again, the same set of bans that are Secret on every single map.
Yep, Legion will be taking... It was Tubarão on the last map, to be fair. It was the defender, but Legion will be taking out this time. It's going to allow some serious Monty play, which is no surprise on Skyscraper. We're going to see Monty working towards the top of Black Stairs, I would imagine. We're going to see Monty working in through VIP, potentially. You know, looking to come down through Dragon, through VIP, and get into Office and Exhibition that way. Potentially a little bit of Terrace Door Monty. I would be prepared to see quite a bit of shield play from Secret when they get on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, we always come back to the same thing with BDS. It's like, Doku's your girl. Like, get her on there. Let's see what she can do. But equally, it's also having the shield on side sometimes also is to their benefit at the same time. It helps them get control of the map quickly. It helps them, you know, as we see for so many teams, just march on forward and take the ground that they need. So we'll see if that comes out for BDS throughout this half. We'll see if that's reserved more for Virtue in the second. For now, we get to see how BDS fare on the attack. And as said, Skyscraper is one of those maps that is really, really hard to attack. It has got the highest defensive win rate of any of the ones that we have here in Europe. And so it's going to come down to these two teams and their ability to attack that is going to be the difference maker today.
Karaoke and Tea will be our first site then. Geisha Hatch has been opened by Secret on the defense, so potentially going to be options for a little rotation out of there if needed. It'd be a risky one if the wall had been opened, but it also means they can just watch for any attempted clearance. It may well put off BDS if they think about going underneath to get any sort of clearance on the wall of the mute jammer, for example, if there is one place there. But the Brava drone, to be fair, might be able to do the job. It's just raining through sight at the minute, grabbing any electronics it can find. Just going to pick up the Banshee on the wall there as a big one. Can also get rid of the little drone blocker as well. He's got a little bit of a tete-a-tete, a little head-to-head here, just on the terrace window, but I'm not sure that they were actually aware of it. They were on either side of there, but Savage didn't go for the jump out. Brede moved away to go back towards that Geisha wall. Just going to continue here with Grubby on the exhibition office side. Going to get drawn out, so BDS need to be looking. You'd expect the Dokubi's actually been dropped away. It's going to be the Grim that's been brought along instead, so might just provide a little bit more difficulty in clearing Grubby out here. And once again, no Dokubi on side, no party. As Grubby manages to get one, Savage gets another. 5 versus 3 now as Secret get themselves a major advantage here on the defense. Adrian finds another, and this should now be plain sailing for Team Secret. However, BDS start to fight back. Des is still not back with us. I can see him on his little camera, and he keeps looking at me, and he's so desperate to be back with us, but his issues persist. Breeder manages to pick one up, finds himself from a 1v3 into a 1v2, and could be winnable. 50 seconds left to go. He's got plenty of time to work with. Still not. He keeps waving at me occasionally, does Des. He likes to give me a big wave on the camera, and he has a look at me, and he says, "Can you hear me now?" And I only know he's saying that because I can see it from his lips moving. BDS, Breeder manages to get that diffuser down, but that was likely to happen, hence why I didn't get too overexcited about it. Breeder in the 1v2 does get the space to do it, but effectively Secret were letting him do that so that they could get him into a position to close out the round, and that is going to be 1-0. And a good start for Secret on the defense. They locked down Karaoke T. In all honesty, on Skyscraper, we're going to expect to see at least 2 successful sites from them, so a 4-2 half, I feel, is the minimum for defenders. Still going to be the minimum for defenders. Whether we have a minimum of 2 casters back or not, time will tell. Des is trying, bless him. I can see the effort on his face. I can see the effort on his face as he tries to resolve his problems, but there he is. I mean, to be honest, you know, it gives me and my ears a little break for a little while, if nothing else. And he has absolutely no response whatsoever. You know, if I were to make comments about Aston Villa and recent performances, for example, there'd be absolutely nothing he could do with it. But I won't. I will continue on. Round 2 we have is 1-0 to Secret, and they're going to be moving over to exhibition office this time around. They're going to be pretty much doing the flip reverse of what we saw last time. They'll be looking to try and hold on to that middle ground again, but maybe a little bit of an extension. They had a lot of success in the exhibition office extension last time. Maybe try and get themselves a little presence out towards Tea Room, out towards Karaoke, a little bit of a roam, see if they can pick up BDS on the way in. The entry was something that BDS did really well last map. They were right on top of it, and they come straight into this one. Grubby managed to get it, and it's certainly an area that Secret can improve upon. We're going to continue on with just me for the time being. The Bravo drone continues to rain around the site. It's just looking to, again, clear out that utility. I talk about the entry. This time it's going to be users managing to pick up Adrian, but look at the answer. Virtue manages to get a double. Beautiful use of the Vector there to not only pick up the trade, but get an extra. Take out Breeder, and that's your ace gone. That's your hard breach. They've got no options now whatsoever for any other breaching to be done. Anything they've got, fantastic, but that is exactly what BDS are going to have to work with.
Honestly, we're so lucky production didn't put it back on Cena because I was saying piss off Tim the entire time. Either way, Secret starting out strong here into a 4 versus 2. Again, you can see the call coming through, but they found the response to BDS, and whether it's map, whether it's team, that's up for debate at this point, but they started out really strong here, Secret.
I nearly spoke about Villa. I didn't know whether to pick the Bayern result or the Ipswich result, you see, so...
Or the United draw. That was a bit miserable.
It was a bit miserable, that one.
Yeah, a little bit.
Long shots being taken. Just Solotov trying to get anything going here. Is effectively 1 versus 4 as we see Sharko down but not out. Secret, as I said, they're going to be winning, I would imagine, this second defense. They need to be winning 2 out of the 3 realistically. If they can take a 2-1 and a 2-1 and finish off a 4-2 half, that'll be absolutely fine for them. There's an opportunity here to pick up Sharko. I'm surprised that Secret haven't sprung around the corner, but all he really picked Sharko up into was a hail of bullets, and that's going to be another round for Secret.
A little bit more of one of those moments where it's a get what you can, pad the KD, pad the stats as best you can, but you don't really tend to get away with too much fortune. Like I say, solid start, looking really good so far for Secret and for BDS. They've got to bounce back into it at some point. Of course, you'll see them start to wake up. It always tends to be the way that we see a couple of good rounds from the defending team, then the other side bounces back, and at least so far across the last 2 maps, it's ended up at that 3-3 split. Fingers crossed that carries on, because again, I feel if we got all the way to 3 and the players are playing past midnight, it's got to be a game that goes all the way.
Well, yeah, that's it. You know, we don't... At the end of the day, the result is the result. But yeah, if we're going to have it stretched out past midnight, we might as well have, you know, a decent bit of overtime and a bit of jeopardy and a bit of tension. You know, there's no point running away with a sort of 7-1, 7-2 and just getting it done. If we're going to be up this late, then we might as well get some entertainment along with it. Like you said, not too bad for us here in the UK. We're an hour behind, so it's not the end of the world. But we will continue on then, Secret, on their third defensive side. It's going to be Kitchen Barbecue, as it usually is. We have seen the odd Master Bedroom played recently. I think it was in Brazil. We saw that played a couple of times, but certainly not too popular.
Yeah, exactly that. Very unpopular. And I think the really interesting stat about it has one of the highest plant percentages of any site in the world. So in all map choices around the whole world as well, when you look at the global stats. Not sure why it comes down to, but teams just always seem to be really good at getting the diffuser down when attacking in towards that site. Of course, I doubt we see it in this game. We'll keep them playing through the same 3-site rotations, my expectation. This is where you hope the BDS now warm into the game a little bit more. Dropping away from the Dokkaebi, for example, got the Grim and the Ying on side. They really want to overwhelm and take over Secret.
June just here in the Bravo drone there. Did a great job, to be fair. Grabbed the default cam, grabbed the Banshee. We saw the Banshee taken out, but I'm not sure if June did take out the default cam or not. It could have been what gave it away, but it could also have been the audio cue. Solitov does manage to pick up Savage, and that's the answer. They did not take out the default cam, so Shaiko was just having a look on that restaurant cam, and that could be a bit of a misstep for Secret there, not realising that that intel has been taken away. Bravo drone continues to move throughout Kitchen, just grabbing gadget after gadget here, but doesn't really matter when BDS are grabbing kill after kill. Leakerback managing to pick up June. 5 versus 3 now.
Am I still here, Tim?
You are, yeah. You had a little freeze for a moment then.
I did, and that's why I panicked.
I thought Des is being really still over there.
Been practicing my gargoyle impression. Brede makes it a 5v2, picking out Virtue as well. However, Shaiko's on his backside. Frostmat, I think now limping around for a while, leaving a trail of blood everywhere that he goes, making a lot of noise in the process. Does last an awful long time as well, so you're basically giving away permanent positional information to the other side, but not that it matters too much when you're stuck in a 1v5. Groovy's got it all to do. They've got the red ping on him, and Leaky Fat drops down like an assassin and picks him off.
I think that first 3 rounds are reasonably predictable, to be fair, Des. If you'd have asked me how they'd go, I would have said that I would expect Secret as defenders to win the top 2 floor sites. I would expect BDS, you know, being as good as they are on Skyscraper, to pick up that 3rd choice on the attack. And in all honesty, I think we might get a rinse and repeat. Maybe BDS can grab one of those top floor sites and we get a 3-3 half. That will suit them down to the ground because they're going to be real confident about picking up 4 on defense, I think. So Secret just need to make sure that they get Karaoke Tea, Exhibition Office, both sites locked down, and at least grab that 4-2 half. That's going to put them in the best position that they can going forward. I'm not sure that 5-1 is going to be a realistic option for them now. I think you get them top 2. That Kitchen Barbecue defense is going to be tough again. BDS have just shown exactly why. So for me, Secret, just keep walking the road you're on. Try and get these top 2 floor sites done. Anything else after that is a bonus.
Love how you made that little passing mark about Villa, and all I've seen in the chat is a few people being like, "Where UTV, Duran's my goat," and I'm just like, "Yes, he's also mine." New contract signed with it.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Oh, there, just as he was about to celebrate Villa's successes, and he unfortunately freezes out again. What terrible timing.
This is unreal. Can you still hear me?
It's as if you're being targeted by the internet, Des.
This is such bullshit. It's coming for me time and time again. But hey, we're still here. We're still here. Onwards goes the round. 2nd quarter begins. Let's see how things play out.
Now then, Doom on the Solace, just going to hide himself away in the downstairs bathroom there. BDS really need to be very careful here. I don't think they're aware of his presence, and as you know, as soon as they start to hop in through that window, that is it. It is done. We did see the player moving around to restaurant window. It's a big gamble from June, because if they go around to restaurant window and take a knockout of it, he could well win the fight, but they're potentially just going to see him straight away. So we'll see how that one plays out. Still in position at the minute, we can see from his player card there, still in the first floor toilet. So he's going to go for the jump out, manages to get the Claymore, but Shaiko's sat watching.
He's a bit too wise to plays like that. They've been through the Soulless meta sim is the thing. They know what to expect, and they've dealt with it expertly there as well. Now got to try and keep the others back here out towards Gage. Should be, no doubt, a big piece to try and keep control of. Knowing again that you've got that Dokkaebi on side and the Grim, they can really overwhelm the Secret lineup given the chance.
This is a big loss now for Secret. If you remember, I said they needed to be winning those top 2 floor sites. As it is, BDS have just got the read on them at every turn. They're going to be trying to work on the verticals as well. Trying the best to hold on to Geisha here, Secret, but they can't do it. Solotov and Shaiko find one apiece. It's all falling apart, and BDS have just taken it up a gear on Skyscraper.
This is the thing. One team starts out really strong and really convincing, and the other always finds a way back. They figure out the quirks of the defense or the attack, and they always find a way back into the game. I said earlier on, kind of half as a joke, that we've had 3-3 halves across the first 2 maps, like to start things off in the first 6 rounds. Do we see it again? In fact, another early attack timeout. I'll give this a secret, to be fair. A lot of teams will hang on too long for attack timeout. When it's 6-2 and then you call attack timeout, it's already too late. The fact they're calling it here at 2-2 feels weird, but they've seen BDS start to grow back into it, and they know realistically, if they concede another defense here, you're giving BDS 3 rounds on the attack of Skyscraper, you are making a lot of work for yourself.
Yeah, they know that the loss of one of those top 2 floor sites, you know, like I said coming into it, they needed to be winning both of them both times. They needed the 4 rounds there. So I think, yeah, the timing of it makes complete sense. You've lost Karaoke T, you've lost one of those top floor sites, you're now facing 3-3 or worse. Pull the trigger, get the tactical timeout. These are the key rounds that you need to be winning to give yourself any chance on the attack in the second half.
All right, well, hopefully we see some change here. Stop themselves bleeding out to BDS, because I said it's quite important. I think you don't give them any more rounds in this half. When it changes, by all means, we can see how things play out. Be a little bit of a harder ask maybe of yourself to get too many rounds on the attack. No doubt relying quite heavily on that shield. We see a lot of shield play on this map, to be fair, so I'm not going to be too shocked if we see that. But let's see how we go then. Off we go towards kitchen and office, setting ourselves up on the east side of the map. Already got Savage full sprinting it out towards the other side. So 1, hunting down drones. 2, looking to maybe start setting up a bit of an extension out there so his team can waste some of BDS's time.
I feel like for Secret, it's all, we've said it, you know, we've said it tonight, and it won't be the last time that we say it. It's always easy to criticize the plays that don't work. If they do work, it's a genius play. But I just feel like the Soulless out of bathroom window, you know, you're against a very good BDS team, and they're not likely to be giving away kills like that. And I think at this point, Secret, especially when you're on one of those top 2 floor sites, if you'd have been on Kitchen Barbecue and you know there's a good chance you lose it, so yeah, let's throw ourselves out of a window. Maybe we pick up a kill and it turns the round for us. It gives us that advantage. I think fine, but on a site you've already won really well, that's pretty much the strongest site on the map. I think just play it. Just play it normally. Just play your game there. You know, you don't need to be diving out of the window at them and giving them those free kills. So maybe a little bit of a misstep there from Secret, and I'd like to see them this time just, you know, keep it a little bit calmer, and I think they will.
I like the difference here, actually, their approach to it. Rather than coming in like a Thermite, for example, and really opening up a hole that is too big for that size of a wall, using the Maverick instead to make sure no one can play on the other side of it. We're so used to seeing like jams coming out of out of Bandits, for example, to really slow things down, deny that initial entry in towards the map. Obviously, it's not on side here, but I like the fact they've got a Maverick here just in case there is something to slow them down. And of course, the Tuber out can only do so much.
Grubby is going to get picked up out in Geisha. I think he's unaware of the drone that's currently just pinging his position, so definitely a danger for him. That's something that BDS have done very well so far tonight, is get that bit of initial information and then push forward and find kills on the back of it. As it is, Grubby is still safe for the time being, but you can see the silhouettes around him and the pressure may well start to mount. I think BDS wanting to get themselves into that side of the building, and this could be the go call to get them moving.
Quite literally the call as well to get them start marching through the map here and looking to pick out anyone who's skulking off around, which as you can see there are a couple that have been out towards this way. That's an unlucky swing not to come through and get the kill. I was going to say Savage. He's pulled off some ridiculous 1v1s in this game so far, and I'm just like, surely he'd be dead to rights, but no. The back and forth nature of it means he finds his man, and even with the first call being used, he gets away with the kill, and now the second one comes out. They know they need to force these players back, but Secret don't want to relent.
Grubby's still inside of Geisha at the minute. Savage has actually done the big work over that side of the map to keep him in this position. That's where the challenge was going. That's where BDS wanted to end up, but Savage has now got himself a double kill and keeps them locked in position. Great stuff from him, and they're trying to get anything going here, BDS, but the FNAT on the drum stairs will signal the push up there. And look at this, you keep Grubby safe, and he gets himself a kill. He repays the effort that Savage went to keep him in that position. Doom gets one along the way, and all of a sudden we've got a flip reverse in Fortune, and Secret could be staring down a potential flawless round.
Yeah, I mean, all the work was done out on the roam there, right? Like, often we say if a roamer wastes a bit of time and a little bit of utility, kills a drone or two, that's a pretty good roam as long as they get back to the team. To kill two out there and still force them to be chasing into Geisha with about a minute left. Wonderful roam play coming out, and really on the back of Savage, this round has been won. Great stuff. Secret be very happy with it. Maybe it wasn't quite the plan that was agreed during the TAC timeout. Obviously, the roam was, but for him to win the round basically single-handed, I don't think that was. Good stuff by Secret, though.
Uses the opportunity just to keep himself off the confirmed death list for the round, and also gives BDS maybe that 20 seconds or so just to have a chat. They had come, off a recent TAC timeout. Team Secret the ones to call it, but BDS will have had the opportunity to have the discussion. But to use this, just maybe something was seen within the round. Maybe they just took the opportunity to discuss and get prepped ready for the next round. We will see as we move on. Leakerfact being very vocal at the minute to the rest of the team, definitely making them aware of what is needed, what he wants from them in the next round.
Right, well, as I said, feeling like BDS getting a 3-3 half will feel like a bit of a loss, I think, to Secret. I was looking at the numbers. Obviously, we said it is the most defender-sided map in the game. It currently sits about 65% here in Europe. The next closest map, Consulate, 54%. That's quite a significant jump just for this map alone. Yeah, teams really not having much attacking success here. BDS getting 2 already feels like a bit of a win for them. 3 will feel like a proper smash and grab operation. Secret need to keep the shit out in this round, but looking at that lineup, oh boy. The Monty on side, the Dokkaebi here, the Ying, that's a lot of damage coming in from the BDS side.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to hold against this. I'm just looking at the defensive side. What have they got there? The Ella could be particular. It's going to be important where those smart mines are played. They could be a big factor in dealing with the Monty. Potentially keep one in pocket, which is as the case now. If you see that shield pushing in, you can then play it in behind, wait for it to activate, and hopefully it can help you deal with that situation somewhat. But Bravadron going to get caught out by the mute jammer. A little bit of a misplay there. You don't want to be losing those drones. If anything, you want to be capturing the electronics and turning them over to your side, but that's not going to be the case. BDS just shaping themselves up for time being to get themselves on into the map.
And as you said about so many teams, Wolves is always the one I think of when I say this statement. There isn't a massive need to rush here as well. You've got so many tools that when it comes around to execute, you'll do so much damage with. Right now, the focus should be on droning. It should be on the Brava getting in and doing a lot of work for the team as well. It should be looking to force these roamers back, which obviously Brede feels is in a semi-deep position to do. I think Adrian might find himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Bottom of the stairs, someone's on the window. At the top of it, the rock awaits. It's Monty ready to come pushing down. But he's got support from Savage, and this is what BDS have got to figure out now. They've got a puzzle presented to them by Secret. They've got to figure it out in good time here. Nearly half the round has gone, not made tons of progress.
We hear the first Candela go in. It's also worth noting that Secret have got 4 nitros in pocket here, so again, another potential avenue to deal with the shield. Going to be supported at the minute by Shaiko, who's just pushing ahead on the Bravo, looking to clear out these stairs, and does exactly that. Finds himself a beauty onto Adrian. That's 1 nitro taken off the board, 1 body off the board, and BDS can start looking to push towards site, but they need to make sure that they deal with everything that's up above them.
That C4 a little bit misplaced as well. It wasn't quite deep enough here, so he's got to try and spray through the floor instead. But that just gives away his position. You've now got a player coming in from the Shrine Valkyrie to try and contest him, while Brede looks relatively unbothered here, just sitting here and waiting. Shaiko sat on 1 HP though. BDS still with 50 seconds to play. That's a long time to make this one work. Just got to be careful not to get caught by a side swipe from a Secret player here. A sailing C4 from Groovy, for example, could spell the end.
I think this is the point where we're going to see them look to go for the plant. Shaco trying to push in here. Gasmot Mine will activate. Users manages to find Virtue and a second onto Savage, and that is exactly what they needed. Opportunity now for Brede to put that diffuser down. If only he had time. They managed to find the final kills. BDS 3-3 half, and like you said, Des, it feels like a win for BDS and a loss for Secret in that first half.
It does, but just to commend Secret, BDS there for a really good attack. Again, Adrian was stuck between a rock and a hard place, but it felt like a little bit of a stalemate. The Monty couldn't push in because of Savage inside a T, and also the player on window couldn't easily hop in because, well, that's where the site is. You'll get challenged if you try and push through there. But instead, what happens is they do send someone in through bottom, I think with some utility being dumped to enable him to do so, get rid of Adrian, and then Brede, when he's actually inside the site, isn't trying to commit towards a plant, isn't going to balls to the wall for it. Instead, BDS are coordinating this top floor attack, knowing they've got about a minute still to play with. So just really good and patient play being shown there, and the team coordinating really well. Communication, no doubt, is absolutely flowing through. Wonderful stuff to see, and BDS's attacks there, they can be very, very proud of how those played out. Now they go on the defense. It's time to see how this rock-solid defense, the best in Europe, stands up against the terrifying attack of Secret. This is their favorite map. You would hope to see them come out here strong, but it is Skyscraper.
Yeah, I think we're poised for a really good second half here. BDS, they're going to be desperate to get these two top floor sites done. 7-5, get it won, get it sorted out. Stage 2 winners, Stage 1 winners, just everything. Shaco's in the old chat there. He's just trying to fuel the fire a little bit here. And BDS, they're going to be starting things off in Karaoke and T. Just looking at the lineup, again, nothing too wild there. We're seeing a little bit more of a presence from Ella. I think it is a little bit of a lean in towards the shields. Not going to matter too much this time as Secret haven't brought the Monty along. It is more going to be a Ying-focused attack.
As we saw quite a lot back in the first half, right? Like BDS bring the Ying along quite a while. A line on side here in place to say a Dokkaebi. Otherwise, it's things like locking down the potential roam play. Like, I think Secret showing a bit of respect here to BDS, who, again, historically not known as the greatest roam team in the world. It's not really their vibe, their style of play. They prefer to play very defensive, and their lineup tends to point towards that. But I think the Nomad at least pays respect towards what they can expect to see. Savage picked off here, Solozov getting his entry, and look who's dead. It's Ying as well, Tim. Ugh, pain.
Huge loss for Secret. You don't get to pick them. You know, it's one of those. Every attacker has got to be pushing somewhere, and if you end up just that little bit too close, pushing into the defense, that's a nice trick though. Geisha Wall staying close from BDS as well. They're really on top of this defense. They've got Geisha Wall closed. They've got Ying off the board. This is going to be really, really tough for Secret. And the last thing Secret want right now is BDS taking these first two defenses and going 5-3 up, because then they're just going to be waiting for that rotation back to the top floor.
And no tack timeout available, don't forget, for Secret here either. We've already taken that after round 4. Oh, comes June, finds one more into a second, and just like that, all it takes is one player to make a big play, and it can spin your fortunes around. But look who's underneath. A C4 from below. Will he find 2 here? No, he'll get rid of just the 1. But Brede elsewhere gets 1. But here goes June. He's on a march towards death here, it feels. 2 players to find to complete the ace.
Doom is a real match winner, we know this. Nade follows down, but it doesn't matter because Leakerfact was dropping all the way downstairs anyway. Adrian is going to be looking to go for the plant. They know where Leakerfact is. The challenge comes in. There's little that BDS can do about this, and now they find themselves on the retake. Can Secret hold on in the post plant? 2 versus 2. Brede and Leakerfact have got a lot of work ahead of them. They've got to get back upstairs to start challenging to start with.
Oh, not so good. They've lost 1 here. The swing comes from main stairs. He's doomed, but no, the kills come through. Secret grabbed the round, and that's it. Big thing is, though, looking back at how this game started, it was 2 defensive rounds coming out for Secret. At least here, they've got themselves that attacking round win 1 round earlier.
Yeah, definitely needed. Definitely needed from Secret. Like I said, the last thing they wanted was BDS coming in. There are going to be BDS defensive rounds won. There is no 2 ways about it. But a team like BDS wants to get themselves ahead. It's very difficult to come back against them. So Secret are doing a great job there. To be honest, BDS have made a few mistakes. The fact that Doom's just allowed to walk up there, he's not on his own either. He's got Virtue with him. And I'm not being funny, but look at the position they're going for. They're going for the gold bars breach. It's hardly unusual. You know, you've got the Ella of users just sat inside a drum watching Drum and Terrace door. Like, hello? There's 2 players coming up behind you from Shrine. You know, BDS have got to be more aware of that. Where were Elsker Smart Mines, for example? Was they not one placed over on the Shrine side, potentially? You know, it's something that you can do if you put something... inside a Shrine, or maybe on the Dragon's VIP door, put something on the Drum to Terrace door. You've cut the map in half with something like 2 Geschmack Mines, and it's very difficult then for players to come across without you at least knowing it. There's no other way in unless they come through Shrine window, but then you've got the noise of the barricade, for example. It just creates that situation where it's difficult for them to sneak up on you. So, you know, for Ella of all operators to be an absolute free kill like that, and then the player caught out of position inside a Geisha as well, it was a little bit sloppy from BDS.
And this is the thing, though, good players and good teams will be able to spot those gaps and defenses, and if Secret have found it and managed to explode it wide open, then certainly no complaints from my side. Just put them ever so slightly in the lead here as well, which is always a nice thing, a nice position to be in. But they know full well that BDS are going to be chasing after their shadow here as well. Defensive side always gives you that minor advantage that we spoke about, at least by 15% as far as the stats have gone across the European stage so far. Hopefully no more Yings going down too early in the round either. I know that Secret managed to get it over the line without Savage, but you definitely make the job a hell of a lot harder for yourself, Tim.
There's going to be some damage there onto Shaco as he tries to just track his way through Terrace, gets hit with a spray through the window. I don't know whether it was based on intel or whether it was just spraying a barricade to take it out, but either way, Shaco takes some damage, 30 HP gone, and just leaves him a little bit weaker for any future fight. So a lot of the push from the attackers here is going to come from Doom and Savage. It's going to be that Ying and Lion combo to try and support the plant going down when Virtue's in position.
I was going to say, Secret have done a great job, though, because inside 60 seconds, every single player except Leakyfac has been forced back in towards site. I say that. Solotov's also got himself out and about around the map. As you can see, he's currently in bathroom. So they've got 2 players looking to be at least a little bit cheeky here. If the backstab comes off for them, of course, that's the round winner for them. You get the Monty in the back, that's round done and dusted. For now, though, those on site have got to deal with a little bit of punishment as his pressure is going to start building.
And it goes in just to clear out that barbed wire utility. Shaco manages to get Adrian. They can't be giving themselves away for free like that. Doom onto Leakyfac, back for Bacchus. He manages to get taken down by Usus in a trade. 4 versus 3 now. BDS still in the ascendancy as Solotov picks up Savage. It looks like we're heading for a tie score once again, as it will probably continue round for round until the end between these two. So evenly matched. You can see Shaco has been downed here by Gruby on that terrace door. Virtue is able to pick up Brede as well. All of a sudden, it's effectively a 2 versus 2, Des.
And there's a shield up as well. This is going to get so miserable for them here. Going in for a plant off the back of this, and I'm sure they'll no doubt hear the diffuser going down, but the cover is there at this point for Gruby. They're going to push it and make something happen. Shoko's at least back on his feet, and there we go. Gets up, back off being down, gets the kill. Solotov converts. Not enough HP there, unfortunately, for the Secret players to see that round out.
Secret a little bit nervous there about getting that diffuser down, which was reasonable. I don't think they had full control of the site. You know, maybe just having a look, have a little tickle, see if you can get an opportunity. Sometimes you get a feel for it. You start putting it down, you go for a second or two, and you think, hang on a minute, there's no movement towards me, there's no gunfire, I can stick this. Or sometimes maybe you just play in to try and get them to, you know, try and take the peak, try and get them into Gruby's line of sight, but never really with the full intention of putting the diffuser down. But Secret ultimately lose the round. BDS were definitely in the driving seat on that one. It was, you know, a big 2K in the middle of the round for Secret that really pulled them back into it and gave them that 2v2 opportunity at the end there. But in all honesty, besides that, the round was BDS all the way.
Well, as you say, Tim, we're back up to an even scoreline. It feels like we're heading towards that point again where it could come down to that 12th round to determine if we go to overtime or if one of these teams walks away as the winner. For both of them, I was talking about it a bit earlier on, but the 5 points don't really mean anything to them now. They're both already qualified, given where they currently stand, having made the major. So a little bit more brownie points to claim you the best team, and 10 grand, you know, compared to the prize pools you walk away with at a major might feel like small change, but it's still 10 grand, right?
It's exactly that. It all counts. It all adds up. Look after the pennies, Des, and the pounds look after themselves.
In this case, look after the £10,000, and then what do you get?
Exactly that. I don't even know what looks after itself at that point, because I'm not winning 10 grand, so, you know.
Nope, we're just sitting here talking about people who do.
I'm barely winning rank matches out here, Des. I'm sweating for ELO, let alone 10 grand.
10 grand or ELO, give us the ELO. Either way, This time round, no one being picked off too early on. BDS not getting too cheeky. Yesterday against Wolves, a big part of their game plan was basically spawn peeking on this map consistently, and Wolves were seemingly all too happy to give them 10,000 entry kills. It was ridiculous how often they were going in and dying for it. Not quite sure on the game plan there from Dream, who loses a good 30 points of HP. 2 ticks of smoke there, 15 per tick. Takes it down at least a little bit lower at this point. Again, far from the end of the world, but you've got to be careful. Every little bit of chip damage does start to add up, and a C4 is going to find Adrian. Hard breach offline.
This will be a big pickup for BDS if they can win this third choice site. You know, taking your Thermite down might not be the end of the world. They've got the Geisha wall open. That's going to be the majority of the breaching that they really want to do. I'm not sure if the Geisha hatch is open or not, but they do have the tin openers anyway, so it won't be a major problem if they do need to open that. They've been using the Candelas to get themselves into the top floor. That has worked. It's forced BDS away, but they weren't really overly holding that top floor anyway. They've dropped away and are now just holding their angles, you know, around about site. They've pretty much got everything they need here. Depends where the Monty tries to push from, I think, but out go the Toxic Babes, as I say. Another one in pocket yet for Breedy, and BDS, there's a minute 10 left to go. There's a long time for Secret here, but unless they do something to disrupt BDS, they might struggle to find the space they need, and that's the second Nitro. Shaco this time picks up Savage.
And they're really lacking the tools to get this done. Like Thatcher, not really offering you much. Nomad, good earlier in the round, but not so much later on. It's really going to take something special from these final three to pull this round over on BDS. Now, look at the stats. 7-9 so far on the entry for BDS, yet it still sits at 4-4. At this point, at least, it feels like it should be going to 5-4. Leak, in fact, rounding and finding Groovy, who's had a few rounds throughout this series where he just goes absolutely nuclear. But this time around, it looks like it's not quite going to be the case. Schumer's got nothing to really offer here. We'll try and find whatever heads he can with the pistol, but this round is most certainly going to be cooked. A little bit of chip damage onto Yuzus, but BDS is going to go up 5-4, no doubt.
Yeah, no way that was ending any other way. I was surprised to see that the Geisha hatch didn't get opened. They did have the secondary hard reach utility on the side of the Ying, who was upstairs. They chose to leave that closed. League of Fact was able to get back up and take top floor towards the end of that round as well. It was, you know, largely irrelevant as Secret lost the players down at the bottom of Black Stairs. But had they managed to push their way into sight, again, it would have been a problem for them giving up that top floor. But yeah, I was just surprised to, you know, to see that hatch not opened up, maybe trying to use Geisha to apply a little bit more pressure. Secret just trying to push a number of directions there, and I think the idea of an execute onto that site seemed a little bit more hazy than usual for a team that are very good on attack.
For sure. Just getting chewed up and spat out, and again, I can't put enough praise on BDS for this. Their disruptive defenses have been really good on that front. We saw it yesterday against Wolves. We've seen it a little bit today as well. Just being willing to trip up these teams that they know if you give them all the time and space to get set up for a perfect 5-man execute, they will run you through. And I think, like, yeah, Wolves are a great example of a team that will do that time and time again. It's really where, you know, they lived up to their namesake. They're Wolves, they hunt as a pack, and they get spots to execute well. They'll always be able to pull out with a round win, or more often than not, at the very least. Teams just can't deal with the pace at which they sometimes come in, so the best way is trip them up early. And that is exactly what I've seen BDS do. Really good to see that being a big part of their arsenal and sets them up well coming into the major. Anyway, Karaoke and T we're going to find ourselves heading to then in around 10. For the most part, nothing too spectacular coming out. No shields coming through, no Ying to play behind, but the Old Faithful in the Capital is most definitely going to be a thing. And you've also, of course, here got the Grimbees on side as well.
Yeah, we saw Karaoke T back in round 7. The lineup is largely the same, except we've got the Ella being changed out for the Mute and the Warden being changed out for the Smoke. So BDS, I think, just looking to play this maybe a little bit more sort of turtle, a little bit more insight. They've just got that utility there to deny, to try and burn time, you know, rather than Ella and Warden feel a little bit more reactive to specific threats. You're thinking of the Candelas coming in, you're thinking of any smoke canisters, etc., and having that Warden available to deal with that. Whereas this way, you're just looking for that potential of your Toxic Babe canisters slowing things down, Mute Jammers preventing any breaching, for example. The Thatcher is on side, but the thought process is there to try and just deny and slow things down. But it's not really going to work out, as there's nothing slow about Leaky Fact's death. He gets picked up within the first minute, and that's advantage Secret.
I was keeping a close eye on usage there because he was hanging around inside a pantry. I imagine looking to play with that C4 as the drum push came on through. But with Leakyfat falling down, I imagine a very smart call has come in. We're 5v4, boys. Let's regroup back towards site here. Let's not try and do anything too crazy. A 5v3, it feels like they'd just get run over. So smart call, I think. But it does give Secret half a round here to set up what they want to do. Feels like they should be in control here, and losing this will require something special from BDS.
I'm just looking at the entries, not just on this game, but throughout the entire series. It was 6 apiece on Nighthaven Labs. It was 10-1 in favor of BDS on Chalet, and it now stands with only 3 going in favor, so 7-3 here on Skyscraper. But kill after kill tumbles down for Secret following the entry at the beginning of this round that June was able to pick up, and they've really been able to capitalize on that. Grim goes in, it's going to be Virtue putting the diffuser down, and Shaiko's trying to make his way back up. Cut down at the top of the Black Stairs. That's going to be a flawless round for Secret, and they managed to get themselves a second win on Karaoke Tea. It's the only site they've been successful on attack so far, but it does set them up for at least potentially overtime. They're now in a position where BDS have got to win both defenses to avoid that overtime. All it needs is one more Secret attack, and they guarantee themselves at least a few extra.
Keeping it real close. Again, the two teams are just chasing each other's coattails. It feels like they can't seem to really open this gap over to a couple of rounds. It stayed watertight throughout the game. Like, the furthest the team ahead was Secret after round 2. They were up 2-0. Outside of that, it has just been back and forth, 1 for 1, really close between the two teams. And we said it earlier on, but it feels like for the final map, it deserves to go all the way. We may yet see ourselves get there. Yeah, for Secret, for me at least, in that last round, especially speaking about it, really tighten things up. I mean, the entry from June was as casual as anything. Just walked in, bop, see you later, no problem. And yeah, BDS then draw things a little bit tighter. They come back to play as a group. But Secret, once they take go and they all start moving as a unit, all guns are up, they're all marching forwards. You kill one of them, there's a trade at the very least guaranteed. And the most crazy thing is, throughout that round, they barely had to use any utility. The only stuff I saw that was out was the air jabs coming from the Nomad. They still had everything in the Capital's back pocket. They had everything in the Grim's back pocket. They just didn't have to worry about really using any utility at all. It was just straight up, smart heads-up play, working as a team, good communication. You love to see it.
BDS just need to repeat what they did previously. Get the win here in Exhibition, then go down and get the win in Barbecue and Kitchen. They will better the first half that Secret were able to achieve, and they will win 7-5. But Secret, of course, going to be looking to prevent that happening. I like this position. Solotov just taken up on the main stairs there. He's got a little bit of intel maybe to suggest that the push is going to be coming in from sort of delivery area. He was watching down there, and they seem to have backed off a little bit here to Secret, but Solotov will no doubt keep that position for the time being. Jumas, once again, he's been doing very well over the last few rounds. 8-6 he finds himself now. He is one of those game winners. We know he will turn rounds on their head. It was his entry, so casual last time, as you said. If he could just do that again, it'd be a fantastic moment here for Secret to build on.
I think it's crazy to look down the entry stats so far across this game. It's still incredibly dominant towards BDS, the same as they were over Wolves yesterday. Shaiko is 8-1 on entry. Yuzu's 5-1. Solotov 6-4. Breed 2-0. Only Leakyfat is negative on 2-4. And where are most of those entry deaths coming in on the other side? It's Adrian. 2-10 he finds himself currently at. He's having a torrid time of the entry game. The thing is, when he doesn't die as the entry, like, they're half his deaths. When he doesn't die there, he actually has a really big impact in the game. So keeping himself going through most of the round is the most important part. Virtue taking a face full of C4 down to half HP. And the player just skirts away here. Shaiko, knowing that the pressure's going to start building up soon, doesn't want to find himself caught in there behind that half bar.
Some quick maths, 23-10, I think it is. They are some very quick maths, as you were talking there about the entry. And just how, but it'll be within 1 or 2 if I'm wrong. But yeah, BDS just wildly dominant. But Secret are starting to fight back on that front. June got the last one. Grubby manages to pick up this one, takes down Breed. That's going to be a nitro off the board. We see another one detonate, and it's not going to manage to get the kill. It does put Virtue down to 3 HP, which means the Monty is a little bit easier to deal with. Solotov only needed to catch him with the nitro, and he does. But this is just an absolute bloodbath at the minute. We found ourselves leveling up in a 2 versus 2 as Users gets the last of them, and that leaves 30 seconds now with Secret still trying to get themselves on into sight. BDS holding on.
And Leakyfat's had to drop no C4 in pocket. Users has got that, but they're both down here on the first floor. They're just waiting for any kind of plant attempt to come on through and for the call to come on through to make this happen. Plus any vertical holes, they can actually open it up itself. Hoppy goes onto the display case here. looking to get away with it. You can try and C4 all you like, but at this point, I'm pretty sure he's safe. Got full HP as well. Not the end of the world for him. Plant's going to get stuck. And now BDS have got to battle their way back up. Groovy's found another one. Can you just keep them in this one? Put them up towards match point? No, he can't. Savage and the boys up to match and series points.
You just feel like a bit of a, again, possible opportunity handed over to Secret there, and you can see it on the faces of the BDS players. They know that they could have won that one. There was an absolute onslaught in the middle of the round from both teams. They just stood there wailing on each other for a few seconds, and it all shook down to a 2v2. But like you said, as soon as Leakerfact drops away from the site, he may well not have had a choice. He was being pressured from the breach. I'm not sure where the second Secret player was at that moment, but the challenge was coming in towards site. Leakerfact is forced to drop away, and it just gives the site over to Secret. There's nothing you can do. This is the moment. We see him make that challenge. I'm not sure he really needed to drop away there, having hit the player on breach and able to get himself a little bit of cover on the wall, but with both of them underneath, like you said, Des, it was all too easy for Secret to get the plant down at that point, and then you just watch the staircases. There's no other way to return on Skyscraper.
What I do love is it doesn't matter if it's the first round of the series or potentially the last. Leakerfact just stays filled with passion. It doesn't matter at what point in the series it happens or how the last round played out. He's definitely one of the more vocal members on this team. I mean, the others aren't exactly the noisiest bunch, admittedly. Yeah, I think about a lot of those BDS players. I think about Users, I think about Breeder, I think about Shaiko. Not really very vocal. Solotov has his moments for sure, but you know, Leakerfact is that big voice on that team. That's always a good thing to see. Not having a terrible series himself, obviously not here, not setting up the lights, for example, and really putting themselves up in the skylights. But I think overall it's been a real balanced team game. You can look at the kills between both sides. The lowest currently being 4, the highest being 10 for Savage, but most are sat around that 7 to 9 mark. It's a really good team game without one individual player running away with it.
Can Secret get it done? That's the big question. Exhibition Office, is BDS going to be their final choice now? This is the point that they feel that they can hold on to. Let's be honest, that last round was just a little bit crazy. It was a lot of chaos, and it was ultimately just how it shook down. But I'm sure BDS going to be confident that they can keep better hold on things. Just conscious of the potential Amaru play up the hatch, I think, maybe there, or the little run in through the breach and hop over the desk, try and get a plant down in that spot. So we see a frost mat placed in there. You'd be surprised at this level how often those frost mats do manage to find their mark. It's very easy done. I'm going to say that. I'm going to stress that point. Anybody can be forgiven for going into a frost mat.
Can they, Tim? But
of course,
it's the third round in a row in a ranked game.
Yeah, absolutely they can. It's very easily done. And they can get themselves up now, so it's not even that big a deal. I don't know what everyone's whinging about.
At least after you get out of a frostbite, you walk around like you do in real life, you old man.
Oh, I'd laugh harder if my back wasn't. If my back wasn't sore, I'd laugh harder.
First Candela comes out here. Oh, and just like that, Savage steps right into the cross of Shaiko, and of course he ain't gonna miss a chance like that. A single Candela comes out and then he's taken offline. Loads of utility expended here by Secret inside the first 60 seconds, but they are falling down like dominoes, Tim. Losing out on one more C4, at least shot out this time round, but not onto the player. Leakerfact does not want to lose this one, Tim. Get ready to say that line because it's building up towards that point. We've got a round, still half a round to play. Yet it feels like Secret with just Groovy and Virtue have got the world to take on.
Yeah, surely their time is limited at this point as damage starts to be landed onto them. Virtue manages to pick up Shaiko, puts them back into a 2v3. It almost starts to look winnable at that point. Maybe they can do something here. 1:10 left to go. They've got a lot of utility, but Virtue just sells himself there, exposes his back to Breeder, who's more than happy to take him down, and that leaves Groovy trying here. BDS, they're just not ready to give up. They haven't had the title of the best in the world for a long time, not since Sweden, but they certainly do want to hold on to the title of the best in Europe, Des, and we're going to overtime for them to try and do just that.
Woo! I mean, we were half joking about it on the desk at the start, but a Desert A series, the last one coming through for EU, third map, best 2 teams. It's just inevitable. Absolutely inevitable. 3 rounds to play to decide who walks away as the winner. And who wins it? I don't know. We've seen both teams clearly have equal halves. That's why we found ourselves in overtime. you'd obviously give a little bit of a lean, I think, based on how the halves have gone, maybe in towards the defenders, as we said before, but both teams have found 3-3 halves. Stats don't mean nothing when both teams are defying the odds as it stands, and even with all the entries that they found. I was looking back at the numbers, 11 rounds of Chalet, we saw Team Secret get a single entry. Here on Skyscraper, they found 4 of 12. BDS are battering them in the early round, yet Secret just will not roll over and die. They've got to go through 2 attacks here, potentially. BDS staff off in defense. Karaoke and T their battleground of selection. Let's see if they can hold on here and get themselves up to match and series point themselves.
10 seconds remaining.
Honestly, it's anybody's toss of a coin at this point. It's been 3-3 on either side, so there's really no benefit in attack or defense, which is exactly what we said. I'm glad to see it fall this way around. You know, we've waxed lyrical about Secret's ability on the attack. BDS, it's a map that they love, and they're solid on the defense here. And I think, yeah, just keep them on what I would determine their better sides, if you will. You know, and let them come out here, and just both teams are going to absolutely play for the win now. Like I said, looking to take that top spot, those few extra SI points, a couple of extra euros in there as well for the trouble, so all along with the title of the best in Europe for stage 2 before the Montreal Major. Savage, he's going to be on the rappel. He has a little bit of noise in there, takes a few pot shots, not going to catch anybody.
No. I think it's those few couple of shots you find someone on the other side, that can be what decides the game. Really just come down to just the odd kill coming out here and there. A player having a magical moment can be enough. Shoko going down to the shield of Virtue, as well as marched on 4, got right up in his grill and put him into an early grave. Elsewhere, Doom suffering a similar fate. It's Yuzu's bringing him down. Blow for blow so far.
Users manages to find another, and it's potentially going to be up to a heroic player to step up and get these rounds done. The Nitro started a little bit of a domino effect there as one tumbled after another, and it is now 1v4. Savage has the best stat line on the Secret team at the minute, but can he extend it? Sees one, cannot find him. Leak of Fact takes him out, and BDS, they get themselves now the map point and match point opportunity.
This will be so spicy if we find ourselves heading all the way to the final round to see this over the line. Round 11, we saw Secret win the attack on Exhibition Office. Round 12, we saw BDS go back there again and win it in round 12. That'll probably be where we head if this next round does go the way of Secret. They're on the defense, they get to choose the site. You would hope and anticipate that they'd take that round away. But as we see it time and time again, just absolutely nothing is guaranteed. The real beauty in that is that's one of the rare rounds where Secret actually got the entry. Of course, Virtue found Shiko, and they still lose the round.
Yeah, almost all. There's only 2 rounds prior to that one. That makes 3 rounds out of 13 where the entry has not been converted into a round win. That is how critical the entry has been. You know, the team coming away with that early advantage has so often been able to pick up the round consistently throughout this one. So we'll see, you know, whether A, that continues in this next round, which could be decisive, or B, you know, whether BDS or Secret, who is able to collect it. BDS have certainly had the sheer weight of numbers when it comes to those entries. Interesting choice of sites here from Secret going to Karaoke and T. When we look at their defense, they played Karaoke and T twice, only won it once. They played Exhibition Office twice and won it twice. So they've gone to the 50-50 site to try and hold on to when they need to most. And it's also the site that they've been able to take off BDS as well. So definitely a bold call, I think, from them on the site.
Stay close to me. Ooh, what a time to run a risk, eh? More than anything else, it's that similar lineup we see time and time again as well. The Grim coming along, the Dokkaebi, the Monty, you see the Ying rotated in, the Capital, really popular operators throughout the entire series. Shoko with the occasional step across towards playing on the Brava. Quite a popular one for him, it seems, here on Skyscraper as well. Acknowledging that there are going to be, as we see quite often, bulletproofs being brought along, which is looking to take away from the other side. FNATs to disable, you name it. Imagine if you could get a frostbite on your side. That would be so I
was going to say, you can't do anything with that with the Brava drone. No, I don't care how hard you try.
Imagine. I'm sure you'd have a field day, mate. That would be your nemesis finally meeting its maker.
That'd be wonderful, wouldn't it? I'd play Brava constantly, and I wouldn't go for any electronics. I'd just look for 3 frost mats every single time.
Or you'd get someone in the stack on Brava to drone you in, but literally hack out these frost mats for you on the way through.
There's no point droning me in, Des. I'm not getting entry kills. Come on, man.
For now, at least half the round gone by. A little bit of poking coming in out towards his exhibition office side, and Groovy's being mindful that he might be getting pinched in here a bit. Whilst pressure starting to form, and he's got the right idea. There's a player off towards the left, but the tight angle from Solotov. Both phone calls in back pocket. No, he doesn't look towards the right side. No, and he still wins it anyway. Solotov should have had him dead to rights. Both phone calls from the Doka be gone. Secret in a 5 versus 3. It looks inevitable that there's only one way this game could end. Assuming, of course, Secret can get it over the line.
The question here, oh, there we go.
Dear.
Double kill for Breedy
dear.
on the shield. 2 versus 2 as Leakifact picks up Virtue elsewhere. Doom onto users. And that leaves us now. Look at Grooby though, 20 health. I think he's been downed and picked back up potentially, or coincidentally has just landed on 20 health from a gunfight. But it leaves us now in a position where Secret, they're kind of on the back foot a little bit here. They've got a Monty to deal with. They've got a Warden that's only got 20 HP. He is playing underneath for the Nitro denial, potentially. That's big. That is huge. Taking down Leakifact with the Nitro, leaving the Monty all alone. Groovy's probably just won this round and taken it all the way to 15.
They've got to be so careful, though. Oh, and just in time as well. They find the kill. Tim, you want to say the line one last time this stage?
We're going all the way to 15, Des. Grooby with a big Nitro there in the 2v2 to give them the opportunity. The question is, can anybody win an overtime attack?
That's the big question. Like I said, we're going probably across towards Exhibition Office here, where we saw both teams both win and lose on that site in our final 2 rounds of regulation. So for me, flip a coin. We did see BDS win it as a second defensive round for themselves earlier on. So 3 times it was played in that second half, twice won by the defenders. But Secret know that they can get it over the line. That's, of course, assuming we go there and not in towards barbecue and kitchen. I would love to know what the hell happened here, by the way, on that terrace door. Why are the 2 players getting knifed out by a Monty? Are they trying to, get a pincer on him or something when he's at that close range? Nigh impossible, and they paid the price for it. Still got it over the line, collected the round. And sure enough, barbecue and kitchen is where we head.
A smart choice, I think, from BDS, realistically. They've done well on the site already. You know, we saw them win it back in round 9. They didn't go there again, but they've had difficulties with the others. You know, at times they've lost Karaoke Tea, they've lost Exhibition Office. So yeah, I think, you know, why not give it a whirl down there? And it was a convincing win, if you remember, back in round 9. They picked up the opener with users, managed to take down Adrian, and honestly, Secret did nothing from there. BDS were absolutely all over it, just got kill after kill. So yeah, I think definitely worth a try. They actually finished the round with 4 left alive. It was more than convincing.
And that's the thing, so Secret are the ones who need to change the formula now, find something special. BDS have been dying to make these Capcan. I think we've seen a single Capcan kill back in one of the earlier maps, and that was it. But you could just see in round 15, if they're ever going to have a mega impact, now's that kind of time when Secret are super dialed in, when they know it comes down to this, and you're on the back foot, you're at a disadvantage. Having the IQ on side is certainly going to help for more than, of course, just those Capcans. It's also for the black eye cameras of the Valkyrie. Just got to make sure they don't dive into anything too crazy here and get themselves bitten off on the way through. They've got the tag coming in onto the Capcan Guma. Guma is what I'm on about. Honestly, I'm killing myself here. Onto the Capcan traps in a good spot. I'm just confused. It's so late now. We are about to hit midnight.
EDD.
I was about to say EE1D, and I was like, that's friggin' lying. What the hell am I on about? Oh, losing my marbles. Anyway,
Capcan with the lion goo mines.
Oh, that sounds like that sounds like a game mode that's waiting to happen in the arcade at some point. Problem is though, Doom is the first to fall here inside. Shut up, Tim. 75 seconds in, Doom has fallen down, and the Monty's almost gone as well. 21 HP. This could not be going much worse for Secret to start things off. They are forcing their way through, but can they find a kill?
Yeah, BDS might just have broken the back of the attack now because Secret need to play this so carefully, but how about that? Grooby has stepped up time after time tonight when Secret have needed him. He did it with the Nitro in the last round. He does it again now to level things out. Solotov taken down, but Shaco, he finds the shield. He takes down the Monty. It's all going BDS's way. It looks, Des, like they are likely to be crowned the kings of Europe. Once again, BDS close it out, and that is going to be them taking the top spot.
Can't say it isn't deserved. And honestly, for both teams there, that has been a phenomenal series of Siege. Super back and forth, and I never really felt like a team was throwing rounds away or doing stupid things that were massively costing them. It was often on the other team, making these big plays and hard shutting down the other side. A dominant final round to close things out. BDS can once again claim themselves to be the best team in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fantastic matchup. Both teams playing their part there. And what a last match. 3-3 in either half, all the way to 15. We couldn't have asked for anything more. We asked for it back in map 1, to be honest, and they delivered. Fantastic stuff. And congratulations to BDS on another very successful stage in EUL.
And for us as well, I mean, that's been you done with the EU, I believe. Now, no LCQ coming up for us. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. Love doing this stuff and love that we got to end it on such a high. We'll see you guys again soon. For now, though, we'll throw it to the desks. They'll break down this series and wrap up the show.
Thank you so much, Des and Ace. And for the second time this year, we crown BDS as the champions of Europe League. This time, stage 2. But I think they showed us that they were the most consistent team and a team that had the most composure today.
Yeah, the absolute undisputed, we have to say it. Obviously, congratulations to BDS. But of course, it would have to come down to max overtime, one final round to decide it all, Leo.
Honestly, did we expect any less? And did we expect any less from BDS? The one team that have been on the edge every single match, every single time. It's a matter of 1 or 2 rounds. It goes all the way to the 15 rounds. And again, it just goes to show their resilience, their ability to close these close matchups.
What was the average rounds they played this stage? 12 rounds? This was supposed to be close.
Yeah, it was 12 rounds before the game started today. They went 7-5, 7-4, and then 8-7. So it's, you know, about average, slightly higher than the average today. Yeah, it was another really, really close game. And that's, I think, again, testament to where both teams are at. I think Secret, really good read on BDS, and, you know, obviously came into it with a game plan again. We even saw BDS have to break out the Monty in that very final attack round that they had. They were really trying to make it work, but, you know, Secret had that read, but they didn't quite get there. Obviously, you know, when they got in their attacks, they were staying true to their Monty, the way that they want to play. And I think BDS were, again, too good on the entry.
Overall, 2 incredible teams at Sky as well, Jack.
Yeah.
2 teams that were able to have a 50-50% attacker win rate on it, which is quite tough on such a big defender-sided map, with different playstyles as well, very chaotic in the style of BDS that were lurking around, very direct on the side of Secret, trying to open and crack open that core of a defense. Overall, we did notice incredible 2 teams going on one of their favorite maps, and that's why it was so tense and so close.
I think what we saw from BDS here as well is that they always got that first step of the round right. They were even capitalizing off of mistakes that Secret were making.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, especially on their attacks, that was a big challenge, I think, for us, is can BDS improve their attacks from yesterday? Because yesterday they got 1 attack. Today, obviously, before overtime, they managed to get a 3-3 attack split. And the way that they were doing it was they were really, really punishing when Secret were forcing or were making those mistakes.
Yep.
So Secret, very often we saw, you know, jump out. Was it Grubby or was it
Yes,
Doom?
Grubby jumping out for no reason onto Shaiko and Shaiko punishing him. That's one great example.
Exactly, and that's exactly what BDS were doing. Whenever that opportunity to punish was there, they were taking it. And then they knew as soon as they got that 5v4, Secret would try and bring it back, and then they were punishing the re-aggression out of that.
9 entries for
Yeah,
9 entries.
Say.
But if you look at the overall thing and the addition, look at the difference between entries. I'm not going to do the math right now because I don't have my glasses and
I'll do it.
I am completely blind. So I cannot add up all of this. But the sheer difference between entry kills, between BDS and Secret, probably made the difference. The fact that it went all the way to the 3rd map in overtime, despite a huge difference in opening engagements, tells a lot about the quality for Secret.
Yeah, it's 13-26 production of Reliably Informed Me,
Thank
which
you
means
very
it's
much.
plus 13 to BDS, which is crazy.
So it's 2 for 1.
Yeah,
That's
literally
crazy.
That's impressive.
That's a crazy difference. And I think it has to do with maybe what we mentioned at the straight of the beginning, the composure. I think that they were trying too hard, Secret. Especially on a map like Skyscraper, where it's heavily defender-sided, where we've said multiple times that the win condition for you is to play around the utility. Why do you give them picks? Yeah. Why do you play too aggressive? You don't need to.
Because then you're playing behind. As soon as you do that, and you play, you know, from a defender point of view, if you play in front of your utility, get picked off, you make it a 4v5, then the rest of the team has to do the same to try and level that man count, and then that's when they're playing in front of the utility. BDS will never then get to the point of playing through the utility, and they've already won the round. And that's what we're saying. That's where I think in just a couple of those rounds, Secret made the mistakes.
Put simply, Secret, in their playstyle with the Monty, they created movement and punished it. BDS did not have to do anything to create a movement. Secret generated it for no reason.
And I think we saw quite a few moments here where the game really could have gone anyone's way. We saw Secret even getting the map lead here, that match point for the European Championship. Unfortunately, it didn't go their way, but this last map, it was a back and forth. What we wanted from this grand final. It's the top tier of Europe League that we saw in action here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I think, you know, if you're a EU League fan, you know, you're obviously, either EU League's over, it's just the LCQ to come. You're turning your attention to Montreal and you're starting to think, hey, we've got 2 teams going. Well, we've got 3 teams going, including Virtus Pro. But the 2 teams you're really focused on right now are BDS and Secret. And you're thinking, can these guys go far? Of course they can. I think both of these teams put on an exceptional display today. And against international opponents, I think they will do very, very well.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking on paper, right? You think of Brazil, you think of Liquid and FaZe. Who do you want them to be facing in Europe to represent Europe's chances? It would be BDS and Secret, and I would not be afraid of it. Remember what Secret did to FaZe in Manchester?
Yeah.
They slammed them. So I'm not disappointed to see these teams going to Montreal representing us. Now you think of NA, same story. Whether it's be Space Station, Dark Zero, or Sonics, I'm not afraid of these guys. BDS and Secret have been amazing. So honestly, it might be EU Copium, but I'm happy we stand in both of these teams all the way there.
I want to see Forest and I want to see Canadian have to deal with Virtue and Savage on the Shields instead for a change.
Who's the best Blitz player between Canadian, Forest, and Savage? That's going to be fun.
That is definitely going to be something. Sign me up for it. I cannot wait for the Montreal Major and for all of that to go down. One player that really stood out to us today, though, Shaiko.
He always does.
It has to be Shaiko. When you mentioned the opening engagements being the big deciding factor between BDS taking it or not, and the amount of entries, the fact that BDS got 2 more entries for each entry that got Secret, the big reason behind it has to be Shaiko. The guy got 9 entries in 3 maps. He's the best entry in the world. I'm gonna say it. He really is. He's back there. Whatever happens, you ban the Deimos 3 maps in a row. He doesn't care. He's gonna play Legion. He's gonna play Nomad in attack, and he will make it work. He even played Brava. He even played utility operators. You give this guy any operator that has some kind of util on the side of the map, he will do and play that util, and he will get frags with it. That's Shaiko for you. It never stops. 4-4-4-4.
We saw him in full action today, and guess what? BDS are still on a boot camp. That means we get to do a double interview with our champions. We welcome in League Effect and Eagle Mace. What a beautiful trophy you're holding as well. First off, I want to say congratulations. You are back-to-back champions of Europe League. What does that mean to you?
It's been a lot. We work a lot to be there and to do the back-to-back. So yeah, we are happy. This is something good before the major, and we'll keep working for the major. And the only thing, this is trophy, but it's also a shield because apparently Secret like shield. So we just bring our shield now.
Just onto that, League Fact. Obviously, when you played them in the league, they played the double shield setup, and it was quite publicized. Your team didn't like it. Do you think that's a weakness of yours? You know, teams bringing those shields, and I suppose bringing the other crutch operators, the Dokkaebi, you know, for example.
I mean, it's weakness for every team because the double shield is kinda broken. That's why I think every team who's not played the double shield have to ban one of these shields. We play border against Secret during the stage because we are like, okay, we in the first chill, so we can try something different. And they bring the double shields. What a mistake by them, because if they just hide for the playoff, they will 100% beat us.
Fair enough, fair enough. So speaking of today, obviously you didn't play border, guys. You did pick into Chalet, they picked Nighthaven, and then obviously they decided to be in Sky. What was the reason, do you think, for those map picks?
I mean, we of course, we just had our map bans. We knew what we were gonna ban, and we had a prediction for their bans. Chalet, strong map for us. Nighthaven for them, they're confident on it, and they can then use the shield a lot to clear the stuff above. And we were expecting all that, of course. And then, well, last Skyscraper just decided, and it's a comfortable map for us, a comfortable map for them. As we saw, 8-7, so both of us are very good at it. And this time we were able to clutch it out, but it just they had their own map bans, and the border, last time we didn't really like it. It gives the shield too much control there.
Dare I ask a very, very cheeky question? We've not seen you guys on Lure yet. Are we expecting that in Montreal?
No.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's new map.
It's a permaban? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Liars.
Okay, all right, yes. Well, we'll see if that stays true in Montreal or not. The stage is done for you two, though. You can focus on Montreal, don't have to play in Europe League anymore. So I want to know, is there for the both of you any moment this stage that was your favorite?
No, to be honest, just winning at the NNB back-to-back, this is my favorite moment right now, like nothing else.
I mean, being here with the guys together, like the boot camp, like and getting the results that we work hard for, like that is for my favorite moment. Like just being with them and celebrating the win.
Well, that's awesome. Well, we appreciate the double interviews as well. Is there anything you want to say to the fans to close off the interview?
Do it in English, I'm doing in French.
You in French first.
Merci à tous de nous avoir suivis durant ce stage. On va tout donner pour le Major et pour le CX. Et on va continuer à vous régaler et à battre les équipes qui vous full shield.
So thank you very much for all the support. We will try to continue keeping up this performance at the Major and the Six Invitational. Even if our opponents bring the double shield, like we'll just try our best. And we just hope that you keep up the support for us, and we'll do all the work to get the best performances possible.
Awesome. Well, Mace, I have to say I'm a bit disappointed you didn't do that one in Dutch, but it's okay. I'll let you off for this one here. Thank you so much. Geen probleem?
Ja, nee, maakt niet uit.
Volgende keer, maakt niet uit. Anyways, thank you guys so much for your time here. Enjoy the victory, and of course, best of luck with the preparation for the Montreal Major.
Thank you very much.
See you soon.
Going to be a lot of sleepless nights for me preparing.
Definitely, yes. A lot of sleepless nights with the preparation for the Montreal Major because the stage for BDS is over. They are our champions. They get to rest now, and I still hope for them maybe a bit of sleep at least.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, we don't know how long they'll be at boot camp. They might spend a little bit more time together preparing, but they will be fighting fit, ready for that Montreal Major.
100%. Well, the stage isn't just over for BDS, it's over for a lot of teams. We have our playoffs bracket completed, so Leo, if you could please take us through it.
Of course. First, you know what? I was kind of disappointed that you didn't need me to translate everything. I did not expect Eagle Mees to be able to translate from French to English. That was a big surprise for me. Another surprise was actually Virtus.pro making it to the Major. Them being sent there instead of Wolves, for me, is a big surprise. This, especially when you think at their stage, it's well-deserved. They turned up when they needed, especially that 2-0 versus G2, and then finally versus Wolves.
It was crazy deja vu.
Deja vu. Already seen.
For Wolves Esports, because they did exactly the same thing in stage one. They got through, they lost against BDS, they lost the deciding match, and then they had to drop into the LCQs, and we all know what happened. They didn't make Manchester, but yeah, I won't say that I think it was the three best teams from EU that qualified for the Major, because I think Virtus.pro were a little bit up and down, but certainly the two best.
I think if you're...
Maybe that was a bit disrespectful, I am sorry, but...
Yeah. If you're speaking about who has the best chances for deep run in a LAN event, you have to pick VP over Wolves.
I do agree with that.
Yeah.
I do agree. I think VP and Montreal, completely different. They'll have had more time, I hope, to got their scrimming new maps, the meta a little bit more, and they'll be on LAN.
They did say that they were playing Lair, and they also showed that they could beat Wolves 7-3 on Labs, a team that beat BDS as well. So overall, I think we have a pretty decent showing. Look at these guys, come on. Secret that has been rising to the top of Europe. Incredible talent in them. Joom, Adrian, double shield meta.
Double blitz.
Double blitz, imagine. They're even playing shield in defense with Clash, okay? BDS, the reigning champions of Europe. The guys that took EWC's crown already. They're internationally proven. And Virtus.pro, the team that reached top 3 at SI.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe I disrespected Virtus.pro a little bit. They did reach top 3 at SI. They're used to going deep at these LAN events as well. Whew.
Yeah, and they like, of course, these kind of like rituals is maybe a weird word for it, but they like doing everything as they are used to doing that. So if we can expect a similar performance at SI, maybe going into the Major for them, we hope they have the time to prepare for it. As you saw, we already sent 3 European teams to the Major. We got BDS, we got Secret, and we got Virtus.pro, but we need to send one more team. We won't do that today. We'll do it next week in our LCQ, but we do have the brackets ready to show you what these games are gonna look like. Now, guys, I want you to take a quick look at the brackets, and I'm gonna pick your brains. Is there any game that you're looking forward to?
Well, you said we're not going to do it today, Anne. I thought today's siege was never going to stop because of the time that we have here. I mean, I suppose look at this. We've got an all tier 1 lineup in Wolves against Ents.
Yep.
We then have Fnatic up against Into the Breach Academy.
That can be a banger game, by the way.
Who actually beat Into the Breach main team in the Open Qualifier playoffs to get that seed, which could be an incredible game.
Yep.
We've got a few friends on that team, Leo. Wild will play Into the Breach in an all tier 1 matchup, and then G2 will have to go up against the best player in tier 1 Siege, Hungry, when they play up against Project X.
Honestly, if I have to pick 2 banger games, it has to be the tier 2 teams playing against tier 1 teams.
100.
That has to be really funny and unpredictable. ITB Academy beating the Bane ITB team and then facing a Fnatic that has been struggling the entire stage, having a really good chance actually at upsetting a tier 1 team, because that's all we're looking for in the LCQ. And Project X versus G2, usually G2 in LCQ, that's pretty well, they do pretty well. But you know what, maybe it's going to be fun. It's an unpredictable team. And like Jack said, they have Angry with them. The Master Shield himself, the Master Ying. It has to be funny to watch.
Leo, I thought you were going to say Wolves versus Ents.
2 French teams, the French disowned them after today.
That's overseen. That we've seen it for too long. Ents almost didn't make it to the LCQ. Like, is there really some hope for them in that LCQ? I don't know.
That's actually a very true fan.
Yeah.
Like, Ents had to qualify to the LCQ from the 5th place. They lost in the Open Qualifier playoffs. 2 Project X, 2 Hungry, who's the best player on earth.
They have a worse seeding than the 2 tier 2 or tier 3 teams that are in the LCQ right now.
Look, we're not allowed bias, really. We're not supposed to be biased, but I am really hoping Project X win the LCQ.
And that starts by
That's who I am supporting. I'm going to be the most biased analyst on the desk next week. Sorry, G2.
I was going to say, yeah, they got to beat G2 first, and then Wild into the breach, so it certainly isn't an easy bracket.
I'll eat a big old bowl of humble pie if G2 beat Project X.
All right, well, you know, we got to find that out next week, of course. But this concludes our playoffs for Europe League Stage 2. Guys, I want to ask from the 2 of you, I asked the players, is there a favorite moment from you 2 as well this stage?
Ooh.
That's a hard one to pick. We went through so many highs, so many ups and downs.
We
had a few lows as well. I think there were some crazy moments. I think there was some crazy cover plays. The Scopos as well were really funny. Is there one that really struck in your head? Trying to think.
Oh.
I think for me, why?
Do you know? Actually, no, there was a great moment. I convinced, and you might not believe this, Anne, but I managed to convince Leo here that Fnatic were a good team in my power rankings.
Yeah.
And he actually agreed with it.
And I bought it. For some reason, I bought it.
So that's why they're in the LCQ.
Yeah, that's why they're in the LCQ.
Yeah.
If you want a low light, when I was lighting Pengu's candle yesterday, a load of wax stripped onto my finger and burned it.
On the screen as well.
The screen, the desk, is everywhere.
Oh, no. So you're going to be cleaning that here, even though it's already 1:15.
Yeah.
What was your highlight?
I think it was Wild beating G2 8-7 overtime. A bit more of a classic, right? But Wild, that team that came from so far, these young players upsetting a world championship team like G2, that was something special for me.
We also had a very good debate where we swapped sides and Ian was like the judge in the middle. That was fun.
He was definitely biased. I won that debate, but nobody agrees with
me. No,
me.
you didn't. I can't remember what it was about, but you didn't win it.
Yeah, I know, okay.
Well, that's the most important thing, I guess. We can't even remember what the debate was about. If you're still here on the Twitch, then of course share with us your favorite moment as well. Looking forward to reading back on those later as well. But like we said, this concludes our Stage 2 playoffs. Thank you so much for being here with us throughout the entirety. It was 2 very, very long days. We appreciate you for sticking around, for watching. We appreciate all of our casters as well. A massive thank you to you 2 for all of the analyst work prior to the games, after the games, all the good conversations that we've had. A thank you to production as well for the smooth show as always. And then we got more Siege coming up. Like we said, it never ends. It feels like it is never going to end. Tomorrow, the Korea LCQ will actually start as well. We also got the OS Grand Finals coming up tomorrow. They are sending a team to the Montreal Major as well. And then next week, like we said, the LCQ for Europe. One more team gets to go to the Major, but who that will be, we'll find out next week. Until then, thank you for watching. Take care.